The Heir of Destruction. Act 1, The Demigod in Disguise. Chapter 1, The Boredom of Gods. The universe was, by every measure that mattered to the being who ruled over its destruction, an unbearably tedious place. Lord Beerus, god of destruction of Universe 7, had spent the better part of a millennium sleeping through the petty affairs of mortals, waking only to eat, to spar, and occasionally to erase a planet whose inhabitants had grown too arrogant for their own good. He was not a being who concerned himself with sentiment. He was not a being who concerned himself with legacy. And yet, against every instinct that had governed his existence since the dawn of his universe, he had allowed himself, once, to want something that was not food. Cheelai had never been afraid of him. That alone had been enough to earn her a place at his side that no other mortal, no other god, had ever occupied. She had looked into the eyes of a being capable of unmaking galaxies with a flick of his wrist and had laughed at his complaints about second helpings. She had teased him. She had, on more than one memorable occasion, told him to sit down and be quiet. And somewhere in the long, strange years that followed, in the quiet spaces between his naps and her wandering curiosity about the cosmos, something had grown between the god of destruction and the reformed soldier of a shattered empire that neither of them had the language to properly name. They had not called it love. Gods of destruction were not supposed to love. But when the child was born, purple-haired and green-eyed, radiating a faint and terrifying aura even in his cradle, Beerus had looked down at him and felt, for the first time in 10,000 years, something other than boredom. He named him Izuku. It was Cheelai's request, a name from a small, insignificant, backwater planet she had heard of once and thought sounded gentle. Beerus had not argued. He rarely argued with her about anything that did not involve pudding. The boy grew fast, faster than any scion, faster than any god-adjacent hybrid had any right to. By the time he was 6, he had already cracked the training grounds of Beerus's palace in half during a tantrum. By the time he was 10, Whis himself, the attendant angel who had lived longer than stars, had begun to watch the child's training with something that might have been called concern, had angels been capable of such an emotion. "He is going to surpass you," Whis said one evening, watching Izuku spar against a training dummy that had already been destroyed and regenerated 14 times that hour. Perhaps not yet. But soon. Beerus, lounging on his favorite cushion with a bowl of pudding balanced on his stomach, did not open his eyes. Good. Someone should. This job is exhausting. It was not entirely a joke. By the time Izuku was 15 in appearance, though his true age was a far stranger calculation involving the flow of time across dimensions Beerus rarely bothered explaining to mortals, the boy had mastered the Hakai. Not the crude, borrowed imitation that Goku had once flailed his way toward. The true thing. The absolute, merciless unmaking of matter and energy down to the last vibrating string of existence. He could erase a mountain with a thought. He could unravel a moon with a whisper. And he had done both, more than once, simply because Beerus told him to, and because some small, curious part of him wanted to see if he could. It was Cheelai who first noticed the problem. "He's bored," she said one afternoon, watching her son sit motionless atop the tallest spire of the palace, staring out at nothing in particular. "Just like you were. Just like you still are, half the time." Beerus grunted from where he was being fed grapes by Whis. "He has power. He has purpose. What else does a god need?" "Someone to actually be around," Cheelai said, folding her arms. "You've had me. You've had this idiot angel who won't stop smiling at everything. Izuku's had training dummies and your naps. That's not a life, Beerus. That's a cage with better furniture." Beerus opened one eye. It was rare that Cheelai spoke to him with that particular tone, the one that meant she had already decided something and was simply informing him of it as a courtesy. "What do you propose?" "There's a planet," Cheelai said. "Small. Backwater. Full of these strange little mortals who've all got these bizarre superpowers, quirks, they call them. Whis showed me a broadcast from it once, some kind of hero competition. It's chaotic and messy and completely unimportant to anything you care about, which means it's perfect. Perfect for what? For him to go be bored somewhere that isn't here. To be around people his own apparent age. To figure out who he is when he's not just your son and your student. She met his gaze without flinching, the way she always had. You were bored for 10,000 years before I found you, and even I couldn't fix all of it. Let him go find some of his own trouble. Gods know he's earned a little chaos. Beerus considered this for a long moment, chewing on a grape Whis had just placed in his paw. He did not like the idea of his son being out of his direct sight. He liked even less the idea of admitting that Cheelai was, as she so often infuriatingly was, correct. Fine, he said at last. But he suppresses his power. Completely. I won't have some panicked mortal government trying to weaponize my heir because he sneezed and leveled a city block. He observes. He learns what these little creatures do with their pathetic gifts. And if he gets bored, he comes home. And if he doesn't get bored? Beerus said nothing to that. He simply closed his eyes again, and let Whis begin explaining the logistics of interdimensional placement, false identification, and the strange bureaucratic apparatus of a hero-based society that no god of destruction should ever have needed to understand. Izuku received the news with the same flat, unreadable calm he greeted most things with. You want me to go pretend to be one of them, he said, standing before his father in the vast, echoing throne room. A mortal with a minor power. At a school. I want you gone from underfoot for a while, Beerus said, not unkindly, in the closest approximation of affection the god of destruction was capable of expressing without physical violence. Your mother thinks it will be good for you. I am inclined, this once, to trust her judgment over my own preference to keep you where I can see you. Izuku's green eyes, so unlike his father's crimson, flicked toward his mother, who offered him a small, encouraging smile from where she leaned against a pillar. You'll hate every minute of the boring parts, Cheelai said. But maybe not all of it will be boring. You won't know until you go. Izuku considered this the way he considered everything, with the same methodical, almost clinical precision that had made him such an efficient student of destruction. He did not particularly want to leave. He did not particularly want to stay, either. There was, if he was being honest with himself in the rare private moments he allowed for such things, a persistent and gnawing emptiness at the center of his existence that training, power, and the absolute mastery of his own godhood had never managed to fill. Perhaps a change of scenery would do what 1,000 more hours of Hakai training could not. Fine, he said. I'll go observe your little experiment. Whis, ever meticulous, constructed the necessary fictions with the same effortless precision he brought to everything. A childhood in a quiet corner of Japan. A single mother, conveniently absent for the interview process due to work. Standardized records, a moderate quirk registered as an enhanced physical output ability, nothing that would draw undue attention, nothing that would suggest the boy carrying it could unmake the very fabric of a universe if sufficiently annoyed. A modest apartment near UA High School, paid for through channels no mortal auditor would ever successfully trace. Your suppression seal will hold your true power to roughly the level of a strong, above-average human quirk user, Whis explained, tracing a shimmering line of ki around Izuku's chest that sank into his skin and vanished. Enough to pass their entrance examinations. Enough to survive their training exercises without effort. Not enough to reveal what you truly are, unless you choose to release it, or unless something threatens your life severely enough to force it loose against your will. Nothing on this planet is going to threaten my life, Izuku said, without arrogance, simply stating what he understood to be fact. No, Whis agreed, with the faint, knowing smile that made mortals uneasy and gods mildly irritated. I do not imagine it will. Cheelai hugged him before he left, brief and fierce, the kind of embrace that made even a demigod's carefully maintained composure waver for half a second. Try things, she told him, her hand cupping his cheek the way it had when he was small enough to fit entirely within her arms. Don't just watch them from the outside like your father does with everything that isn't food or fighting. If something interests you, actually let it. That's an order from your mother, and unlike your father's, mine matter. Beerus, listening from his cushion, opened one eye at that but said nothing. It was, perhaps, the only argument in the universe he was unwilling to have with her. Izuku arrived on Earth on a gray morning in April, materializing in a narrow alley 3 blocks from the apartment Whis had arranged, dressed in a plain UA uniform that had been provided along with a set of forged transcripts good enough to survive scrutiny from even Japan's most thorough educational bureaucracy. He carried nothing with him but the clothes on his back and the quiet, suppressed hum of a power vast enough to end the world he was about to walk into, folded down small enough to pass as an ordinary teenage boy. He did not feel excitement. Gods, even young ones, did not often feel excitement about small things. But as he walked out of the alley and into the crowded, chaotic, achingly ordinary streets of Muzidafu, something in him, some small curious ember he had not known existed until that exact moment, flickered to life. He walked to UA High School alone, arriving well before the appointed hour, and stood outside the towering, oddly shaped gates for a long moment, studying the building the way he might have studied an unfamiliar species of creature back in the training grounds of his father's palace. Students streamed past him in twos and threes, laughing, talking, radiating the kind of unguarded, uncomplicated energy that Izuku had never quite managed to produce himself, not even as a small child. Fragile, he thought, watching them. Every single one of them. A single serious injury could end most of their lives. A single stray attack from something even a fraction as powerful as what slept dormant in his own bones could erase this entire courtyard in an instant. It should have felt like nothing. It should have felt like walking among insects. Instead, for reasons he could not immediately articulate, it felt like walking into a room full of something breakable and precious, and being asked, silently, to be careful. He filed the observation away, the way he filed away every observation, and walked through the gates of UA High School to begin the strangest, most tedious, and ultimately most consequential year of his very long existence. The entrance ceremony was, as Izuku had expected, an exercise in enthusiastic mediocrity. He stood near the back of the assembled first years, hands in his pockets, expression carefully arranged into the same neutral mask he had worn since childhood, and listened to Principal Nizu deliver a welcoming speech that managed to be simultaneously shrewd and almost aggressively cheerful. Around him, his future classmates buzzed with nervous energy, whispering about famous heroes, comparing notes on their quirks, radiating the kind of anticipation that Izuku had not felt about anything in longer than most of them had been alive. He noted them without much interest. A boy with explosive sweat and an expression of perpetual, barely restrained fury. A girl with elegant posture and a quiet, watchful gaze that suggested more intelligence than the rest of the crowd combined. A tall boy with red and white hair, standing apart from everyone else with the same deliberate isolation Izuku himself favored, though for entirely different reasons, Izuku suspected. And then, near the front of the crowd, impossible to miss even among a sea of colorful hair and strange physical traits, a girl with skin the color of bubblegum and hair like a rising flame, bouncing slightly on her heels with an energy that seemed to radiate outward and touch everyone around her. Izuku's gaze lingered on her for exactly 1 second longer than it lingered on anyone else in the courtyard. He did not know why. He filed that observation away too, alongside all the others, and told himself it meant nothing at all. Classes began the following week, and Izuku settled into the rhythm of Class 1A with the same detached efficiency he brought to everything. He answered questions when called upon, correctly and without elaboration. He completed physical assessments with numbers that hovered just impressively enough to be noteworthy without ever revealing the true, staggering scale of what he was capable of. He spoke to no one unless spoken to first, and even then, kept his responses brief, precise, and utterly without warmth. Within the first week, the rest of the class had already sorted him into a category. Not hostile, exactly. Not cruel, or arrogant in the way Bakugu's aggression made him easy to categorize as a problem to be managed. Izuku was something stranger. A quiet, cold, unreadable presence who seemed to observe everything and everyone with the faint, distant curiosity of someone watching fish in a tank, and who never once seemed to need anyone else's approval, attention, or company. He's kind of intense, Uraraka had murmured to Ida during their second week, glancing toward the back corner where Izuku sat alone, reading a book that had nothing to do with hero studies. Do you think he's okay? I have observed him during physical training, Ida said, adjusting his glasses with characteristic precision. His form is flawless. His control is exceptional. And yet he shows no enthusiasm whatsoever, even when praised. It is unusual. It was more than unusual. It was, to a class full of teenagers who had spent their entire lives dreaming of becoming heroes, faintly unsettling. Heroes were supposed to want things. Heroes were supposed to burn with passion, purpose, the desperate hunger to save people that drove all of them, in their various clumsy, brilliant, chaotic ways, toward the profession they'd chosen. Izuku Midoriya wanted nothing that any of them could see. He simply existed among them, cold and quiet and utterly, maddeningly self-contained, like a locked door in a house full of open windows. Only one person in the entirety of Class 1A seemed entirely unbothered by this. Mina Ashido had never much cared for locked doors. If anything, they made her more curious, not less. She'd noticed him on the very first day, of course, the quiet green-haired boy standing apart from the crowd at the entrance ceremony with an expression like he was doing everyone else the immense favor of simply being present. She'd noticed the way he moved, too, during their first combat training exercise, a strange and unsettling economy of motion that made even Aizawa's normally flat, unimpressed expression flicker with something that might have been surprise. He's weird, she'd told Kurashima cheerfully at lunch during their second week, watching Izuku eat alone at the far end of the courtyard, apparently absorbed in whatever book he'd brought with him that day. Like, extremely weird. In an interesting way. He's kind of scary, honestly, Kurashima said around a mouthful of rice. Have you seen him in training? He doesn't even look like he's trying and he's already better than half the class. That's what makes him interesting, Mina said, propping her chin on her hand and studying Izuku with the same open, unguarded curiosity she brought to most things in life. Everybody else here, you can kind of tell what they're about just by looking at them, you know? Bakugo's mad about everything. Ida's Mr. Rules. Uraraka's sweet. But that guy? I can't figure him out at all. It's like trying to read a book with no cover. Maybe some books just don't want to be read, Kurashima offered. Mina grinned, the expression bright and mischievous and entirely unbothered by the warning in his tone. Maybe. But that just makes me want to read it more. She didn't approach him that day. Or the next. She was not, despite her reputation for boldness, entirely reckless, and something about the stillness radiating off Izuku Midoriya suggested that a wrong approach might close whatever small crack of curiosity she'd managed to pry open before she'd even gotten a proper look inside. So she watched, instead. She watched the way he moved through the halls like he belonged to a different, slower, more deliberate world than the one everyone else occupied. She watched the way his eyes tracked everything in a room without ever seeming to actually look at anyone, cataloging and dismissing in the same breath. She watched the way, every so often, when he thought no one was paying attention, his gaze would land on something, or someone, and linger for just a moment too long before snapping back to its usual guarded neutrality. She was, without quite admitting it to herself yet, paying far more attention to Izuku Midoriya than she had ever paid to anyone in her life. And somewhere in the quiet, cold, carefully suppressed depths of a demigod pretending to be an ordinary boy, something had begun, very faintly, to pay attention back. Chapter 2, A God Among Insects. The quirk apprehension test took place on a bright, cloudless morning in the second week of the term, and Izuku Midoriya walked onto the field with the same flat, unbothered expression he brought to every other aspect of his mortal disguise. Shota Aizawa, wrapped in his customary yellow sleeping bag and radiating the specific brand of exhaustion unique to teachers who had long ago stopped being surprised by anything, explained the rules with brisk efficiency. 8 events. Real physical output, unlike the useless standardized tests they'd all taken in middle school. Whoever scored lowest overall would be expelled on the spot. It was, Izuku thought, listening with polite disinterest, an almost comically crude way to sort young people. His father would have found the entire exercise beneath consideration. Whis would have found it charming, in the way he found most mortal inefficiencies charming. Midoriya, Aizawa said, consulting his tablet. Your file lists your quirk as enhanced output. Care to explain what that means before we start? Physical enhancement, Izuku said. Strength, speed, durability. Nothing exotic. Aizawa studied him for a moment with the particular flat, assessing look that had made lesser students confess to cheating on homework they hadn't even considered cheating on. Izuku met his gaze without flinching, without offering anything more, until the teacher grunted and moved on to the next student. The events proceeded in order. The 50-meter dash, where Izuku ran with a controlled, careful restraint that still left him comfortably ahead of the pack, though not so far ahead as to draw undue scrutiny. The standing long jump, where he calculated the exact margin required to look impressive without looking impossible, and landed precisely there. The grip strength test, the endurance run, one event after another, and each time, Izuku performed at a level that placed him solidly, unmistakably in first place among the class, without ever revealing so much as a fraction of what he was actually capable of. It was, in its own strange way, more difficult than simply unleashing his true power would have been. Restraint required constant, active calculation. Godhood required none at all. Mina Ashido, waiting her turn in line for the softball throw, watched him with open fascination. "Okay, that's just unfair," she said to Uraraka, watching Izuku send a softball arcing into the sky with what looked, to the untrained eye, like a completely ordinary throw. The device measuring the throw's distance beeped and displayed a number that made several students near the front of the line audibly gasp. "How is he not even trying? Maybe he's just naturally gifted," Uraraka offered, though her tone suggested she didn't fully believe it either. "Nobody's that naturally gifted," Mina said, watching Izuku collect the ball, hand it back to the assistant, and walk off the field with the same unhurried, unbothered gait he brought to everything, as though he'd just done something as mundane as tying his shoes. It's like watching someone play a video game on easy mode while everyone else is stuck on nightmare difficulty. She wasn't wrong, though she had no way of knowing precisely how right she was. Izuku had, in fact, calculated his throw with exacting precision, using perhaps 100,000th of the raw destructive force coiled beneath his suppression seal, enough to place him comfortably ahead of the field without approaching anything that might trigger a genuine investigation into what, exactly, enhanced output was supposed to mean. By the time the final event concluded, the standing broad jump, Izuku had secured first place by a margin significant enough that even Aizawa, a man not easily impressed by teenagers after years of watching them, allowed himself a raised eyebrow while reviewing the final tally on his tablet. "Midoriya," he said, as the class filed toward the changing rooms afterward. "A word." Izuku paused, waiting while the rest of the class moved past him, several curious glances trailing in his wake. Aizawa waited until they were alone before speaking again, his exhausted eyes sharper than his tired posture suggested. "Your numbers are good. Almost suspiciously good, for a quirk registered as basic physical enhancement." He studied Izuku with the same flat, unreadable expression he'd worn all morning. "I've seen a lot of overpowered quirks pretending to be modest ones. Usually it's a control issue, or a family that doesn't want attention. Which one is it with you?" For a brief moment, something flickered behind Izuku's careful mask, an instinct as old as his training to simply erase the inconvenience standing in front of him and be done with the conversation entirely. He suppressed it, the way he suppressed everything, and offered instead the closest thing to an honest answer he could manage without unraveling the entire fiction Whis had constructed on his behalf. "My family values privacy," he said. "I'd prefer to be judged on my results, not my circumstances." Aizawa held his gaze for a long moment, the kind of look that had extracted confessions from far more talkative students than Izuku Midoriya was ever likely to be. Whatever he saw, or didn't see, seemed to satisfy him enough to let the matter drop, at least for the moment. "Fine," he said. "Keep your results consistent, and I won't ask again. But if I find out you're hiding something dangerous, that changes." "Understood," Izuku said, and meant it, in the sense that he understood perfectly well how much danger he was, in fact, hiding, and had no particular intention of revealing it unless circumstances left him no other choice. Word of the exchange, brief and cryptic as it was, spread through the class within the hour, filtered and exaggerated through a dozen retellings until it had become, by lunchtime, a small legend. Izuku Midoriya had a secret. Izuku Midoriya had impressed even Aizawa. Izuku Midoriya was hiding something, and nobody quite knew what. It only made Mina more curious. She found her opening 2 days later, during a free period between combat theory and lunch, when most of the class had scattered into their usual small groups and Izuku, predictably, sat alone near the classroom window, reading the same unmarked black book she'd noticed him with several times now. She'd told herself she was just going to say hello. That was all. A simple, friendly hello, the kind she offered to everyone, the kind that had never once failed to at least get a response out of even the most reluctant classmates she'd encountered over the years. She dropped into the seat across from him without waiting for an invitation, propping her elbows on the desk and grinning at him with the same open, unguarded energy that radiated off her in every direction. "Hi," she said. "I'm Mina. We've technically been in the same class for like 3 weeks now, and I don't think you've said more than 10 words to me total, so I figured I'd fix that." Izuku's eyes lifted from his book slowly, unhurried, and settled on her with an expression that gave away absolutely nothing. For a moment, Mina wondered if he was simply going to ignore her entirely, the way she'd half expected him to. "Midoriya," he said instead, his voice quiet, even, carrying none of the warmth or enthusiasm that colored most conversations in the classroom around them. "I'm aware of who you are." "Cool. So you do talk." Mina propped her chin on her hand, studying him with unabashed curiosity. "What are you reading?" Izuku glanced down at the book, a heavy, leather-bound volume with no visible title, filled with dense, looping script that certainly wasn't Japanese, or any human language at all. He closed it smoothly before she could get a proper look. "Nothing relevant to class," he said. "Mysterious," Mina said, delighted rather than deterred. "I like mysterious." "Okay, my turn. Where are you from?" "You've got this whole vibe like you grew up somewhere really far away, or maybe like, a different planet." Something in Izuku's carefully neutral expression shifted, almost imperceptibly, a flicker of surprise so brief that Mina nearly missed it entirely. It was closer to the truth than she could possibly have known, and for half a second, the demigod son of a god of destruction found himself entirely without a prepared response. "Somewhere far away," he said finally. "You could say that." "Knew it." Mina's grin widened, triumphant. "Okay, your turn to ask me something." "That's how this works. I ask, you ask, we have an actual conversation instead of you just giving me one-word answers and going back to your creepy book." "It's not creepy. It's a giant unmarked book full of writing that isn't any language I recognize, and you closed it the second I looked at it like I was about to steal state secrets." "It's a little creepy, Midoriya." Despite himself, despite every instinct built over years of careful, deliberate emotional restraint, something in Izuku's chest shifted at that, an unfamiliar warmth that he had no immediate framework for identifying. He studied Mina for a long moment, the bright, unguarded curiosity in her yellow eyes, the easy, fearless way she'd simply planted herself in front of a boy the entire rest of the class treated with cautious, uncertain distance, and found himself, for the first time since arriving on this strange, fragile little planet, genuinely uncertain what to say. "Fine," he said eventually. "Ask your question." Mina's grin, if possible, grew even wider. That conversation, brief as it was, marked the beginning of something that the rest of Class 1A watched unfold over the following weeks with a mixture of confusion and fascination. Mina Ashido, apparently unbothered by the cold, unreadable wall that had kept the rest of the class at a respectful distance, had simply decided to walk straight through it, and to everyone's collective surprise, Izuku Midoriya let her. It was not dramatic, at first. A greeting in the hallway that Izuku actually returned instead of ignoring. A seat beside him at lunch that he didn't move away from. A running commentary on whatever passed through Mina's mind at any given moment, delivered with the same easy confidence whether Izuku responded or not, that gradually, slowly, began to earn actual responses more often than not. "You're doing the thing again," Kirishima observed one afternoon, watching Mina animatedly recount some story from her weekend to Izuku, who sat beside her with his usual neutral expression, though his eyes, Kirishima noted, tracked her with rather more attention than they tracked anyone else in the room. "What thing?" "The thing where you decide someone's your new project and you don't stop until you've cracked them open." Kirishima shook his head, though there was no real disapproval in it. "You've been at this for like 3 weeks. Most people give up trying to talk to that guy after the first cold shoulder." "I'm not trying to crack him open," Mina said, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely sure that was true. "I just think there's more to him than the ice statue routine he's got going on. And also, has anyone else noticed he's kind of insanely hot when he's not scowling at everything?" "Mina." "What?" "I'm allowed to notice things." Kirishima laughed, but he was watching, as he watched most things, with more perception than his easygoing exterior usually let on. He'd noticed the same thing Mina had, in his own way. The subtle shift in Izuku's posture whenever Mina was nearby. The way his gaze, usually flat and disinterested toward everyone and everything, seemed to soften, almost imperceptibly, when it landed on her. It wasn't much. It might have been nothing at all, to anyone who wasn't watching as closely as the two of them apparently were. But it was something. And in a classroom full of teenagers with nothing better to do than speculate about their classmates' emotional lives, something was more than enough to keep the rumor mill turning. Izuku, for his part, found himself in genuinely uncharted territory. He had spent his entire existence, brief as it was by the standards of gods, learning to want as little as possible. Wanting things led to disappointment, or worse, to the kind of vulnerability that a being of his power could not afford to indulge. His father had taught him control. His mother had taught him, in her own quieter way, that even gods could care about things without being destroyed by the caring. But Izuku had never quite trusted that lesson enough to apply it to himself. And yet, there was something about Mina Ashido that defied every careful calculation he'd built his existence around. She was not powerful, not by any measure that mattered to a being who could unmake mountains with a whisper. Her quirk, some manner of acid secretion he'd observed briefly during a training exercise, was competent but hardly extraordinary. She had none of the qualities Izuku had been raised to respect. No overwhelming strength, no vast reserves of destructive potential, no legacy of godhood or conquest behind her. What she had, instead, was a kind of fearlessness that Izuku had never encountered before, not in mortals, not in the gods and angels of his own strange upbringing. She looked at him, cold and distant and utterly unreadable as he knew himself to be, and instead of retreating the way every other student in Class 1A instinctively had, she leaned in closer. She asked questions. She teased him, gently, relentlessly, about his silences and his mysterious books and his tendency to answer even the simplest questions like he was weighing every possible consequence before speaking. She was not afraid of him. And Izuku, who had spent his entire life either feared or coddled by beings who understood exactly what he was capable of, found that particular quality more disarming than any display of power could ever have been. "You're staring again," Mina said one afternoon, catching him mid-observation during a lull in one of her increasingly frequent one-sided conversations. "What, do I have something on my face?" "No," Izuku said, and then, because some small, curious part of him wanted to see how she'd respond, added, "I was thinking that you're an unusual person." Mina's eyebrows shot up, clearly not expecting anything close to an unprompted observation from him. "Unusual how?" "You're not afraid of anything," Izuku said. "Or if you are, you don't let it stop you." For a moment, something flickered across Mina's expression, a brief flash of something more serious than her usual easy grin. "I mean, I'm afraid of plenty of stuff. Failing my hero exams. Letting people down. Villains, obviously, same as everyone else here." She shrugged, the motion easy and unbothered despite the honesty in her words. "But I figure, if I let being scared stop me from doing things, I'd never actually get anywhere. So I just kind of push through it. Doesn't mean the fear's not there. Just means I don't let it drive." Izuku considered this for a long moment, turning the idea over with the same careful precision he applied to everything, filing it away alongside the growing collection of observations he'd been quietly gathering about the strange, bright, fearless girl who had somehow, without his quite realizing how, become the single most interesting thing about this entire tedious mortal experiment his mother had talked his father into. "That's a reasonable approach," he said finally, and Mina laughed, bright and sudden and entirely unself-conscious, the sound settling into something in Izuku's chest that he did not yet have a name for, but that felt, unmistakably, like the first real crack in the careful, cold isolation he had built around himself for the entirety of his existence. "Reasonable," she repeated, still grinning. "You're a weird one, Midoriya." "I like it." He did not have a response for that. For the first time in longer than he could remember, Izuku Midoriya, demigod, heir to a god of destruction, found himself entirely, genuinely at a loss for words, and discovered, to his own quiet surprise, that he did not mind it nearly as much as he expected to. Chapter 3, Cracks in the Mask. Weeks passed, and the strange, lopsided friendship between Izuku Midoriya and Mina Ashido settled into something that the rest of Class 1A had stopped questioning and started simply accepting as one of the fixed features of their daily lives, alongside Bakugu's temper and Ida's insistence on proper hallway conduct. It was not, by any conventional measure, an equal exchange. Mina talked. Izuku listened, and occasionally, when the mood struck him, offered some brief, precise observation that suggested he'd been paying far closer attention than his flat expression let on. She dragged him to lunch with the rest of their small group, and though he rarely contributed much to the conversation, he stopped eating alone by the classroom window entirely, a small shift that Kirishima, Shiro, and the others noticed without ever quite commenting on it directly. She teased him about his mysterious book, which he still refused to explain, though she'd caught him, on more than one occasion, watching her with an expression that had nothing to do with the strange looping script on its pages. He began, slowly, to change, in ways so subtle that only someone paying as much attention as Mina was would have noticed them at all. He answered questions in class with slightly more elaboration than the bare minimum he'd offered during his first weeks. He allowed himself, once or twice, the barest ghost of a smile, quickly suppressed but not quite quick enough to escape her notice. He began, without ever quite acknowledging it to himself, to look forward to the parts of his day that involved her, in a way he had never looked forward to anything during his entire long, strange existence. It should have troubled him more than it did. His father had raised him to understand that attachment was a vulnerability, that a god of destruction, or the heir to one, could not afford to care too deeply about anything that might one day be taken from him. His mother, in her own quieter way, had taught him a different lesson entirely, one about the value of letting himself feel things even when feeling them was dangerous, but Izuku had spent so many years favoring his father's careful detachment that he had never quite tested his mother's philosophy against anything real. Mina Ashido, it turned out, was very real. And the more time he spent in her orbit, the more Izuku found himself questioning every careful lesson he had spent his entire life absorbing. The first genuine crack in his composure came during a training exercise in the 5th week of the term, a 2-on-2 combat scenario designed to test coordination and quick thinking under pressure. Izuku had been paired with Kirishima against Bakugu and a quiet, watchful boy named Tokoyami, and the exercise had proceeded largely as expected, with Izuku carefully modulating his performance to remain impressive without revealing anything approaching his true capabilities. It was a stray attack from Bakugu, an explosive blast aimed with more aggression than precision, that changed the calculation entirely. The blast, redirected by an unlucky ricochet off one of the training ground's mobile barriers, arced wide of its intended target and toward the observation platform where several students, including Mina, stood watching the exercise. Izuku moved before he had consciously decided to. He crossed the distance between himself and the observation platform in a fraction of a second, a burst of speed that no ordinary quirk, however enhanced, should have been capable of producing, and caught the explosive blast in his open palm with a casualness that made the training ground fall completely, utterly silent. The explosion, powerful enough to have caused genuine injury to anyone unprotected, simply dissipated against his skin without leaving so much as a mark. For one long, suspended moment, nobody moved. Bakugu stared at his own hands, then at Izuku, with an expression caught somewhere between fury and genuine confusion. Aizawa, watching from the sidelines, straightened out of his customary slouch with sudden, sharp attention. And Mina, standing close enough that she'd flinched instinctively at the blast before realizing it had never actually reached her, stared at Izuku with wide, startled eyes. That was Kirishima started, and then trailed off, apparently unable to find words for what he'd just witnessed. Izuku straightened, his expression carefully smoothed back into its usual neutral mask, though internally, he was running through a dozen rapid calculations about how much damage the moment of instinctive intervention had done to the careful fiction he'd maintained for the entirety of his time at UA. Enhanced durability, he said, the explanation flat and unadorned, offering nothing further. Part of my quirk. It was, in the strictest technical sense, not entirely a lie. But the sheer, absolute effortlessness with which he'd absorbed an explosion that should have sent even a well-trained hero student flying was not something that any registered quirk in his supposed file could plausibly account for, and everyone present understood that, even if none of them quite had the vocabulary to articulate it. Aizawa's eyes remained fixed on him for a long moment, sharp and assessing, before he finally spoke. Midoriya. My office. After class. Understood, Izuku said, and turned to walk away, deliberately avoiding the wide, startled gaze that Mina was still fixing him with. She caught up to him in the hallway before he could reach Aizawa's office, her footsteps quick and determined against the linoleum floor. Hey, she said, grabbing his arm before he could continue past her, an act of casual physical contact that few in the class would have dared attempt with him. What was that? I told you. Enhanced durability. Bullshit, Mina said, with a bluntness that startled him slightly. I've seen Bakuga's blasts knock grown pro heroes off their feet during exercises. That thing didn't even leave a mark on you. You didn't even flinch. She studied him with an intensity that made him distinctly uncomfortable, an unfamiliar sensation for a being who had spent his entire life being the one doing the studying. And you moved so fast I barely even saw you cross the field. That's not enhanced durability, Izuku. That's something else entirely. It was the first time she'd used his given name instead of his surname, and the small, unexpected intimacy of it landed with more weight than Izuku had been prepared for. You're overthinking it, he said, though the words felt hollow even as he spoke them. Maybe. Mina released his arm, though her expression remained unconvinced. Or maybe you're hiding something huge, and you're worried about what happens if people find out. She met his eyes, and for once, there was no teasing in her expression at all, only a quiet, genuine seriousness that Izuku had rarely seen from her. For what it's worth, whatever it is, I'm not scared of it. Or of you. If that helps. She left before he could formulate a response, disappearing down the hallway toward her next class, and Izuku stood alone for a long moment, processing an emotional reaction he had no adequate framework for. It was not fear, though it carried some of fear's urgency. It was not quite the careful, calculated caution he applied to every other aspect of his mortal disguise. It was something closer, he suspected, to the emotion his mother had described, years ago, standing on the palace spire and watching him train alone. Being genuinely, uncomfortably seen. His meeting with Aizawa that afternoon was brief, and considerably more careful than the exchange had any right to be for a teenage boy allegedly possessing nothing more than an enhanced physical quirk. I've been doing this job a long time, Aizawa said, seated behind his desk with the same flat, tired expression he wore for most conversations, though his eyes carried a sharpness that suggested he was choosing his words with unusual precision. I've seen quirks that don't match their files before. Usually it's kids trying to hide a weakness, or a family trying to keep a dangerous ability off official records for one reason or another. What I saw today wasn't either of those things. What do you think it was? Izuku said, neither confirming nor denying anything, simply offering the question with the same careful neutrality he brought to everything. I think, Aizawa said slowly, that whatever you actually are, it's well beyond anything I've encountered in this job, and possibly beyond anything this school is equipped to handle if it ever gets loose without your control. I'm not going to push you to explain it. Whoever's protecting your file clearly has more resources than I do, and pushing would likely be a waste of both our time. He leaned forward slightly, his tired eyes fixing on Izuku with unusual intensity. But I want you to understand something. If that power, whatever it actually is, ever gets pointed at my students instead of used to protect them, I will treat you as the single greatest threat this school has ever faced. Are we clear? For a long moment, Izuku considered several possible responses, ranging from simple denial to a more elaborate deflection that might satisfy Aizawa's obvious suspicion without confirming anything. In the end, he settled on the truth, or at least, the closest approximation of it he was willing to offer. I have no intention of harming anyone here, he said. The opposite, if anything. Something in Aizawa's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise quickly suppressed beneath his usual weary composure. The opposite. There's someone here I'd prefer to protect, Izuku said, and then, realizing the admission had slipped free with more honesty than he'd intended, fell silent, his jaw tightening slightly at the unfamiliar sensation of having said more than he meant to. Aizawa studied him for a long moment, and whatever he saw in that admission seemed to settle something in his own assessment. because his posture relaxed fractionally, the coiled tension of the conversation easing into something closer to his usual weary neutrality. "Fine," he said. "That's good enough for me, for now." Dismissed. Izuku left the office with the distinct, unfamiliar sensation of having revealed more of himself in a single afternoon than he had in the entirety of his previous existence, and found, to his own quiet bewilderment, that he did not entirely regret it. That evening, alone in the modest apartment Whis had arranged for him, Izuku sat by the window and considered, with the same careful, methodical precision he applied to every problem, the strange and unfamiliar territory he had wandered into over the past several weeks. He had come to this planet expecting tedium. He had found, instead, a strange and fragile world full of mortals who burned bright and brief and cared about things with a desperate, uncomplicated intensity that his own godhood had never required of him. He had found a girl who looked at him without fear, who pushed past every careful wall he'd built around himself with nothing more than persistent, cheerful curiosity, and who had somehow, in the space of a few short weeks, become the single most compelling thing he had encountered in his entire long existence. It should have troubled him. A god of destruction's heir, growing attached to a fragile mortal girl who could be ended by a single serious injury, a single stray attack, a single moment of misfortune that no amount of power could always guarantee against preventing. His father would have called it a weakness. His father, Izuku suspected, might even have been right. And yet, he thought of Mina's bright, fearless grin, the easy warmth of her presence, the way she'd looked at him in the hallway that afternoon, unafraid of whatever strange power she'd just witnessed, and found that he did not particularly care whether his father would approve. Somewhere far above the ordinary sky of Earth, in a palace built from the will of a being who had unmade entire worlds without a second thought, Beerus slept, unaware that his son, the heir to his terrible and absolute power, had found something on this small, insignificant planet worth caring about after all. It would not remain hidden for much longer. The League of Villains was already moving, plans forming in the shadows of a decaying, festering city, and the quiet, careful fiction Izuku had built around himself was about to be tested in ways that no amount of careful calculation could fully prepare him for. But for now, in the quiet solitude of his apartment, with the memory of Mina's fearless smile still settled warmly in his chest, Izuku Midoriya allowed himself, for the first time since arriving on this strange and fragile world, to simply exist in the unfamiliar comfort of wanting something, and to wonder, with genuine and unguarded curiosity, what might come next. Chapter 4, The Calm Before. The weeks that followed Izuku's near miss with Aizawa passed with a strange, uneasy calm, the sort of quiet that settles over a landscape just before a storm breaks, though none of Class 1A had any way of knowing how literally that metaphor was about to apply to their lives. Izuku found himself settling, against every instinct his upbringing had instilled in him, into something dangerously close to comfort. His mornings began with the same careful discipline he'd always maintained, a private, controlled release of a fraction of his suppressed power in the solitude of his apartment, just enough to keep the vast reservoir beneath his seal from growing restless, followed by the long walk to UA that had become, without his quite realizing when the shift occurred, something he looked forward to rather than simply endured. Mina had taken to walking with him more mornings than not, appearing at the corner near his apartment with the same bright, unbothered cheerfulness she brought to everything, chattering about whatever had caught her attention that morning, a new nail polish color, a rumor about the upcoming UA Sports Festival, a viral video of a hero rescue she'd watched 3 times before falling asleep. Izuku had stopped questioning why she bothered making the detour to his street when her own route to school ran in nearly the opposite direction. He suspected he knew the answer, and found, to his own quiet bewilderment, that he did not mind it at all. "You know," Mina said one morning, matching her pace to his as they crossed the last block before the school gates, "you've gotten weirdly easy to talk to. Like, you still don't say much, but it's a different kind of quiet now. Less ice statue, more just thinking." "I've always been thinking," Izuku said. "Yeah, but now it feels like you're thinking about stuff that's actually in the room with you, instead of like, calculating orbital mechanics in your head or whatever it is you do behind that face of yours." She grinned up at him, bumping her shoulder lightly against his arm. "It's an improvement. Just saying." Izuku said nothing to that, though the corner of his mouth twitched in a way that, weeks ago, would have been entirely foreign to his careful composure. Mina noticed, as she noticed most things about him these days, and her grin widened correspondingly, though she was gracious enough not to comment further and risk him retreating back behind his usual walls. Their classmates, for their part, had long since stopped questioning the strange dynamic that had formed between the class's most unreadable student and its most relentlessly cheerful one. Kirishima had taken to ribbing Izuku, gently and without any real expectation of a response, about his sudden habit of arriving to homeroom with Mina rather than alone. Uraraka and Tsuyu exchanged knowing looks whenever the two of them sat together at lunch, close enough that their shoulders occasionally brushed, a proximity that neither of them seemed particularly inclined to correct. Even Bakugo, who cared for approximately no one's personal affairs beyond his own singular ambitions, had grunted something that might have been a grudging acknowledgement when he caught Izuku walking Mina to her next class after a particularly grueling training session left her limping slightly on a twisted ankle. "You didn't have to do that," Mina had said afterward, though her tone carried more warmth than protest. "I know," Izuku had replied simply, and left it at that, though the truth was considerably more complicated than the two brief words suggested. He had not needed to walk her to class. He had wanted to, an impulse so foreign to his usual careful calculation that he'd spent the better part of the following hour turning it over in his mind, trying to reconcile the growing collection of small, uncharacteristic choices he kept finding himself making whenever Mina Ashido was involved. It was not love. He was reasonably certain of that much, if only because he had no adequate frame of reference for what love, in the mortal sense his mother occasionally alluded to, actually felt like. But it was something, an attachment that had crept into the careful architecture of his existence without his permission and had, against every principle his father had raised him to uphold, made itself thoroughly, inconveniently at home. Present Mix announcement of the upcoming practical training exercise at the USJ facility arrived on an unremarkable Tuesday morning, delivered with the same booming enthusiasm the flamboyant hero teacher brought to everything, and Izuku noted it with the same passing interest he afforded most scheduled school activities, unaware of how thoroughly that particular exercise was about to upend every careful calculation he'd made since arriving on Earth. "Rescue training," Present Mike announced, pacing at the front of the classroom with characteristic energy. "You'll be heading to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, USJ for short, to practice your skills in a variety of disaster scenarios. Landslides, floods, fires, the whole disaster movie lineup. Eraserhead's gonna be your main supervisor for this one, so behave yourselves." The announcement generated the predictable buzz of excitement among the class, a fresh training exercise offering the promise of practical experience beyond the theoretical work that had dominated most of their first weeks. Izuku listened with only partial attention, his mind occupied, as it increasingly was these days, with a particular pink-skinned classmate currently whispering excitedly to Uraraka a few seats away about which disaster scenario she hoped they'd get to practice first. He did not know, could not have known, that the careful, comfortable equilibrium he'd settled into over the past several weeks was about to be shattered entirely. He did not know that a decaying, hate-filled remnant of a man calling himself Shigaraki Tomura had, for weeks, been assembling a small army of villains and a monstrous, engineered weapon capable of withstanding attacks that would obliterate ordinary heroes, all in service of a plan to strike at the heart of UA and prove, to a world he despised, that the age of heroes was a lie built on fragile foundations. He did not know that his own careful, controlled existence, the fiction of an ordinary boy with a modest quirk, the delicate balance he had maintained since arriving on this strange and fragile planet, was about to be tested in a way that would leave him no choice but to reveal the truth he had spent his entire time on Earth so carefully concealing. That evening, walking home alongside Mina after a study session that had run later than either of them intended, Izuku found himself, uncharacteristically, initiating conversation rather than simply responding to hers. "Are you looking forward to the training exercise?" he asked, the question carrying more weight than its simple phrasing suggested, though Mina had no way of knowing the particular anxiety threading beneath his usual flat tone. "Definitely," Mina said, bouncing slightly as she walked, her characteristic energy undimmed by the late hour. "I mean, rescue training's not as flashy as combat stuff, but it's important, you know? Real heroes spend way more time pulling people out of collapsed buildings than they do punching villains. I want to actually be good at the parts of the job that matter, not just the exciting parts." "That's a mature perspective," Izuku said. Don't sound so surprised, Mina said, laughing, though her expression softened slightly as she glanced up at him. I know I come across as all energy and no substance sometimes, but I actually think about this stuff. Why I want to be a hero. What kind of hero I want to be. It matters to me. A lot. Izuku considered this, studying her profile in the fading evening light, the easy confidence in her posture, the genuine, unguarded conviction in her voice. It was, he thought, one of the qualities that had first drawn his attention, weeks ago, standing in the crowded courtyard of the entrance ceremony. Mina Ashido cared about things, fiercely and openly, in a way that his own upbringing had never permitted him to indulge, and something in him, some quiet, long-suppressed part of his own nature, responded to that openness with a hunger he was only beginning to understand. I believe you'll be an excellent hero, he said, the words carrying more sincerity than his usual careful economy of speech typically allowed. Mina stopped walking, turning to face him fully, her expression caught somewhere between surprise and genuine pleasure. Wow. Okay. That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me, and you said it with a completely straight face, which honestly makes it even better. I don't say things I don't mean, Izuku said. Yeah, Mina said softly, studying him with an expression he hadn't seen from her before, something quieter and more serious than her usual bright energy. I'm starting to figure that out about you. They stood together for a moment in the quiet evening street, the last light of the day fading into the soft blue of early evening, and Izuku found himself, not for the first time, wishing he could simply tell her the truth. About his father, about the vast and terrible power sealed beneath his skin, about the strange, impossible distance between what he truly was and the careful, ordinary fiction he'd constructed to survive among her and the rest of her fragile, remarkable world. He said nothing, in the end. The truth would come, he suspected, whether he chose to offer it willingly or not. Some part of him, ancient and instinctive despite his youthful appearance, understood that the careful balance he had maintained since arriving on Earth could not last indefinitely. Power like his did not remain hidden forever, not when the universe, in its own strange and indifferent way, tended toward revealing exactly what needed revealing at exactly the moment it mattered most. For now, though, walking beside Mina through the quiet, fading light of an ordinary evening, Izuku allowed himself, one final time, the simple, uncomplicated comfort of pretending to be nothing more than an ordinary boy, walking an ordinary girl home, in a world that had not yet demanded he become anything more. The illusion would not survive the coming week. But for tonight, at least, it was enough. Later, alone in his apartment, Izuku stood at the window overlooking the quiet street below and allowed himself a rare moment of genuine introspection. Somewhere above the ordinary sky of this small, fragile planet, his father slept in a palace built on the foundations of 10,000 years of unchallenged power, dreaming, if gods dreamed at all, of pudding and boredom and the long, empty stretches of time between one meal and the next. His mother, wherever she wandered in the vast reaches of the universe Beerus ruled, would be thinking of him too, he suspected, in her own quieter, more hopeful way, wondering whether her small experiment in sending her son to a backwater planet full of strange and fragile mortals had yielded anything worth the risk. He thought he finally had an answer for her, one he had not been able to offer with any real confidence during his first weeks on Earth. It had yielded something. It had yielded a classroom full of people who did not know what he truly was and had welcomed him regardless. It had yielded lessons in restraint that no amount of solitary training in his father's palace could ever have taught him. And it had yielded her, bright and fearless and utterly unafraid, walking beside him through the fading evening light as though he were nothing more than an ordinary boy worth spending her ordinary evenings on. He did not know yet how much that would cost him, or how soon the universe would demand he choose between the careful fiction he had built and the truth of what he actually was. He only knew, standing alone in the quiet of his apartment with the last light of the day fading beyond the window, that whatever came next, he no longer wanted to face it as a distant, unmoved god observing a world beneath his notice. He wanted to face it as someone worth calling, however briefly and however strangely, one of them. Somewhere across the city, in the crumbling remains of an abandoned bar, a decaying hand traced idle patterns across a cracked table, and a plan set in motion weeks earlier moved one step closer to completion. The USJ would open its doors in a matter of days, and with it, the fragile, careful piece Izuku Midoriya had built for himself would shatter beyond any hope of quiet repair. But that was a problem for another day. For tonight, he allowed himself simply to remember the sound of her laughter, and to hope, with the same quiet, unfamiliar hope his mother had once shown his father, that some things, once found, might be worth protecting with everything a god possessed. The Heir of Destruction. Act 2, The Alien and the Destroyer. Chapter 5, The Weight of Wanting. The first genuine flicker of the emotion Izuku would later come to understand as jealousy arrived, inconveniently, during a joint training exercise with Class 1B, on an unremarkable Thursday afternoon that began like any other and ended with a demigod discovering, for the first time in his existence, precisely how difficult it was to remain composed when something he had quietly begun to consider his own was the subject of someone else's open admiration. The exercise itself was straightforward enough. Aizawa and Vlad King, the homeroom teacher of Class 1B, had arranged a series of mixed-team combat drills designed to expose both classes to unfamiliar quirks and force adaptability under pressure. Izuku found himself paired against a tall, broad-shouldered student named Itsuka Kendo for the first round, an exercise he navigated with his usual careful restraint, calculating his performance to remain impressive without revealing anything approaching his true capabilities. Mina, paired for her own drill against a boy named Nido Monoma, a lean, sharp-featured student whose quirk allowed him to temporarily copy the abilities of anyone he touched, handled her own exercise with characteristic energy and creativity, using her acid to create a slick, unstable surface that sent Monoma sprawling twice before he managed to adapt his footing. It was after the exercise concluded, during the brief rest period before the next round began, that Izuku's careful composure encountered its first real test. Monoma, brushing dust from his uniform with exaggerated dignity, had ambled over to where Mina stood catching her breath, offering a smile that carried rather more charm than Izuku found himself comfortable observing directed at her. "That was impressive," Monoma said, his tone carrying the particular blend of genuine admiration and performative confidence that seemed to characterize most of his interactions. "You've got good instincts. Most people panic the first time their footing gets taken out from under them. You just adapted." "Thanks," Mina said, grinning, entirely unbothered by the attention. "You're not so bad yourself. That copy quirk of yours is seriously unfair, by the way. How am I supposed to compete against my own acid?" "Skill, mostly," Monoma said, with a theatrical shrug that drew another laugh from Mina. "Though I'll admit, Class 1A's gotten a reputation for having some interesting talent this year. Present company included. It was, by any reasonable measure, an entirely ordinary exchange, the kind of easy, flirtatious banter that occurred constantly among teenagers thrown together in high-pressure training environments." Izuku understood this, on some intellectual level, even as he found himself watching the interaction with an intensity that surprised him, a tight, unfamiliar coiling low in his chest that bore no resemblance to anything he had experienced in his entire long existence. He did not immediately recognize it as jealousy. Gods, even young ones raised at the feet of a being who had spent 10,000 years wanting for nothing beyond food and rest, did not typically have cause to develop a vocabulary for such a distinctly mortal emotion. What he recognized, instead, was a sudden and overwhelming awareness of the space between himself and Mina, and an equally overwhelming, entirely involuntary urge to close it. He did not act on the urge. He was, whatever else he might have been feeling, still disciplined enough to recognize that striding across the training field to interpose himself between Mina and a harmless, if somewhat theatrical, classmate would raise questions he had no interest in answering. But he watched, with the same careful, unblinking attention he usually reserved for genuine threats, and found himself cataloging Monoma's every word, every gesture, every flicker of charm directed at the girl who had somehow, over the course of a few short weeks, become the single most important fixed point in his entire existence. "You're staring again," came a quiet voice beside him, and Izuku turned to find Kurashima watching him with an expression of open, delighted amusement. "I'm observing the exercise." "Sure you are." Kurashima's grin widened. "You're observing Monoma flirting with Mina like it personally offends you. It's kind of hilarious, honestly. I didn't think you had that in you." "I don't know what you mean, dude." Kurashima shook his head, though his tone remained good-natured rather than mocking. You've got this whole thing going on right now where your jaw's tight and your hands are clenched and you're looking at Monoma like you're deciding whether or not it's worth the paperwork to fight him. That's not observation. That's jealousy. Izuku considered denying it further, running through several possible responses that might have deflected the accusation entirely. In the end, he found himself, uncharacteristically, unwilling to bother with the deception. Perhaps, he said instead. Kirishima's eyebrows shot up, apparently having expected considerably more resistance to the observation. Wow. Okay. So you do actually like her. Like, really like her. Not just the whole weird intense staring thing you've got going on with basically everyone, but actual, real feelings. I don't stare intensely at everyone. You absolutely do, man, but that's beside the point. Kirishima glanced toward where Mina and Monoma's conversation was winding down, Mina laughing at something before turning to jog back toward her own teammates, entirely oblivious to the quiet, tense observation she'd been the subject of. Look, I'm not gonna pretend I've got the whole picture with you. Nobody does. But if you like her, actually like her, you should probably just tell her that instead of standing here brooding about Monoma being friendly. She's not gonna wait around forever for you to figure your stuff out. The advice, offered with the same easy, uncomplicated sincerity Kirishima brought to most things, settled into Izuku's chest with more weight than he'd expected. He had spent weeks now, by his own careful accounting, allowing himself to drift closer to Mina Ashido without ever fully acknowledging, even to himself, the precise nature of what was growing between them. He had told himself it was simple curiosity, an interesting mortal to observe among the many interesting mortals populating this strange, fragile planet his mother had sent him to explore. He had told himself, in the quieter moments when honesty became unavoidable, that it was something considerably more than curiosity, and had, until this exact moment, successfully avoided examining that admission too closely. Watching Monoma's easy, harmless flirtation and feeling the sharp, unfamiliar twist of possessive discomfort it produced had made further avoidance considerably more difficult. He found Mina after the exercise concluded, waiting near the equipment shed while the rest of the class filtered toward the changing rooms, her expression brightening the moment she spotted him approaching. Hey, she said, falling into step beside him without hesitation, the easy familiarity of the gesture something Izuku had, over the preceding weeks, come to treasure more than he'd been willing to admit even to himself. You looked kind of intense during the Monoma thing. Everything okay? The directness of the question, so characteristic of her, left him little room to retreat into his usual careful evasion. He considered his response for a long moment, weighing the risk of honesty against the growing, uncomfortable weight of continued restraint, and found, finally, that he was tired of choosing restraint. I didn't like watching him talk to you that way, he said. Mina's steps slowed, her expression shifting from casual curiosity into something more careful, more attentive. What way? Like he was interested in you, Izuku said, the admission carrying a rare, uncharacteristic bluntness. I found I didn't like it. At all. For a long moment, Mina simply looked at him, her yellow eyes wide with something that might have been surprise, might have been the dawning realization of something she'd suspected for weeks but never heard confirmed so plainly. When she finally spoke, her voice had lost some of its usual bright energy, replaced by a quieter, more careful warmth. Izuku Midoriya, she said slowly, are you telling me you're jealous? I don't have extensive experience with the emotion, Izuku admitted, but I believe that's an accurate description of what I felt, yes. Mina's laugh, when it came, held none of the teasing quality he might have expected. It was softer, warmer, threaded through with something that sounded, to his careful ear, remarkably close to relief. Okay. Wow. I did not expect you to just say that. I figured I'd have to drag it out of you with, like, a crowbar and about 6 more months of persistent effort. Was that not the correct response? No, it was perfect. Mina stepped closer, close enough that Izuku found himself acutely aware of every small detail of her presence, the faint scent of the training ground still clinging to her uniform, the warmth radiating from her skin, the steady, unguarded openness of her expression as she looked up at him. For the record, in case it wasn't obvious from, like, every single thing I've done since the first week of school, I'm not interested in Monoma. I've been kind of hopelessly interested in someone else for a while now. The admission, offered with the same fearless directness that had first drawn Izuku's attention weeks ago, settled into his chest with a warmth that felt, for the first time in his entire long existence, entirely uncomplicated. I see, he said, and found, to his own quiet surprise, that he had no more elaborate response prepared, the careful, precise vocabulary he usually relied upon entirely inadequate to the moment. You see, Mina repeated, grinning now, the expression bright and unguarded and entirely unbothered by his lack of eloquence. Okay. I'm gonna need you to work on your follow-through here, Midoriya. I just told you I like you. That usually calls for more than I see. Something in Izuku's chest, tight and coiled with the unfamiliar weight of the emotions he'd spent the entire exercise wrestling with, finally, quietly, released. He looked down at her, at the bright, fearless warmth of her expression, and allowed himself, for the first time since arriving on this strange and fragile planet, to simply act on an impulse without first subjecting it to careful calculation. I like you too, he said. Considerably more than I'd been willing to admit, even to myself. Mina's grin, if possible, grew even wider, and for a long moment, standing together in the fading afternoon light outside the training grounds, neither of them said anything further at all, the silence between them carrying a warmth that needed no additional words to convey its meaning. It was Mina, eventually, who broke the quiet, her tone returning to its familiar teasing register even as her eyes remained soft with something considerably more serious underneath. So. Does this mean I get to call you my boyfriend now, or are we gonna do the whole slow burn thing for another few months first? I would prefer not to wait, Izuku said, with a directness that startled a delighted laugh out of her. Good, Mina said. Because honestly, I don't think I could have handled watching you get all broody and possessive about Monoma for another 6 months without saying something myself. They walked back toward the changing rooms together, closer now than they had been even in their most comfortable moments over the preceding weeks, and if Izuku found himself glancing back toward the training field one final time, cataloging the memory of Monoma's harmless flirtation with a possessive intensity that bordered on the instinctual, he kept the observation carefully to himself, filing it away alongside the many other unfamiliar emotions he had begun collecting since his arrival on Earth. He reflected, going to need considerably more practice managing whatever this new, inconvenient, entirely unprecedented territory of caring for someone actually entailed. But for the first time since leaving his father's palace, he found himself looking forward to the practice, rather than dreading it. Chapter 6, What the Stars Remember. News of Izuku and Mina's newly declared relationship spread through Class 1A with the particular speed unique to teenage social ecosystems, arriving in the collective classroom consciousness within hours and settling, by the following morning, into a kind of universally accepted fact that nobody seemed especially surprised by. Finally, Uraraka said, dropping into the seat beside Mina during their morning break with the satisfied air of someone whose long-held suspicions had at last been vindicated. I've been watching you two dance around each other since like the second week of school. I was starting to think I'd have to intervene personally. We were building to it organically, Mina said, though her grin suggested she was fully aware of how long the process had actually taken. Some things can't be rushed. Some things took approximately 6 weeks longer than necessary, Tsuyu observed from her own seat, her flat, matter-of-fact tone somehow managing to convey both affection and gentle mockery in equal measure. Karo. Izuku, seated nearby and listening to the exchange with his usual quiet attention, found himself, uncharacteristically, unbothered by the scrutiny. He had spent his entire existence carefully avoiding exactly this kind of open, communal attention, the sort of casual, affectionate teasing that came with being genuinely known by people who cared about the outcome of his choices. And yet, sitting among Mina's friends, listening to them celebrate something that mattered to her, he found the experience considerably more comfortable than he would have predicted even a few weeks earlier. Their first proper outing together, arranged for the following Saturday, took the form of a modest, unremarkable trip to a small observatory on the outskirts of the city, a destination Mina had suggested with characteristic enthusiasm after learning, during one of their many conversations, that Izuku possessed an unusually detailed knowledge of astronomy that seemed to go considerably beyond what any ordinary teenager might reasonably have absorbed from school curricula. You know so much random space stuff, she'd said, curled comfortably beside him during a study session earlier that week. Like, way more than makes sense for someone who's supposedly just really into science. Where'd you even learn all that? Izuku had considered his answer carefully, weighing the familiar tension between honesty and the careful fiction he'd maintained since arriving on Earth. In the end, he'd settled for a version of the truth vague enough to remain safe, specific enough to feel like genuine intimacy. My family has an unusual relationship with the stars, he'd said. My father travels a great deal. He's shown me things most people never get the chance to see. That's so cool, Mina had said, her eyes bright with genuine curiosity rather than suspicion. You should show me sometime. I've always wanted to actually understand what I'm looking at instead of just going ooh, pretty lights. And so, on a clear, cloudless Saturday evening, Izuku found himself standing beside her on the observation deck of the small, unassuming facility, a modest telescope trained on the night sky above them, surrounded by a scattering of other visitors equally absorbed in the quiet, patient wonder of looking upward. Okay, Mina said, peering through the telescope's eyepiece with theatrical concentration, I see a blurry white dot. Very impressive. Tell me what I'm actually looking at, astronomy boy. That's Jupiter, Izuku said, leaning slightly to check the telescope's alignment before continuing. The largest planet in this solar system. If you look carefully, you should be able to make out several of its larger moons as small points of light nearby. Mina adjusted her position, studying the view with renewed interest. Oh, I actually see them. That's so weird, thinking about how there's just this whole system of moons out there, spinning around a giant gas planet, and none of it has anything to do with us at all. There's considerably more out there than most people realize, Izuku said, and something in his tone, quieter and more thoughtful than his usual careful neutrality, drew Mina's attention away from the telescope entirely. You say that like you've actually seen some of it, she said, studying him with the same open, unguarded curiosity that had first drawn his attention weeks ago. Not just, like, read about it in a textbook. For a long moment, Izuku considered how much of the truth he was willing to offer her. He had spent his entire time on Earth maintaining a careful, deliberate distance between his true nature and the fiction he presented to the mortals around him, a distance he understood, on some fundamental level, was necessary for both his own safety and theirs. And yet, standing beside Mina beneath a sky he understood far more intimately than she could possibly imagine, he found himself, not for the first time, wanting desperately to simply tell her the truth. My father has taken me to places most people could never imagine, he said finally, choosing his words with careful, deliberate precision. Places beyond this planet entirely. I've seen things that would sound impossible if I described them plainly. Mina's expression shifted, curiosity deepening into something more focused, more serious. Like what? Worlds with skies that burn purple instead of blue. Stars still being born, gathering matter into themselves over the course of what would be, by human measurement, millions of years, though I've watched the process compressed into something considerably shorter. He paused, watching her carefully for any sign of disbelief or discomfort, and found only rapt, genuine fascination. My family isn't ordinary, Mina. I've been careful about how much of that I've let you see, because I wasn't certain how you'd respond to the truth of it. Try me, Mina said, her voice steady, carrying none of the fear or hesitation he might reasonably have expected. I already told you I'm not scared of whatever weird secret you've got going on. That offer's still standing. Izuku studied her for a long moment, the quiet, patient conviction in her expression, the same fearless openness that had drawn him to her in the first place, and found himself, despite every careful instinct built over years of deliberate restraint, wanting to offer her more of the truth than he had ever offered anyone outside his own family. I will tell you everything, eventually, he said. I promise you that. But some of it isn't safe to share yet, not fully, not here. What I can tell you is this. My family holds a kind of power that most people on this planet couldn't begin to comprehend. I've spent my entire life learning to control it, to keep it contained, because if it were ever unleashed carelessly, the consequences would be considerably more severe than anything this world has faced before. He held her gaze, searching for any flicker of fear or retreat, and found none. I came here, in part, to learn what it means to exist without that power defining everything about me. To learn who I am when I'm not simply my father's heir. Mina was quiet for a long moment, processing the admission with more gravity than her usual bright energy typically allowed. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a warmth that settled something uncertain in Izuku's chest. Okay, she said. That's a lot. I'm not gonna pretend I fully understand what you just told me, because I definitely don't. But here's what I do understand. You've been carrying something heavy this whole time, probably since before you even got here, and you just trusted me with more of it than you've probably trusted anyone else outside your family. She reached out, taking his hand in hers, the gesture simple and grounding. That matters to me. A lot. Whatever this power thing actually is, whatever your family's really about, I'm not going anywhere because of it. I like you, Izuku. The real you, whoever that turns out to be underneath all the careful secrets. That's not changing because you told me your family's a little unusual. Something in Izuku's chest, long guarded and carefully restrained, finally, quietly, settled into something he had no adequate name for, though he suspected, based on his mother's occasional descriptions of her own long history with his father, that it bore a considerable resemblance to trust. Thank you, he said simply, and found that the words, brief and unadorned as they were, carried more weight than any more elaborate declaration could have managed. They stayed at the observatory long after most of the other visitors had departed, Izuku pointing out constellations and planets with a knowledge that went considerably deeper than any human astronomer could have offered, Mina listening with genuine, rapt attention, occasionally asking questions that revealed a sharper, more curious mind than her easy, cheerful exterior typically let on. By the time they finally made their way back toward the city, the last train of the evening carrying them home through the quiet, sleeping streets of Muzidafu, something between them had shifted permanently, a depth of trust and understanding that neither of them fully had words for yet, but that both of them recognized, in their own way, as something worth protecting. Same time next week? Mina asked, as they parted ways at the station near her apartment, her hand lingering in his a moment longer than strictly necessary. I'd like that, Izuku said, and meant it with a sincerity that surprised even him. He walked the rest of the way to his own apartment alone, the quiet streets of the city passing by largely unnoticed as he turned the evening's events over in his mind with the same careful precision he applied to everything. He had told her more than he'd intended, more than Wiss's careful cover story technically permitted. And yet, rather than the anxiety he might reasonably have expected to feel at having compromised the fiction he'd maintained since his arrival, he felt only a quiet, settled sense of rightness, as though some long misaligned piece of his existence had finally, after years of careful restraint, clicked into its proper place. His father would likely have disapproved of the risk. His mother, he suspected, would have understood it completely. For the first time since leaving his father's palace, Izuku Midoriya found himself entirely unwilling to regret the choice. Chapter 7, Shadows Gathering. While Izuku Midoriya learned, slowly and with the same careful precision he applied to everything, what it meant to genuinely care for someone fragile and mortal and entirely unafraid of him, a considerably darker set of preparations were unfolding in the decaying corners of the city he had come to think of, with quiet and increasing sincerity, as something worth protecting. Shigaraki Tomura sat hunched in the corner of a dimly lit bar that had not served an actual customer in years, his pale fingers drumming an anxious, irregular rhythm against the cracked surface of the table before him. Across from him, a shapeless, writhing mass of black mist occasionally coalesced into something resembling a humanoid figure, its yellow eyes the only consistent feature amid the constant, unsettling shift of its form. The symbol of peace's weakness is well documented, the mist murmured, its voice carrying the same unsettling, patient calm it always did. All Might's time limit grows shorter with each passing year. A direct confrontation, properly staged, would demonstrate to the world that even their greatest hero has an expiration date. I don't care about making a statement, Shigaraki muttered, his fingers twitching restlessly against the table's ruined surface. I want them to understand what it feels like. All of them. Every single person who's ever looked at someone like me and decided we didn't matter. And you shall have that opportunity, the mist assured him, its tone carrying the practiced patience of something that had waited considerably longer than a single human lifetime for its plans to unfold. The Nomu is nearly ready. A weapon capable of withstanding even All Might's full power, engineered specifically to counter his particular brand of strength. Combined with the villains we've assembled, Yue's training facility will fall exactly as intended. Shigaraki's lips curled into something that might, on a more conventionally expressive face, have resembled a smile. And the hero students inside it? Casualties of demonstration, the mist said simply. Proof that even Yue's prized new generation is not immune to the consequences of a society built on lies. Neither of them, for all their careful planning and patient preparation, had any way of knowing that among the fragile, ordinary hero students they intended to terrorize walked something considerably beyond their comprehension, a demigod whose true power dwarfed anything either of them had encountered in their combined experience with quirks, strength, or destruction. Their plan, meticulously assembled over months of patient preparation, had accounted for every conceivable variable within the boundaries of the world they understood. It had not accounted for Izuku Midoriya, and the fierce, protective devotion he had quietly begun to cultivate for a fearless, pink-skinned girl who had somehow, against every careful instinct built into his existence, become the single most important thing in his entire long life. Izuku, entirely unaware of the specific danger gathering in the city's shadows, spent the following week settling further into the strange, comfortable rhythm his relationship with Mina had introduced into his carefully ordered existence. Their mornings began with her waiting at the corner near his apartment, her energy undimmed regardless of the weather or the hour, chattering about her plans for the day, her hopes for the upcoming sports festival, whatever small, ordinary detail had caught her attention since they'd last spoken. Their evenings, increasingly often, ended together as well, whether in the quiet warmth of study sessions that inevitably devolved into conversation, or in the small, unremarkable pleasures of walking through the city together, Mina pointing out interesting shops and unusual street performers with the same open enthusiasm she brought to everything, Izuku listening with a quiet attention that had, weeks ago, been reserved exclusively for genuine threats and now extended, without reservation, to every small detail of her existence. "You've gotten so much more relaxed," Kurashima observed one afternoon, watching Izuku and Mina walk ahead of the rest of their small friend group toward the train station after school, their shoulders bumping together in easy, comfortable proximity. Like, actually relaxed. Not just the whole controlled calm thing you had going on before. This is different. He smiles now, Uraraka added, sounding faintly amazed by the observation. Like, actual smiles. Not just the little twitchy, almost smile thing he used to do. I didn't think that was possible a month ago. Mina's good for him, Tsuyu observed in her usual matter-of-fact tone. Karo. She was not wrong. Izuku had noticed the shift himself, in the quiet, private moments when he allowed himself genuine introspection. The careful, guarded distance he had maintained since childhood, the deliberate emotional restraint his father had instilled in him as a necessary tool for managing power beyond mortal comprehension, had begun, slowly and against every careful calculation, to soften in ways he had never anticipated when Whis first constructed the fiction of his mortal disguise. He found himself, increasingly, thinking not in terms of observation and calculation, but in terms of protection. He noticed, with growing frequency, the small ways in which the world around Mina carried risk, the ordinary dangers that came with existing as a fragile mortal girl in a society built around superpowered chaos and unpredictable violence. He found himself cataloging exits during their evening walks, tracking the movements of strangers with more attention than the situation typically warranted, running quiet, careful calculations about how quickly he could reach her if something, anything, ever threatened her safety. It was not, he understood on some level, an entirely healthy instinct. His mother, he suspected, would have gently reminded him that Mina was capable of taking care of herself, that his protective instincts, however sincere, could not be allowed to curdle into something that limited or controlled her rather than simply keeping her safe. He held that lesson close, deliberately, refusing to let the fierce, possessive protectiveness growing in his chest translate into anything that might make Mina feel confined rather than cherished. "You're doing the thing again," Mina said one evening, catching him mid-scan of a crowded street corner during one of their walks, his eyes tracking a group of loud, boisterous strangers with more wariness than the harmless group of college students actually warranted. "What thing?" "The overprotective bodyguard thing." Her tone carried gentle amusement rather than annoyance, though there was a thread of genuine curiosity beneath it. You've been doing it more and more lately. Scanning every room like you're expecting an ambush. I'm a hero student, Izuku. I can throw acid at people who mess with me. I don't need you constantly on high alert every time we leave your apartment. Izuku considered her observation carefully, recognizing the truth in it even as the instinct itself remained stubbornly difficult to fully suppress. I know you're capable, he said. That's not in question. I simply find that I care about your safety more than I've cared about anything in a long time, and that caring manifests, apparently, as a persistent, somewhat irrational vigilance that I'm still learning to manage. Mina's expression softened at that, the teasing edge fading into something warmer. Okay. I get that. And honestly, it's kind of sweet, in a slightly intense way. She slipped her hand into his, the gesture easy and familiar now after weeks of practice. Just, maybe dial it back a little? I don't need a bodyguard. I need a boyfriend who trusts me to handle myself, and who's there for the stuff that's actually beyond what I can handle on my own. There's a difference. I'll work on it, Izuku said, and meant it, filing the correction away alongside the growing collection of lessons he'd been quietly absorbing about what it meant to care for someone without smothering the fierce, capable independence that had first drawn his attention in the first place. He did not tell her, that evening or in the days that followed, about the persistent, nagging unease that had begun to settle in his chest, a vague, instinctive sense that something significant was approaching, some disruption to the careful, comfortable equilibrium he had built for himself over the preceding weeks. He had learned, over the course of his long training under his father's tutelage, to trust such instincts, the quiet, wordless intuition that even gods relied upon when calculation alone proved insufficient. He did not yet know what specifically was coming. He only knew, with growing and uncomfortable certainty, that the fragile peace he had found on this strange, small planet was unlikely to last much longer, and that whatever challenge lay ahead would test not only his careful restraint, but the fierce, protective devotion that had grown, against every expectation he'd carried with him from his father's palace, into the single most important commitment of his entire existence. The USJ training exercise was scheduled for the following Monday. Izuku, walking Mina home on the Sunday evening before, found himself lingering at her doorstep longer than usual, reluctant, for reasons he could not entirely articulate, to let the evening end. You okay? Mina asked, noticing his hesitation. You've got that look again. The thinking too hard about something look. I'm fine, Izuku said, though the words carried less certainty than his usual flat, controlled tone typically managed. I simply wanted you to know, before tomorrow, that whatever happens, I intend to make certain you're safe. Always. Mina studied him for a long moment, something thoughtful and searching in her expression. That's a weirdly serious thing to say about a training exercise, she said finally. But okay. For what it's worth, I trust you. Whatever that means, coming from someone who still doesn't fully understand what you actually are. She rose onto her toes, pressing a brief, warm kiss to his cheek. See you tomorrow, astronomy boy. Try not to brood about it all night. She disappeared inside before he could formulate a response, and Izuku stood alone on the quiet street for a long moment afterward, the phantom warmth of her kiss lingering against his skin, the persistent, nagging unease in his chest refusing to fully dissipate despite her reassurance. He did not know, could not have known, precisely how prescient his instincts would prove to be. But as he made his way back to his own apartment through the quiet, sleeping streets of Muzutafu, he found himself, for the first time since arriving on Earth, genuinely and deeply grateful for the vast, terrible power he had spent his entire existence learning to suppress. Whatever tomorrow brought, he would not be caught unprepared to use it, if the moment demanded. Chapter 8, The morning of Monday arrived gray and overcast, a thin mist clinging to the streets of Muzutafu as Class 1A gathered outside the school gates for the bus ride to the unforeseen simulation joint, their collective energy a familiar mixture of nervous anticipation and genuine excitement that had, over the preceding weeks, become as recognizable to Izuku as any other feature of his adopted classroom. He found Mina near the front of the gathering crowd, her usual bright energy present but tempered, this morning, by something more focused, the particular seriousness she reserved for training exercises she genuinely cared about. Ready for some rescue practice? She asked, falling into step beside him as the class began boarding the bus. "As ready as I can be," Izuku said, and found the words carried more literal truth than she could possibly have understood. The persistent unease that had settled into his chest the previous evening had not faded overnight. If anything, it had sharpened, a quiet, instinctive certainty that something significant lay ahead, though he had no concrete information to justify the feeling beyond the accumulated weight of instincts honed over years of training under a being who had learned, across 10,000 years of existence, to trust the wordless certainty that preceded genuine danger. He said nothing of this to Mina, unwilling to burden her with an unease he could not yet justify with anything more substantial than instinct. Instead, he settled beside her for the bus ride, listening to her enthusiastic speculation about which disaster scenario they might encounter first, allowing the familiar warmth of her presence to ease, at least partially, the quiet tension coiled beneath his careful composure. Aizawa addressed the class briefly before they departed the bus, his flat, exhausted tone carrying its usual undercurrent of serious expectation. "Today's exercise is meant to simulate real disaster scenarios. Treat it seriously. 13 will be running the primary instruction, but I'll be observing throughout. Any questions?" There were none, and the class filed off the bus and into the sprawling, architecturally ambitious facility that made up the unforeseen simulation joint, a vast dome containing carefully constructed replicas of various disaster environments, flood zones, collapsed buildings, mountainous terrain, all designed to test the practical rescue skills that would, someday, form the core of their professional responsibilities as heroes. 13, the space warping pro-hero responsible for the facility, greeted them with characteristic enthusiasm, launching into an explanation of rescue priorities and quirk safety that Izuku listened to with only partial attention, his gaze drifting periodically toward the massive, echoing space of the dome itself, some quiet, instinctive part of his awareness cataloging exits, sightlines, and potential threats with the same careful precision he applied to every unfamiliar environment. It was perhaps 10 minutes into 13's introduction that the persistent unease in his chest sharpened into something considerably more concrete. He felt it before he saw it, a distortion in the ambient energy of the space around them, subtle enough that no ordinary human sense could have detected it, but unmistakable to a being attuned to the fundamental currents of destruction and creation that flowed through every corner of the universe. Something was tearing open the fabric of the space near the facility's central plaza, a warp gate forming with a crude, violent energy entirely unlike the smooth, controlled portals Izuku's own family used to traverse the vast distances between worlds. "Something's wrong," he said, his voice cutting through 13's ongoing explanation with unusual sharpness. Aizawa, standing near the back of the group, turned toward him with immediate, focused attention, his exhausted eyes sharpening into something considerably more alert. "Midoriya?" Before Izuku could elaborate, the warp gate finished forming near the facility's central plaza, and a swirling mass of black mist began disgorging figures onto the smooth, artificial ground below, a growing crowd of villains, their numbers and intentions immediately, unmistakably clear. "Everyone, stay close together," 13 said, her usual warm, encouraging tone sharpening into something considerably more commanding. "Aizawa, get the students to the exit." But even as the words left her mouth, Izuku understood, with the same instinctive certainty that had plagued him since the previous evening, that retreat was no longer a viable option. The villains below were already spreading through the facility with practiced, coordinated efficiency, cutting off the obvious escape routes, and beneath the crowd of ordinary, if dangerous, criminals, something considerably larger and more monstrous was beginning to stir, a massive, hulking shape whose presence radiated a wrongness that even his careful restraint found difficult to entirely ignore. Mina's hand found his, her grip tight with a fear she was visibly working to control, her usual bright confidence tempered by the sudden, undeniable reality of genuine danger. "Izuku," she said quietly, "what's happening?" He looked down at her, at the fear carefully restrained behind her determined expression, and felt something shift within him, the fierce, protective devotion that had been quietly growing since the first weeks of their acquaintance crystallizing, in that single suspended moment, into absolute, unshakable certainty. "Stay close to me," he said, his voice carrying a quiet, steady authority that Mina had never heard from him before. "Whatever happens, I need you to trust me." "Completely." "I do," Mina said, without hesitation, and something in that simple, immediate declaration of trust settled the last of Izuku's uncertainty into something resembling calm. Below them, the black mist that had opened the warp gate began coalescing into a humanoid shape, its yellow eyes surveying the assembled students and teachers with patient, unsettling calculation. Beside it, a hunched, pale figure with hands covered in disembodied fingers stepped forward, his presence radiating a hatred so palpable that even students who had never encountered him before instinctively recognized him as the primary threat. Class 1A, the misty figure said, its voice carrying easily across the distance separating the villains from the assembled students. And the space hero, 13. What a fortunate assembly. We had rather hoped to draw out All Might himself, but I suppose you'll have to serve as an adequate demonstration in his absence. Aizawa's goggles came down over his eyes, his quirk activating with a visible ripple of energy as he prepared to engage the threat directly. 13. Get the students out. I'll hold them here. Sensei, you can't take them all alone, Uraraka said, her voice tight with alarm. That's not your concern, Aizawa said, already moving toward the villains gathered below. Get everyone out. Now. But even as the chaos of the moment accelerated around him, Izuku remained still, his attention fixed not on the immediate threat posed by the assembled villains, dangerous as they undoubtedly were, but on the massive, hulking shape still stirring in the shadows behind them, a creature whose presence radiated a raw, engineered power that dwarfed anything else currently visible in the facility. He understood, with the same quiet, instinctive certainty that had guided him since childhood, that whatever careful fiction he had maintained since his arrival on Earth was about to be tested beyond any possibility of continued concealment. The monstrous weapon stirring in the shadows below, the coordinated assault unfolding around him, the fierce, protective devotion he felt for the girl gripping his hand with quiet, unwavering trust, all of it was converging toward a single, inevitable moment that no amount of careful restraint could indefinitely postpone. Izuku, Mina said again, her voice carrying a note of genuine fear now as the scale of the danger became increasingly apparent, the villains below beginning to move with coordinated, purposeful intent toward the trapped students. What do we do? He looked down at her one final time, memorizing the fierce, determined set of her expression even amid her fear, the same fearless quality that had first drawn his attention weeks ago now steadying itself against a threat that would have broken far less resilient people entirely. Something settled within him, a quiet, absolute certainty that overrode every careful calculation his father's training had ever instilled in him. He would not allow anything to happen to her. Whatever cost that certainty demanded, whatever fiction it required him to finally, irrevocably abandon, he would pay it without hesitation. Whatever happens next, he said quietly, his eyes still fixed on the monstrous shape continuing to stir in the shadows below, I need you to know that I meant everything I've told you. And that I'm about to show you something I've kept hidden since the day I arrived here. Before Mina could ask what, precisely, he meant, the massive, hulking creature in the shadows finally, fully emerged into view, its exposed brain pulsing beneath a transparent dome of skull, its muscled form radiating a raw, terrible power that sent a visible ripple of alarm through even the most composed members of the assembled villains. The Nomu had arrived, and with it, the final, irreversible collapse of the careful piece Izuku Midoriya had spent his entire time on Earth so carefully constructing. Above the chaos unfolding across the facility floor, thunder rumbled somewhere beyond the dome's artificial sky, though no storm had been forecast for the region that day. It was, perhaps, only a coincidence of weather. Or perhaps, in some small, instinctive way that no mortal science could ever fully measure, the universe itself had simply begun to recognize that something ancient, patient, and thoroughly, catastrophically powerful was about to remember exactly what it truly was. Chapter 9, What Fearlessness Costs. In the weeks leading up to the USJ exercise, before the gray morning that would irrevocably alter the course of Izuku Midoriya's carefully constructed existence, there had been one evening in particular that Mina Ashido would later find herself returning to, again and again, as she tried to understand exactly when and how she had fallen so completely for a boy who spent most of his time pretending to feel nothing at all. It had been a Wednesday, unremarkable in every visible way, the kind of evening that blurred easily into the general rhythm of school nights spent studying, texting friends, and slowly winding down toward sleep. Mina had been curled up on her bed, phone propped against her pillow, scrolling through hero news with half her attention while a rerun of some old tokusatsu show played quietly in the background, when a message from Izuku had arrived, uncharacteristically direct even by the increasingly open standards their relationship had settled into. "Can I ask you something personal?" She'd sat up immediately, intrigued. Izuku rarely initiated conversations first, and when he did, they tended to carry weight beyond their brief, careful phrasing. Always. "What's up, asterisk? Why aren't you afraid of me?" Mina had stared at the message for a long moment, turning the question over, recognizing, even through the flat medium of text, the genuine uncertainty beneath it. She'd typed several responses and deleted them before settling on one that felt honest enough to match the sincerity of his question. Because you've never given me a reason to be. Everyone else treats you like you're something dangerous just waiting to go off, but I don't know, I never really got that vibe from you. You're careful. Controlled. Like someone who's spent a long time learning not to hurt people, not someone who wants to. The reply had taken longer than usual to arrive, long enough that Mina had begun to wonder if she'd said something wrong. You're more perceptive than you let on. I contain multitudes, Midoriya. Don't sleep on me. I would never make that mistake. She'd smiled at that, warm and genuine, and had almost set her phone aside when one final message arrived. Thank you. For not being afraid. It matters more than you know. Sitting with him now in the chaos of the USJ, Mina's hand gripped tight in his while a monstrous, hulking creature emerged from the shadows below and villains spread across the facility with coordinated, purposeful menace. She found herself thinking of that conversation with a clarity that cut through her mounting fear like a lifeline. He had asked her, weeks ago, why she wasn't afraid of him. She still didn't fully understand what that question had truly meant, what vast and hidden truth lay beneath his careful restraint. But watching him now, his expression settling into something quiet and absolute as the danger around them sharpened into something undeniably real, she understood, with sudden and complete certainty, that whatever answer he'd been protecting her from was about to become impossible to hide any longer. And she found, even amid the fear tightening in her chest, that she still wasn't afraid of him. Not even slightly. The days leading up to this moment had been, in their own quieter way, a kind of preparation neither of them had fully recognized at the time. Izuku had grown steadily more open with her, sharing fragments of a life so vast and strange that Mina had long since stopped trying to fit it into any framework she understood, choosing instead to simply accept the pieces he offered with the same patient, unhurried trust she extended to everything about him. He'd told her, one evening, about a teacher he'd had as a child, a being he described only as patient beyond anything you could imagine, who had taught him the difference between raw power and true mastery. He'd told her, another time, about his mother, a woman he clearly adored with a warmth that softened his usual careful composure whenever her name came up, someone who had apparently spent years teaching him that strength without compassion was simply another word for cruelty. He'd never fully explained his father, beyond a few careful, guarded references to someone whose expectations had shaped every aspect of his upbringing, someone whose approval Izuku clearly still sought even while beginning, in small and increasingly significant ways, to define himself outside the boundaries that upbringing had established. You talk about your family like they're from somewhere completely different from anywhere I've ever heard of, Mina had said once, curled against his shoulder during one of their study sessions, the textbooks between them long since abandoned in favor of quieter conversation. In a manner of speaking, they are, Izuku had admitted. Is that the big secret? The thing you keep saying you'll tell me eventually? Part of it, he'd said. The rest, I think, you'll simply have to see for yourself, when the time comes. I don't think words alone could adequately prepare you for it. She hadn't pushed further, respecting the careful boundary he'd drawn even as her curiosity strained against it. She trusted him. That trust, built slowly and deliberately across weeks of patient, careful honesty, had become the foundation of something Mina genuinely believed, with the particular fierce conviction of first love, might last considerably longer than the ordinary span of high school romances typically managed. Standing beside him now, watching the League of Villains spread across the USJ facility with terrifying, coordinated purpose, she found herself gripping that trust like a physical thing, a tether against the fear threatening to overwhelm her more careful, controlled composure. Everyone stay together, Kirishima called out nearby, his own voice carrying more tension than his usual easy confidence typically allowed. We need to find a way out, or find somewhere defensible until the teachers can handle this. There's too many of them, Ida said, his usually precise, controlled tone fraying at the edges. And that creature. Whatever it is. It doesn't look like anything in our training simulations prepared us for. Around them, the rest of Class 1A had begun clustering into defensive positions, the familiar, easy camaraderie of their daily classroom life sharpening into something more focused, more serious, as the reality of genuine danger settled over the group. Uraraka's face had gone pale but determined. Bakugo's expression had shifted from his usual aggressive irritation into something colder, more calculating, the look of someone assessing a genuine threat rather than simply venting frustration. Tsuyu had positioned herself near the younger, more vulnerable members of their group with quiet, protective instinct. Izuku, watching his classmates rally against a threat that most of them had no real capacity to withstand, felt the last of his careful restraint begin, finally and irrevocably, to crumble. He had spent his entire time on Earth pretending to be something he was not, a fiction constructed for the sake of observation, of understanding, of the strange and genuine curiosity that had grown, against every expectation, into something he had never anticipated feeling for this small, fragile, remarkable planet and its people. He had told himself, for weeks now, that the fiction served a purpose, that revealing his true nature would fundamentally alter every relationship he had built here, that the careful balance he had constructed was worth preserving for as long as possible. Watching Mina's fear, carefully controlled but undeniably present, watching his classmates prepare to face a threat that could easily overwhelm and kill them, he understood, with sudden and absolute clarity, that the fiction no longer mattered. Nothing mattered, in this moment, beyond the fierce, protective devotion burning through every careful calculation his father's training had ever instilled in him. Mina, he said quietly, his voice carrying a steadiness that cut through the mounting chaos around them. I need you to trust me completely, for just a little longer. Whatever you're about to see, I promise you, it's not something to be afraid of. It's something I've been protecting, for your sake, and for the sake of everyone here. But protecting it any longer isn't an option anymore. Mina looked up at him, her fear visibly warring with the same fierce, unshakable trust that had first drawn Izuku's attention weeks ago, and found, even now, that she believed him completely. Okay, she said simply. I trust you. Whatever it is. Below them, the hulking, monstrous shape of the Nomu began moving toward the assembled students with terrible, mechanical purpose, its exposed brain pulsing with unnatural energy, its muscled form radiating a raw destructive power that had, according to the villains who commanded it, been specifically engineered to withstand and overwhelm even the symbol of peace himself. It had no way of knowing that the true and terrible power gathering itself among the students it approached bore no relationship whatsoever to anything its creators had accounted for. Izuku released Mina's hand, gently, and stepped forward, positioning himself between her and the approaching threat with a quiet, absolute finality that silenced the growing panic among his classmates more effectively than any words could have managed. Stay behind me, he said, his voice carrying an authority that none of them had ever heard from him before, cold and certain and utterly without the careful restraint that had defined every interaction they'd witnessed from him since the first day of term. All of you. This isn't a threat any of you need to face directly. Midoriya, what are you? Kirishima started, but the question died in his throat as something in the air around Izuku began, subtly and then with rapidly escalating intensity, to change. A faint, dark energy, purple and violet at its edges, began gathering around him, visible now in a way it had never been permitted to manifest during his entire careful time at UA. The temperature in the immediate vicinity seemed to drop, the very air taking on a weight and density that pressed against the assembled students like a physical presence, ancient and vast and utterly beyond anything their training had prepared them to comprehend. The Nomu, closing the final distance toward the students with terrible, engineered speed, did not slow its approach. It had been built to withstand the greatest hero in the world. It had no framework, no capacity for understanding, that would have warned it to hesitate before the quiet, gathering power of a god finally, after months of careful restraint, preparing to remember exactly what he truly was. Mina, standing frozen behind him, watched the transformation unfolding before her with an expression caught somewhere between terror and something considerably more complex, an awe so profound it briefly overwhelmed even her fear entirely. Izuku, she breathed, the name carrying a question she had no time to fully articulate before the world around them exploded into violence. He turned his head, just slightly, just enough to meet her eyes one final time before the Nomu closed the last of the distance between them. "Watch," he said quietly. "And don't be afraid. I promise you, none of this danger belongs to you anymore." The Nomu's fist descended toward him with enough force to have leveled a building, and Izuku Midoriya, demigod, heir to a god of destruction, raised a single hand to meet it without the slightest trace of concern. Chapter 10, The First Crack in the Sky. The impact should have ended him. By every measure the villains gathered in the USJ understood, by every calculation that had gone into the Nomu's terrible engineering, a single blow from that monstrous, augmented fist carried enough destructive force to shatter concrete, twist steel, and reduce an ordinary hero, even one as formidable as All Might, to a fraction of his full strength in a single exchange. Izuku Midoriya caught it in one open palm without so much as shifting his footing. The sound that followed was not the crunch of breaking bone or the wet impact of shattered flesh that the villains had confidently anticipated. It was something else entirely, a deep, resonant boom that rippled outward across the facility like the toll of some vast, ancient bell, shaking dust loose from the dome's high ceiling and sending a visible shockwave rolling across the artificial terrain in every direction. The Nomu staggered backward, its exposed brain pulsing erratically, some primitive, engineered instinct registering, for the first time in its brief and monstrous existence, something it had no framework to process. It had been built to withstand and overwhelm the greatest hero in the world. It had never once been designed to comprehend that the thing it had just struck was not, in any meaningful sense, human at all. Behind Izuku, the assembled students of Class 1A stood frozen in stunned, disbelieving silence, the chaos of the moment before suspended entirely by the sheer, impossible spectacle unfolding in front of them. Kirishima's mouth hung open mid-sentence. Uraraka's hands had risen instinctively to cover her mouth. Even Bakugo, rarely impressed by anything, stood utterly still, his crimson eyes wide with something that bore an uncomfortable resemblance to genuine shock. Mina simply stared, her earlier fear giving way entirely to an awe so complete it left no room for anything else. Izuku lowered his hand slowly, the faint, dark energy that had begun gathering around him moments before still visible at the edges of his silhouette, violet and shadowed, pulsing with a slow, deliberate rhythm that felt, to everyone watching, less like a quirk activation and more like something far older and more fundamental making itself known. "That," he said quietly, his voice carrying across the sudden, ringing silence of the facility with unnatural clarity, "was a mistake." Shigaraki, watching from a distance with his hand still hovering near the Nomu's exposed skin, felt something cold and unfamiliar settle into his chest, an instinct honed by years of careful, patient violence recognizing, for the first time in longer than he could remember, that he had badly, catastrophically miscalculated something essential about the situation before him. "What," he said slowly, his voice carrying none of its earlier confidence, "are you?" Izuku turned to face him fully, and for one long, suspended moment, the ordinary, quiet, unremarkable student that Class 1A had spent the past several weeks slowly learning to know seemed to simply dissolve, replaced by something that radiated an authority and menace no human being, however dangerous, could ever have hoped to project. "I am the thing you should have accounted for," Izuku said, "before you decided to threaten the people I care about." Behind him, Mina took an involuntary step forward, her hand rising as though to reach for him before some instinctive understanding stopped the gesture halfway. Whatever was happening, whatever vast and terrible truth was finally revealing itself after weeks of careful concealment, she understood, with sudden and complete clarity, that she was witnessing something no ordinary intervention could meaningfully assist with. This was not a battle she could help him fight. This was something entirely beyond the scope of what either of them had trained for at UA. And yet, watching him standing between her and a monstrous, engineered weapon that had just failed catastrophically to harm him, she found that her earlier fear had transformed into something else entirely, a fierce, protective pride so powerful it startled her with its intensity. Whatever he was, whatever vast and impossible truth lay beneath the careful, controlled boy she had fallen for over the preceding weeks, she understood, in that suspended, electric moment, that she would rather stand beside him and face it than retreat into ignorance for even a moment longer. The Nomu, its primitive instincts finally overriding whatever crude programming governed its behavior, surged forward again, and this time, Izuku did not simply block the attack. The dark, violet energy gathering around him flared, briefly, into something considerably more visible, and the air itself seemed to bend and warp around his outstretched hand as he prepared, for the first time since arriving on this small, fragile, remarkable planet, to remind the universe exactly what he had been born to do. Somewhere above the chaos unfolding across the facility floor, Aizawa, still engaged with a smaller cluster of villains near the entrance, caught a fragmented glimpse of the confrontation and felt his exhausted, weathered instincts sharpen into something close to genuine alarm. Whatever was happening near the center of the dome, whatever Izuku Midoriya truly was beneath the careful fiction of his official quirk registration, it was clearly, unmistakably beyond anything the veteran hero had ever encountered in his considerable career. He had suspected, weeks ago, that the quiet, unreadable student in his homeroom class was hiding something significant. He had not, even in his most cautious speculation, imagined anything approaching the scale of what he was now witnessing. "Everyone get back," he shouted toward the students still clustered near the center of the facility, his voice cutting through the ambient chaos with practiced authority. "Now." But even as his classmates began, hesitantly, to retreat, Mina remained rooted in place, her eyes fixed on Izuku with an intensity that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with a fierce, unshakable devotion that had only deepened, rather than faltered, in the face of the impossible truth finally revealing itself before her. Whatever he was. Whatever came next. She was not going anywhere. The dark energy around Izuku's raised hand continued to gather, ancient and patient and utterly beyond the comprehension of anyone watching, a power that had unmade mountains and moons with nothing more than a whisper, now turning its full and terrible attention toward a creature that had made the fatal mistake of threatening something a god of destruction's heir had, against every careful expectation of his upbringing, learned to genuinely, fiercely love. The word he spoke next would echo through UA's history for years to come, the first true declaration of a power that no mortal institution had ever been prepared to comprehend, the moment a careful, quiet demigod finally, irrevocably chose the side he intended to stand on for the remainder of his existence. But that word, and the devastation it would unleash upon the villains who had dared threaten everything he had come to cherish on this small and fragile world, belonged to a story that had not yet finished beginning. For now, in the suspended, electric stillness before that word was spoken, there was only the quiet, absolute certainty settling over Izuku Midoriya like a mantle he had spent his entire life avoiding and had finally, without regret, chosen to wear. He had come to this planet as an observer, a curious, detached god cataloging the strange and fragile customs of mortals he expected to find, at best, mildly diverting. He had not expected to find a reason to care. He had not expected a bright, fearless, pink-skinned girl to walk straight through every careful wall he had built around himself and plant herself so thoroughly in the center of his existence that the thought of losing her had become, in the span of a few short weeks, more unbearable than anything his father's training had ever prepared him to face. He thought, briefly, of his mother's parting words, delivered on the palace spire beneath a sky full of stars that no mortal telescope could ever hope to properly map. Try things. Don't just watch them from the outside. He had tried, cautiously at first, and then with a growing, undeniable hunger that had reshaped every careful calculation he'd built his existence around. And now, standing between a monstrous engineered weapon and the girl who had taught him what it meant to want something enough to fight for it, he understood, with a clarity that felt almost like relief, that there was no version of himself left that could retreat back into careful, guarded observation. He thought, too, of his father, sleeping somewhere far above the ordinary sky of this small and insignificant world, unaware that his son was, in this very moment, about to remind an entire planet exactly what it meant to stand in the presence of a god who had finally found something worth destroying his enemies to protect. Beerus would likely be furious, at first, that his careful instructions regarding suppression and secrecy had been abandoned so completely. Izuku found, turning the thought over with the same careful precision he applied to everything, that he did not particularly care. Some things, he had come to understand over the preceding weeks, mattered more than his father's careful expectations. Mina Ashido, standing behind him now with fierce, unwavering trust rather than fear in her eyes, was chief among them. The villains gathered across the facility floor, still reeling from the impossible display of power they had just witnessed, began, in scattered, disorganized fashion, to reconsider the wisdom of their assault. Shigaraki's hand trembled faintly at his side, some deep, instinctive part of him recognizing, for the first time since he had begun assembling his plans against Yue, that he had wandered into a confrontation his careful preparations could never have accounted for. The mist that called itself his mentor drew back into a more cautious, watchful formation, its patient calculation re-evaluating every assumption it had built its strategy upon. None of it mattered, not truly, not against the vast and terrible certainty now anchoring itself at the center of the USJ facility. Izuku Midoriya had spent his entire existence learning restraint, learning the careful, disciplined art of holding back a power vast enough to unmake worlds. He had exercised that restraint faithfully, consistently, for every single day of his time on Earth, right up until the precise moment a monstrous weapon had raised its fist against the girl he loved. That restraint, he understood now, watching the dark violet energy continue to gather and coil around his raised hand, had just reached its absolute and final limit. Above the dome's artificial sky, the gray morning light seemed, for a fleeting, impossible moment, to dim and shift, as though the sky itself had paused to acknowledge the presence of something ancient and monumental finally choosing to reveal itself in full. Whether it was coincidence, or some faint echo of the vast cosmic authority Izuku carried within him rippling outward into the world around him, none of the assembled students, teachers, or villains could have said with any certainty. What they could say, with absolute and unshakable clarity, was that the quiet, unreadable boy who had spent his first weeks at UA deflecting curiosity and maintaining careful, controlled distance from everyone around him had just revealed himself to be something entirely beyond the scope of anything their world had previously understood. The story of what happened next, the devastation that would follow, the reckoning that would finally, completely strip away the last of Izuku Midoriya's careful mortal disguise, was only just beginning. But for Mina Ashido, standing in the electric stillness behind him, watching the boy she loved prepare to unleash a power vast enough to reshape the very fabric of reality, one truth had already, irrevocably settled itself into permanence. Whatever he was. Whatever he was about to become in the eyes of the world watching him. She was staying exactly where she was, standing fiercely and unshakably by his side, for whatever came next. Act 3, The Erasure of the Nomu. Chapter 11, Hakai. The word left Izuku Midoriya's lips with a quiet, unhurried finality that carried none of the theatrical grandeur one might have expected from a declaration capable of unmaking the very fabric of existence. It was not shouted. It was not accompanied by any dramatic flourish or gathering roar of power beyond what had already begun coiling, violet and ancient, around his outstretched hand. He simply said it, the way one might state an obvious and settled fact. Hakai. The Nomu, mid-strike, its engineered fist already descending toward him with enough force to level a city block, simply ceased to exist. There was no explosion. No scattering debris, no violent rupture of flesh and bone giving way beneath overwhelming force. The creature that had been built, painstakingly and at tremendous cost, to withstand and overwhelm even All Might himself, unraveled instead from the outside in, its form dissolving into a fine, drifting ash of pure erased matter that scattered soundlessly across the artificial terrain of the USJ facility, gone so completely and so instantly that it left behind no wound, no residue, no evidence that anything resembling a body had ever occupied the space at all. For a long, suspended moment, absolute silence fell across the entire dome. Shigaraki Tomura stood frozen, his pale, disembodied finger-covered hand still raised in the posture of a man about to give a command that no longer had any target to receive it. His mouth opened, closed, opened again, no words emerging to fill the void where his careful, months-long plan had, in the space of a single spoken syllable, been rendered utterly, catastrophically meaningless. That, said the mist that had accompanied him, its voice for the first time carrying something that sounded, unmistakably, like fear, was not a quirk. No, Izuku agreed, lowering his hand slowly, the violet energy still pulsing faintly around his silhouette, it wasn't. He turned to face the remaining villains scattered across the facility floor, dozens of them, ordinary criminals who had signed on to Shigaraki's cause expecting, at worst, a violent confrontation with a handful of teenage hero students and their teachers. None of them, not a single one among the assembled ranks, had anticipated confronting something that could unmake a bioengineered weapon designed to withstand the symbol of peace with nothing more than a single spoken word. The effect on their morale was immediate and absolute. Several villains near the back of the group broke and ran without waiting to see what happened next, scrambling toward whatever exit they could find, their earlier confidence evaporating entirely in the face of a power none of them had any framework to comprehend. Others simply stood frozen, weapons and quirks forgotten, staring at the quiet, purple-haired boy standing amid the drifting ash of what had once been the League's greatest asset, with the particular, paralyzed terror of creatures suddenly confronted with something far above their position on whatever hierarchy of danger they had previously understood themselves to occupy. Aizawa, disengaging momentarily from the villain he'd been grappling with near the facility's entrance, caught sight of the scene unfolding near the center of the dome and felt every carefully constructed assumption about his quiet, unreadable student collapse at once. He had suspected, for weeks, that Izuku Midoriya was hiding something significant. He had not, in his most cautious speculation, imagined anything approaching what he was now witnessing, a boy radiating power that made the Nomu, the single most dangerous weapon the League of Villains had ever deployed, simply cease to exist. "Everyone stay where you are," he called out toward the remaining students, his exhausted voice carrying an urgency that cut through the stunned paralysis gripping the class. "Do not approach him." The warning was, in truth, unnecessary. None of Class 1A had any intention of approaching the quiet, violet-tinged figure standing at the center of the devastation, save for one. Mina Ashido stepped forward before her own conscious mind had fully processed the decision, closing the distance between herself and Izuku with a determination that overrode every instinct screaming at her to retreat alongside her terrified classmates. She had promised him, the night before, that she trusted him completely. She had told him, moments before the Nomu's attack, that she wasn't afraid. Watching him now, having just erased a creature capable of matching All Might himself from existence with a single word, she found, to her own quiet astonishment, that both of those promises still held true. "Izuku," she said, her voice steady despite the tremor she could feel in her own hands. He turned to face her, and for the first time since the confrontation began, something in his expression shifted away from the cold, absolute authority he'd projected toward the villains, softening into something more familiar, more recognizably him. "Mina," he said quietly. "I'm sorry you had to see it like this." "Don't," she said, closing the last of the distance between them and reaching for his hand, the gesture carrying a fierce, deliberate defiance against every instinct urging caution. "Don't apologize for saving my life. Or everyone else's." Behind her, the rest of Class 1A watched the exchange with a mixture of awe, confusion, and, in a few cases, lingering fear, though Mina's evident lack of terror seemed to gradually ease some of the tension gripping the group. If the girl standing closest to whatever inexplicable power Izuku had just revealed wasn't afraid, perhaps the rest of them didn't need to be either. "What are you?" Kirishima asked, his voice carrying more genuine curiosity than accusation, the question echoing the same one Shigaraki had posed moments earlier, though delivered with considerably less fear behind it. Izuku considered the question for a long moment, weighing how much truth the situation warranted, how much of the careful fiction he'd maintained since his arrival could still, meaningfully, be preserved. In the end, watching Mina's hand still gripping his with fierce, unwavering trust, he decided that the fiction had already served its purpose, and that whatever came next would require more honesty than he had ever offered anyone outside his own family. "My name is Izuku Midoriya," he said, his voice carrying to the assembled students and remaining villains alike. "That much has always been true. What I haven't told any of you is that I'm not entirely human. My father is a god. A being whose singular purpose, for the entirety of his existence, has been the maintenance of balance across the universe through the careful, deliberate act of destruction. I was sent here to observe your world, to understand what it means to live among mortals rather than gods. I never intended to reveal any of this so directly." His eyes swept across the shocked, silent faces of his classmates before settling, briefly, on the scattered remnants of villains still frozen in place across the facility floor. "But when something threatens the people I've come to care about, I find I'm considerably less interested in maintaining careful appearances." The silence that followed his declaration stretched long enough that even the ambient sounds of the ongoing skirmish near the facility's entrance seemed to fade into background irrelevance, every remaining participant in the USJ's chaos momentarily arrested by the sheer, impossible weight of what they'd just heard. It was Shigaraki, finally, who broke the silence, his voice carrying a raw, desperate edge that suggested the careful, patient villain who had orchestrated this entire assault was rapidly losing his grip on the situation entirely. "A god," he repeated, his hand trembling at his side. "You expect us to believe a god just walked into a hero school and pretended to be a teenager?" "I don't particularly care what you believe," Izuku said, his tone flat and utterly devoid of the warmth he'd shown Mina moments earlier. "I care that you brought that creature into a room full of people I've spent the past several weeks learning to protect, and that you did so with the explicit intention of harming them. That was, without question, the single greatest miscalculation of your entire miserable existence." The dark, violet energy around him flared again, briefly, and several of the remaining villains, already teetering on the edge of full retreat, broke entirely, scrambling for whatever exit the facility's chaos still allowed. Shigaraki, watching his carefully assembled forces disintegrate around him, made a final, desperate calculation, one born more of wounded pride than any remaining tactical logic. "This isn't over," he snarled, backing toward the black mist that had begun reforming a warp gate near the facility's perimeter. "We'll be back. And next time, we'll come prepared for whatever you actually are." "I would advise against that," Izuku said, his voice carrying a quiet, absolute certainty that needed no further elaboration. "But I understand that advice rarely lands with people committed to their own destruction." The warp gate finished forming, and Shigaraki, along with the small handful of villains who had managed to remain close enough to escape through it, vanished from the facility entirely, leaving behind only the drifting ash of the Nomu and the stunned, silent aftermath of an assault that had begun with confident, calculated violence and ended in a rout so total that none of the surviving villains would speak of it, in the weeks that followed, without a lingering, involuntary shudder. The remaining villains who had failed to escape through the warp gate in time surrendered with little further resistance, their earlier confidence entirely extinguished by the display they'd just witnessed, and the arriving pro-heroes made short work of securing them for the authorities' eventual arrival. Chapter 12, What Remains After. The aftermath of the USJ assault unfolded with the particular, disorienting slowness that tends to follow moments of overwhelming crisis, the adrenaline that had carried Class 1A through the confrontation gradually giving way to a kind of stunned, exhausted processing that left even the most composed among them visibly shaken. All Might arrived within minutes of the League's retreat, his massive, muscled form bursting through the facility's damaged entrance with the kind of dramatic urgency that had, on any other day, reassured generations of Japanese citizens that help had arrived. Today, surveying the scene before him, the drifting ash where the Nomu had once stood, the stunned silence of the assembled students, the quiet, purple-tinged figure of a boy he'd known for only a few weeks as an unremarkable member of Class 1A, even the symbol of peace found himself, for one of the few times in his long and storied career, entirely uncertain how to proceed. "Young Midoriya," he said carefully, his booming voice tempered into something more cautious than his usual enthusiastic register. "Perhaps you could explain what, precisely, happened here." Izuku, still standing near Mina with her hand firmly clasped in his, met the legendary hero's gaze without flinching, the same quiet, absolute composure he'd maintained throughout the confrontation still settled firmly over his features. "The League brought a weapon capable of matching your full power," he said. "It threatened my classmates. I removed it from existence before it could cause harm." "Removed it," All Might repeated slowly, glancing toward the scattered ash with an expression that suggested he understood, even without further explanation, that the phrase carried a weight considerably beyond its simple phrasing. "Erased," Izuku clarified. "Completely. There's nothing left to examine, if that's your next question. No remains, no residue, nothing that could be studied or reverse-engineered. It simply ceased to exist." The assembled teachers, Aizawa, 13, and now All Might himself, exchanged glances carrying a shared, unspoken recognition that whatever they were dealing with had moved decisively beyond the scope of anything UA's standard protocols had ever anticipated. "We're going to need a considerably more thorough explanation than that," Aizawa said, his exhausted voice carrying an edge of genuine seriousness that cut through his usual flat delivery. "Preferably somewhere other than the middle of an active crime scene." Izuku nodded, understanding the reasonableness of the request even as he remained acutely aware of the dozens of frightened, uncertain eyes still fixed on him from among his assembled classmates. "I'll explain everything I'm able to," he said. "Though I should warn you, some of what I have to say will likely exceed what your government's usual frameworks are equipped to process." "We'll manage," All Might said, with the particular weary determination of a man who had, across his long career, learned to adapt to circumstances considerably stranger than a single teenage student turning out to be something other than entirely human. The evacuation of the USJ facility proceeded with methodical, practiced efficiency, paramedics and support staff arriving within the hour to tend to the handful of minor injuries sustained during the confrontation, while the more serious business of processing exactly what had transpired settled into the capable, if visibly strained, hands of the assembled pro-heroes and school administration. Izuku found himself, throughout the immediate aftermath, rarely more than a few feet from Mina, the two of them settled together on a bench near the facility's damaged entrance while paramedics conducted routine checks on the rest of the class. She had not let go of his hand since the confrontation ended, and he found, watching her process the enormity of what she'd witnessed with the same fierce, determined resilience she brought to everything, that he had no particular desire for her to. "So," she said finally, breaking a silence that had stretched comfortably between them for several minutes, "a god. Like, an actual god. Not a metaphor, not a figure of speech, an actual literal deity." "My father, yes," Izuku confirmed. "Beerus. God of destruction for our universe." "And your mom?" "Cheelai. She's not divine herself, though she's spent long enough alongside my father that she's picked up capabilities most humans would find fairly extraordinary." He paused, watching Mina's expression carefully for any sign of the retreat he half expected, even now, given how thoroughly the situation had exceeded anything he'd prepared her for. "I understand if this changes things between us. It's a considerable amount to process, and I recognize that the manner of its revelation wasn't exactly what either of us might have chosen." Mina was quiet for a long moment, studying him with the same open, unguarded attention she'd brought to their very first conversation, weeks ago, when she'd first decided that the cold, unreadable boy at the back of the classroom was worth the effort of actually getting to know. "Okay, first," she said finally, "yeah, this is a lot. Like, genuinely more than I know how to fully process right now. I watched you erase a monster with a single word and then calmly tell a supervillain he'd made the worst mistake of his life. That's not exactly a normal Monday for anybody." She squeezed his hand, her grip firm and deliberate. "But second, and this is the important part, none of that changes how I feel about you. If anything, watching you do all that, watching you step in front of me and everyone else without a second thought, just confirmed something I've been feeling for a while now. You're not scary to me, Izuku. Powerful, definitely. Kind of terrifyingly powerful, honestly. But not scary. Because I've spent enough time getting to know you to understand that whatever you are, you're someone who uses that power to protect people, not hurt them. That's what matters to me." Something in Izuku's chest, tight with an anxiety he had not fully acknowledged until this exact moment, released entirely at her words, a relief so profound it briefly threatened to overwhelm even his usual careful composure. "I was afraid," he admitted quietly, "that once you saw the truth, you'd want distance. Most reasonable people would." "Well, good thing I've never really been known for being reasonable," Mina said, a faint, genuine smile finally breaking through the lingering tension of the afternoon. "I like you. The real you, gods and destruction powers and all. That's not changing because you turned out to be even more complicated than I already knew you were." Nearby, the rest of Class 1A had begun, cautiously, to process their own reactions to the afternoon's revelations, a quiet, murmured conversation rippling through the assembled group as they grappled with the implications of having spent the past several weeks attending classes alongside someone whose true nature dwarfed anything their training had prepared them to comprehend. "I mean, it explains a lot," Uraraka said, sitting nearby with Ida and Tsuyu, her voice carrying the particular, slightly dazed quality of someone still working through a genuine paradigm shift. "Like, the whole physical test thing, and how he blocked that explosion without even flinching. I just figured he had a really strong quirk. I didn't figure he was, divine." His combat efficiency during our sparring exercises was already well beyond what his registered quirk should have allowed, Ida said, adjusting his glasses with more agitation than the gesture usually carried. In retrospect, the signs were considerably clearer than I gave them credit for. He's still Midoriya, though, Kirishima said, glancing toward where Izuku sat with Mina, still processing the afternoon's events with the same fierce, determined calm she'd maintained throughout. Weird book guy who somehow ended up dating our resident chaos gremlin. Just, also apparently a literal god's kid. I don't know, man, that's a lot to take in, but he saved all of us today. I think that counts for something pretty significant. The sentiment, echoed in various forms across the assembled class over the following hour, settled into something resembling a fragile, collective consensus. Whatever Izuku Midoriya truly was, whatever vast and impossible power he had spent the preceding weeks so carefully concealing, he had, when the moment demanded it, used that power to protect them without hesitation. For a class of aspiring heroes who understood, better than most, the weight and responsibility that came with wielding significant power, that single fact carried considerably more weight than the shock of the revelation itself. It would not, Izuku understood, resolve every lingering question or concern. The Hero Commission, once informed of the day's events, would almost certainly demand answers considerably more thorough than the brief, careful explanation he'd offered All Might. The broader implications of a demigod attending UA under a false identity, however benevolent his intentions, would need to be carefully navigated in the days and weeks ahead. But for now, sitting beside Mina in the fading afternoon light, her hand still firmly clasped in his, her fierce, unwavering acceptance settling something long uncertain in his chest, Izuku found himself, for the first time since arriving on this strange and fragile planet, entirely unwilling to regret the choice that had led him here. Whatever consequences followed, whatever careful negotiations and difficult conversations still lay ahead, he had found something on this small, insignificant world worth every risk his revelation had introduced. He intended to protect it, with everything a god of destruction's heir possessed, for as long as she would have him. The sun had begun to set fully by the time the last of the paramedics and support staff finished their work, the USJ facility gradually emptying as students were escorted back toward the waiting buses that would carry them home for what promised to be a considerably restless night's sleep. Izuku walked beside Mina toward their own bus in comfortable, unhurried silence, the weight of the afternoon's revelation settling into something manageable rather than overwhelming now that the immediate crisis had passed. Same time tomorrow? Mina asked as they found seats together near the back of the bus, the question carrying a deliberate, familiar normalcy that Izuku found himself grateful for. I'd like that, he said, and meant it with the same quiet sincerity that had, over the preceding weeks, become one of the qualities she'd come to treasure most about him. Chapter 13, The Weight of Being Known. News of the USJ incident spread through Japan's hero infrastructure with the particular, controlled urgency reserved for events that threatened to destabilize the carefully maintained public confidence in the entire hero system. By the following morning, a closed-door emergency session of the Hero Public Safety Commission had already been convened, its members poring over hastily assembled reports, witness statements, and the sparse, carefully worded official account that UA's administration had managed to compile in the hours following the attack. The broad strokes of the incident, an assault by the League of Villains repelled successfully by faculty and student intervention, were straightforward enough to communicate to the public without undue alarm. The specific details, a first-year student single-handedly erasing a bioengineered weapon capable of matching All Might's full power with what witnesses described only as a single spoken word, proved considerably more difficult to reconcile with any framework the Commission's members understood. We need him assessed, said Commissioner Hiroshi Tanaka, a severe, precisely groomed man whose decades of navigating hero policy had left him with a deeply ingrained instinct for identifying and managing threats to institutional stability. Thoroughly. If there's any possibility this boy represents a security risk of the magnitude these reports suggest, we cannot simply allow him to continue attending classes unsupervised. He saved the lives of an entire first-year class, Principal Nizu interjected, his small, sharp eyes carrying the particular calculating intensity that had made him, despite his diminutive form, one of the most formidable minds in Japan's hero education system. Whatever caution his abilities warrant, treating him as a threat rather than an asset seems, at minimum, premature. Premature or not, the fact remains that we have almost no verified information about what this student actually is, or what he's truly capable of, Tanaka countered. A power capable of erasing a Nomu with a single word is not something any responsible governing body can simply allow to operate without oversight. The debate continued for the better part of 2 hours, the commission's members divided between cautious pragmatism and outright alarm, their deliberations complicated further by the arrival, partway through the session, of a carefully worded but unmistakably concerned communication from a source within the intelligence community suggesting that the boy's abilities, whatever their true nature, appeared to originate from something considerably beyond the scope of any conventional quirk. Classification. By the time the session concluded, no consensus had been reached beyond a shared, uneasy agreement that Izuku Midoriya required considerably closer scrutiny than UA's standard student oversight typically provided, a decision that would, in the days and weeks ahead, place increasing strain on the careful balance Izuku had hoped to maintain between his mortal existence and the vast, divine truth now impossible to fully conceal. He learned of the commission's deliberations the following afternoon, summoned alongside Principal Nizu and Aizawa to a private meeting that made no effort to disguise the seriousness with which his revealed nature was being treated. They want to run a full assessment, Nizu explained, his tone carrying its usual measured calm, though Izuku detected, beneath the careful diplomacy, a genuine concern for how the situation might unfold. Physical, psychological, and a rather more invasive series of tests than I'm entirely comfortable subjecting any student to, frankly, but the Commission has considerable authority in matters they deem to involve significant public safety risk. And if I decline, Izuku said, his tone carrying none of the anxiety the question might reasonably have warranted, what happens then? That, Nizu admitted, is somewhat uncharted territory. Officially, the Commission could seek to have you removed from UA entirely, on the grounds that an unassessed and potentially dangerous student poses an unacceptable risk to the rest of the school population. Unofficially, I suspect there are those within the Commission who would prefer a more direct approach to managing whatever risk they perceive you to represent. The implication, delivered with Nizu's characteristic bluntness despite its unsettling weight, settled heavily into the room's tense silence. Aizawa, seated nearby, his exhausted expression carrying more genuine concern than his usual flat demeanor typically allowed, spoke up before Izuku could respond. For what it's worth, he said, I've spent the past several weeks watching you in my classroom, and yesterday watching you use whatever power you actually possess to protect every single one of my students without a moment's hesitation. Whatever the Commission decides, that's not nothing. I'll vouch for your character, if it comes to that. The offer, unexpected from a teacher whose usual demeanor suggested minimal emotional investment in anything beyond his students' practical competence, carried more weight than Izuku had anticipated. He found himself, not for the first time since arriving on Earth, genuinely moved by the willingness of mortals he'd known for only a few short weeks to extend trust and support that his own divine upbringing had never particularly encouraged him to expect. I appreciate that, he said. Truthfully, I have no intention of harming anyone here, and I'm willing to submit to reasonable oversight if it helps ease the Commission's concerns. But I want to be clear about something. His tone carried a quiet, absolute certainty that left no room for misinterpretation. If any attempt is made to weaponize what I am, or to use force against me or the people I care about, I won't respond passively. I came to this planet to observe and to learn what it means to live among mortals as something other than a distant, unmoved god. I did not come here to be caged, controlled, or treated as a resource to be exploited. Nizu studied him for a long moment, his sharp, calculating eyes carrying an expression that suggested he found the warning considerably more reasonable than alarming. Duly noted, he said. For what it's worth, I intend to advocate strongly for a measured, respectful approach to your assessment. Threats and containment strategies tend to produce precisely the adversarial outcomes they're ostensibly designed to prevent, and I have no interest in manufacturing an enemy out of someone who has, thus far, demonstrated nothing but a genuine desire to protect the school's students. The meeting concluded without full resolution, the practical details of the Commission's proposed assessment left to be negotiated in the days ahead, but Izuku left with a cautious, tentative sense that at least some of the mortals responsible for governing this strange and fragile society understood the wisdom of approaching his unprecedented existence with diplomacy rather than force. Not everyone shared that wisdom. In a decaying, hidden compound somewhere beyond the reach of conventional hero surveillance, a figure who had spent decades quietly accumulating power and influence far beyond what any single quirk should reasonably allow received his own detailed report on the USJ incident, delivered by a network of informants who had, over the years, proven considerably more reliable than the Hero Commission's official channels. All for one, listening to the account of a boy capable of erasing a Nomu with a single spoken word, felt something he had not experienced in longer than he cared to remember, genuine, calculating interest. A power beyond quirks entirely, he murmured, his ruined, scarred features settling into an expression of thoughtful consideration. How very interesting. Tell me everything you've managed to learn about this Izuku Midoriya. If his power is truly what these reports suggest, he represents either the single greatest threat to my plans that I have ever encountered, or the single greatest opportunity. The informant, a nervous, minor villain whose usual role involved considerably less consequential intelligence gathering, shifted uncomfortably before responding. The Commission's keeping most of the details classified, but from what we've pieced together, whatever he did to that Nomu wasn't like anything on record. No residue, no trace evidence, nothing. It just ceased to exist. Fascinating, All for One said, steepling his fingers with the particular, patient calculation of a man who had spent decades learning to recognize and exploit power wherever he encountered it. A being capable of true erasure, hiding in plain sight among UA's students. Shigaraki's little assault, disastrous as it apparently was, may yet prove valuable, if only for having revealed this boy's existence to us. He paused, considering the implications with the same patient, methodical calculation that had guided decades of careful, incremental conquest. Begin gathering everything you can about him. His routines, his relationships, anything that might prove useful leverage. If this Izuku Midoriya truly wields power beyond anything our world has previously understood, I intend to determine, with great care, whether he can be persuaded to serve a considerably grander purpose than simply protecting a single class of hero students. The informant nodded and departed, leaving All for One alone with his calculations, a quiet, patient predator who had, across decades of careful maneuvering, learned that even the most formidable power could, with sufficient patience and precisely applied pressure, eventually be brought to heel. He had no way of knowing, in that moment, precisely how catastrophically he was about to misjudge the nature of what he intended to pursue. But then, few mortals, however powerful within the narrow scope of their own world, ever fully grasped the danger inherent in provoking a god who had already, once, demonstrated exactly how far he was willing to go to protect what he had come to love. Across the city, entirely unaware of the quiet, calculating attention now gathering around his existence from multiple directions at once, Izuku spent that same evening in the comfortable, ordinary company of Class 1A, the immediate crisis of his revelation having settled, for the moment, into something that almost resembled the fragile beginnings of normalcy. He understood, even as he allowed himself to enjoy the evening's simple pleasures, that such normalcy was unlikely to prove permanent. Power like his, once revealed, tended to attract attention from every direction, benevolent and malicious alike, and he suspected that the careful, uneasy peace currently settling over his circumstances represented only a temporary reprieve before considerably more significant challenges made themselves known. For now, though, surrounded by classmates who had chosen acceptance over fear, and by a fierce, devoted love that had survived the revelation of his true nature entirely intact, Izuku found himself willing to embrace whatever fragile peace the moment offered, however temporary it eventually proved to be. Chapter 14, Living in the Aftermath. The days following the USJ incident unfolded with a strange, disorienting mixture of normalcy and upheaval. Class 1A's daily routine of lectures, training exercises, and homework assignments continuing largely unchanged even as the broader implications of Izuku's revealed nature rippled outward through every level of Japan's hero infrastructure. The public account of the incident, carefully curated by UA's administration and the Hero Commission's press office, emphasized the successful repulsion of a villain attack through faculty intervention and student resilience, offering only vague, deliberately obscured references to the specific circumstances surrounding the Nomu's defeat. Speculation ran rampant regardless, fueled by fragments of information that inevitably leaked through unofficial channels, forums, and message boards filling with increasingly elaborate theories about what, precisely, had happened inside the USJ facility that day. Izuku found himself, in the days that followed, navigating a peculiar and uncomfortable new visibility within the school itself, even as his true nature remained officially unconfirmed to the broader public. Students from other classes, previously indifferent to his existence, now regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and wariness whenever he passed through the halls. Teachers who had never had cause to interact with him directly found sudden reasons to observe his classes, their attention carrying the particular, assessing quality of professionals attempting to calibrate an entirely new category of risk and opportunity. "It's kind of surreal," Mina observed one afternoon, walking beside him through the considerably more crowded and attentive hallways that had become their new normal since the incident. "Like, a week ago you were just the mysterious quiet guy nobody could figure out. Now everyone's looking at you like you might set the building on fire if they say the wrong thing." "The attention is inconvenient," Izuku admitted, "though I understand its source. People fear what they don't understand, and I represent a considerable amount of poorly understood power walking around in a school uniform." "For what it's worth," Mina said, slipping her hand into his with the same easy, deliberate familiarity she'd maintained since the confrontation, entirely unbothered by the curious glances the gesture drew from passing students, "I still think you're just Izuku. Weird book guy, secretly kind of a huge nerd about astronomy, gives the most painfully honest compliments of anyone I've ever met. The god stuff is just, I don't know, an extra layer. Doesn't change the core of who you actually are." Her steadfast, uncomplicated acceptance, offered without hesitation even as the rest of the school grappled with fear and speculation, had become, in the days since the USJ incident, something Izuku found himself relying on more than he might have anticipated even a few weeks earlier. He had spent his entire existence learning to expect distance, caution, the particular deference that came with being recognized as something far beyond ordinary. Mina's continued, unwavering warmth toward him, entirely unchanged by the revelation of his true nature, had become, in its own quiet way, more grounding than any careful discipline his father's training had ever instilled. "You've made this considerably easier than it might otherwise have been," he told her one evening, the two of them settled together in the small, quiet observatory where their relationship had first deepened into something neither of them fully had words for. "I anticipated needing to navigate this transition largely alone. I didn't expect to have someone willing to simply remain constant, regardless of what the rest of the world made of me." "Yeah, well." Mina leaned her head against his shoulder, the gesture carrying a comfortable familiarity that had grown, over the preceding weeks, into something neither of them questioned anymore. "I told you a long time ago I wasn't scared of you. Turns out I meant that even when the stakes got a whole lot higher than I expected." Funny how that works. Their classmates, for their part, had settled with remarkable speed into a collective acceptance that mirrored Mina's own steadfast loyalty, if with somewhat less immediate confidence. Kirishima had taken to treating Izuku's newly revealed nature as simply another interesting facet of a classmate he'd already decided was worth befriending, his easy, uncomplicated warmth largely unaffected by the revelation beyond an increase in genuinely curious questions about what, exactly, being a god's son actually entailed on a day-to-day basis. Uraraka and Tsuyu had extended similar, if slightly more cautious, acceptance, their friendship with Izuku settling back into familiar rhythms within a week or two of the incident. Even Bakugo, who had initially responded to the revelation with characteristic aggressive skepticism, seemed to have arrived, through whatever internal calculation governed his particular worldview, at a grudging respect for a classmate who had demonstrated, unambiguously, considerably more raw power than even his own considerable ambitions had prepared him to encounter. "You could have just told us, you know," Kirishima said one afternoon, the two of them working through a particularly grueling training exercise together while Izuku, per Aizawa's careful new arrangement, deliberately restrained his performance to something approximating ordinary human capability. The god thing would have saved everyone a lot of confused speculation. "Would it have changed anything, if I had?" Izuku asked, genuinely curious about the answer. Kirishima considered the question seriously, his usual easy grin fading into something more thoughtful. "Honestly? Probably not, for most of us. I mean, sure, it would have been a weird thing to process on day one, but you're still you. Still the same guy who blocks explosions to protect people and reads weird untranslatable books and somehow ended up dating Mina despite being about as emotionally expressive as a brick wall most of the time. He shrugged, the gesture carrying genuine, uncomplicated sincerity. The power stuff is impressive, don't get me wrong. But it's not really what makes people decide whether they like you or not. That's the rest of it. The actual person underneath all that power. The sentiment, echoed in various forms across his growing circle of classmates in the weeks that followed, offered Izuku a quiet, unexpected comfort that his entire upbringing had never quite prepared him to anticipate. He had spent his existence assuming that the sheer scale of his power would inevitably define every relationship he formed, that mortals confronted with the truth of what he was would respond with either fear or the kind of transactional deference reserved for beings whose favor was worth cultivating. Instead, he found himself surrounded by people who, while undeniably impressed and occasionally still faintly unsettled by the scope of what he'd revealed, continued to treat him fundamentally as a friend, a classmate, and, in Mina's case, someone genuinely and unreservedly loved, rather than simply a repository of overwhelming power to be managed or exploited. It was a lesson his father, Izuku suspected, had never fully learned in 10,000 years of solitary godhood. He found himself, increasingly, grateful that his mother's insistence on sending him to this small, strange, remarkable planet had given him the opportunity to learn it for himself. The Hero Commission's promised assessment, when it finally occurred nearly 2 weeks after the incident, proceeded with considerably more caution and diplomacy than Izuku had initially anticipated, Principal Nizu's careful advocacy apparently having succeeded in tempering the more aggressive impulses of Commissioner Tanaka's faction. The evaluation, conducted by a small team of specialists with careful, measured questions rather than the invasive physical testing originally proposed, concluded with a tentative, cautiously worded agreement allowing Izuku to continue his education at UA under a loosely defined framework of ongoing monitoring, provided he continued to demonstrate the same restraint and protective intent he'd shown during the USJ incident. It was not, Izuku understood, a permanent or fully secure arrangement. The Commission's more cautious factions remained wary, and he suspected, correctly as it would turn out, that the assessment represented only the opening move in a considerably longer and more complex negotiation between his continued presence on Earth and the institutional structures that governed mortal society's response to power beyond their comprehension. But for now, walking home beside Mina through the familiar streets of Muzudafu, her hand warm and steady in his, the immediate crisis of his revelation having settled into something manageable rather than catastrophic, Izuku allowed himself a rare, genuine moment of contentment. He had come to this planet expecting tedium. He had found, instead, a fierce, unwavering love, a circle of genuine friendship that had survived the revelation of his true and terrible nature largely intact, and a growing, unfamiliar sense that this strange, small, fragile world had become, against every careful calculation of his upbringing, something worth calling home. He did not yet know that the fragile peace he'd found would soon face challenges considerably beyond anything the Hero Commission's cautious bureaucracy could pose. He did not yet know that a patient, calculating predator far more dangerous than Shigaraki Tomura had already begun assembling plans that would, in the weeks ahead, test the full extent of what he was willing to sacrifice to protect the people he had come to love. For now, though, the evening remained quiet, the future's coming storm still distant enough to leave room for simple, uncomplicated happiness. It would not remain that way for long. Chapter 15, The Weight of a Symbol. All Might found Izuku alone on UA's training rooftop, 3 days after the Commission's assessment had concluded, standing at the edge of the building's perimeter and watching the city sprawl outward beneath the late afternoon sun with the same quiet, contemplative stillness that had characterized him since his first day at the school. Young Midoriya, the symbol of peace, said, settling into his full, muscled form beside him rather than the gaunt, exhausted state he typically maintained outside of official hero duties. I hoped I might find a moment to speak with you privately. There are things I think we should discuss, away from the Commission's more formal proceedings. Izuku turned to regard him, offering a small, respectful nod. Of course. I've been curious about your perspective, honestly. You've said relatively little since the incident, compared to the rest of the faculty. I've been thinking a great deal, if not speaking much of it aloud, All Might admitted, moving to stand beside him at the rooftop's edge, his gaze following Izuku's out across the city's sprawling expanse. I've spent my entire career embodying a particular kind of symbol. The idea that strength, wielded with unwavering conviction and selfless purpose, can hold back the darkness that would otherwise consume ordinary people's lives. It's a heavy burden, being that symbol. Heavier than most people understand, even other heroes. I imagine it must be, Izuku said. Carrying an entire society's hope on a single set of shoulders. Watching you at the USJ, All Might continued, I found myself confronting something I hadn't fully considered before. My strength, considerable as it is, has always existed within certain boundaries. I'm powerful, yes, perhaps the most powerful hero this country has ever produced, but I'm still bound by the same fundamental limitations every quirk user faces. Fatigue. Injury. The slow, inevitable decline that comes with using power beyond what my body was ever meant to sustain. He paused, his expression carrying a rare, genuine vulnerability that few outside his closest circle ever witnessed. What you did to that Nomu exists entirely outside those boundaries. You didn't fight it. You didn't overcome it through strength or strategy or sheer force of will. You simply removed it from existence, as though it had never been a threat worth the effort of a genuine confrontation. Does that trouble you? Izuku asked, genuinely curious rather than defensive. All Might considered the question seriously before responding. Less than you might expect, honestly. I've spent considerable time reflecting on it since the incident, and I've come to a conclusion that I suspect the Commission's more cautious factions would find uncomfortable. He turned to face Izuku directly, his expression carrying the same unwavering conviction that had made him, for decades, the singular embodiment of heroic ideals for an entire nation. Power itself has never been the thing that matters most, in my experience. It's what a person chooses to do with it. I've met individuals with quirks of fraction as powerful as mine who used that power for genuine good, and I've met others with power rivaling my own who used it for nothing but selfish cruelty. What you did at the USJ, the way you positioned yourself between that creature and my students without a moment's hesitation, tells me considerably more about your character than the scale of your power ever could. The assessment, offered with the particular sincerity that had made All Might such an enduring symbol despite decades of public scrutiny, settled into Izuku's chest with unexpected weight. He had spent weeks anticipating fear, suspicion, the careful institutional caution that inevitably accompanied revelations of overwhelming power. He had not fully anticipated genuine, unguarded respect from the single most celebrated hero in the country. Thank you, he said simply. That means more than you likely realize. I mean it, All Might said. And I want you to understand something else, young Midoriya. Whatever the Commission decides in the coming weeks, whatever careful negotiations and cautious frameworks they attempt to construct around your continued presence here, I intend to advocate, as strongly as my position allows, for your right to remain at UA as a student, rather than being treated as a resource to be studied or contained. You've demonstrated, unambiguously, that your priorities align with the same values the school exists to cultivate. That deserves recognition, not suspicion. Izuku studied the legendary hero for a long moment, genuinely moved by the unwavering support being offered so freely by someone who had every institutional reason to approach his existence with considerably more caution. I appreciate that more than I can adequately express, he said. Though I should be honest with you about something, given the trust you're extending. Go ahead. If circumstances ever require it, if the people I care about are ever genuinely threatened again, I will use whatever power is necessary to protect them, regardless of institutional caution or careful diplomatic framework. I understand the concern that raises. I understand why the Commission finds that prospect troubling. But I want you to understand it as well, before you commit to advocating on my behalf. His voice carried the same quiet, absolute certainty that had characterized his confrontation with Shigaraki. I came to this planet as an observer. I've become, over these past weeks, considerably more invested in its well-being than I ever anticipated. But my priority, if forced to choose, will always be the people I love, not institutional stability or careful public perception. All Might held his gaze for a long moment, weighing the admission with the same careful consideration he brought to every significant decision in his long career. I understand, he said finally. And honestly, I'd think less of you if you'd claimed otherwise. A hero who prioritizes institutional approval over the people he's sworn to protect isn't much of a hero at all, in my experience. I've spent my career trying to embody a symbol that inspires people to believe help will always arrive when they need it most. What you're describing isn't so different, at its core. Just considerably more literal in its execution. The conversation drifted, in the minutes that followed, into quieter, less consequential territory, All Might offering fragments of his own long history as Japan's foremost hero, the sacrifices and burdens that had come with decades spent as a singular, unwavering symbol of hope for an entire nation. Izuku found himself, listening to the older hero's careful, weathered reflections, gaining a deeper appreciation for the particular loneliness that came with wielding power far beyond what ordinary society could fully comprehend or reciprocate, a loneliness he recognized, with quiet and uncomfortable clarity, as something he had spent his entire existence navigating in his own, considerably more literal way. You have something I never fully had, in my own career, All Might observed near the conversation's end, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon where the last of the afternoon light was beginning to soften into evening. People who know the full truth of what you are and choose to stand beside you regardless. I kept my own burdens largely hidden, even from those closest to me, for most of my career. I wonder, sometimes, whether that isolation served any real purpose beyond simply making an already difficult path considerably more difficult to walk alone. Mina's made all the difference, Izuku admitted. And the rest of the class, in their own way. I didn't anticipate finding that kind of genuine acceptance when I arrived here. I'm not certain I would have survived this revelation with my sense of purpose intact, without it. Then hold on to it carefully, All Might said, a rare, genuine warmth softening his usually resolute expression. Whatever power you carry, whatever burdens your unique existence demands of you, don't make the same mistake I did in assuming you have to carry it entirely alone. That's not strength, young Midoriya. That's simply a different kind of isolation, dressed up to look like duty. The advice settled into Izuku's chest alongside the growing collection of lessons he'd absorbed since his arrival on Earth, another quiet, hard-won piece of wisdom from a mortal world that had, against every expectation his upbringing had instilled in him, taught him considerably more about genuine connection than 10,000 years of his father's careful, solitary godhood ever had. He did not yet know, standing on that rooftop as the sun began its slow descent toward evening, precisely how soon that lesson would be tested. He did not know that in a hidden compound far beyond the reach of conventional surveillance, a patient and calculating predator had already begun assembling the pieces of a plan considerably more dangerous than anything Shigaraki Tomura's desperate, ill-conceived assault had managed to represent. He did not know that the Hero Commission's cautious, uneasy tolerance of his continued presence at UA would soon face pressures from factions within its own ranks who viewed his existence not as an asset to be respected, but as a weapon to be controlled, or, failing that, eliminated entirely. He knew only, in that quiet, settled moment, that he had found something on this small and fragile planet worth every risk and every sacrifice his continued presence here might eventually demand. Walking back down from the rooftop as evening finally settled fully over Muzutafu, his thoughts already turning toward the evening he'd promised to spend with Mina, Izuku Midoriya allowed himself, one final time, the simple, uncomplicated comfort of believing that the fragile peace he'd built for himself might yet prove sustainable. The universe, as it so often did for beings who had once been gods of destruction's careless, unattached observers, had other plans entirely in store. Far beneath the city's ordinary streets, in a compound whose existence remained entirely unknown to even UA's most thorough intelligence gathering, All for One studied a growing collection of surveillance reports with the same patient, methodical calculation that had guided decades of careful, incremental conquest, his ruined features settling into an expression of quiet, calculating anticipation. The boy's power, however vast and impossible its true origin, was not, he had concluded after careful study, entirely beyond the reach of a sufficiently patient and precisely applied strategy. Every being, however powerful, carried vulnerabilities. Every fortress, however formidable, carried weaknesses that a sufficiently determined adversary could eventually exploit. Izuku Midoriya's vulnerability, it seemed increasingly clear from the careful surveillance already underway, wore pink skin and a fearless, unguarded smile, and walked beside him through the streets of Muzidafu with a devotion so complete it left no room for the kind of careful, defensive caution that might otherwise have protected her from becoming exactly the leverage a sufficiently patient predator required. All for one smiled, an expression that had, across decades of careful predation, preceded the downfall of considerably more formidable adversaries than a single overconfident demigod pretending, however sincerely, to belong to a world he had only recently discovered he genuinely loved. The Hero Commission, in their own separate and considerably less patient deliberations, arrived at a parallel conclusion through entirely different reasoning. Commissioner Tanaka, reviewing the final report from Izuku's assessment with a scowl that suggested his earlier caution had only deepened rather than eased, turned to the small gathering of senior commission officials assembled in his office with grim, decisive purpose. "We cannot simply allow this to continue unmonitored," he said. "Whatever assurances the boy has offered, whatever advocacy All Might and Principal Nizu continue to provide on his behalf, a power capable of what we witnessed at the USJ represents an unacceptable risk if it remains beyond our ability to control or, if necessary, neutralize. I want contingency plans developed quietly, carefully, and without the knowledge of UA's more sympathetic faculty. If Izuku Midoriya ever proves to be a threat rather than an asset, I want this commission fully prepared to respond, regardless of what diplomatic assurances have been extended in the meantime." The room fell into the particular, uneasy silence that accompanied decisions made in the name of caution and institutional stability, a silence that carried, beneath its careful bureaucratic surface, the quiet and dangerous seeds of a conflict that would, in the weeks ahead, force Izuku Midoriya to choose, once and for all, precisely how far he was willing to go to protect both the fragile mortal world he had come to love and the singular, unwavering devotion that had made that love possible in the first place. Chapter 16, Quiet Before the Reckoning. That evening, as promised, Izuku met Mina outside her apartment building, the two of them settling into the familiar, comfortable rhythm of a walk through Muzidafu's quieter streets that had become, over the preceding weeks, one of the few consistent anchors in an existence that had grown considerably more complicated since the USJ incident. "You've got your thinking face on again," Mina observed, studying him with the same open, perceptive attention she'd brought to their earliest conversations. "The one where you're turning something over really carefully before deciding whether to actually say it out loud." "All Might and I spoke earlier today," Izuku said. "About my situation. About what continuing to stay here might eventually require of me. And?" "He offered support I didn't fully anticipate," Izuku admitted. "Genuine, unguarded support, without the careful institutional caution I expected from someone in his position. It was unexpectedly meaningful." Mina smiled, though something more thoughtful lingered beneath the expression. "That's good, right? Having more people in your corner?" "It is," Izuku agreed. "Though it also clarified something I've been reluctant to fully acknowledge, even to myself. Not everyone within the commission structure shares his perspective. There are those who view my continued presence here as a risk to be managed rather than an asset to be trusted." They walked in silence for a moment, the evening air carrying the particular, settled quiet of a city winding down toward night, and Mina found herself, not for the first time since the USJ incident, grappling with the strange, disorienting reality of loving someone whose very existence had become, almost overnight, a matter of genuine geopolitical significance. "Are you scared?" she asked finally, the question carrying a directness that had, since their very first real conversation weeks ago, become one of the qualities Izuku valued most about her. "Not for myself," he said. "There's very little on this planet capable of genuinely threatening me, whatever institutional caution the Commission chooses to exercise. But I find myself considerably more concerned about what that caution might eventually mean for the people I care about. Power like mine tends to make institutions nervous, and nervous institutions have a well-documented history of making decisions that prioritize perceived safety over genuine wisdom." "You mean they might try to use me against you," Mina said, the observation carrying a bluntness that Izuku had, over their weeks together, come to appreciate rather than flinch from. "As leverage, or whatever. To control you." "It's a possibility I'd be foolish to entirely dismiss," Izuku admitted. "I don't say that to frighten you. I say it because I think you deserve honesty about the risks that come with loving someone in my position, considerably more honesty than I perhaps offered up to this point." Mina stopped walking, turning to face him fully, her expression carrying the same fierce, unwavering determination that had first drawn his attention weeks ago, back when she'd simply decided the cold, unreadable boy at the back of the classroom was worth the effort of genuine friendship. Okay, first, she said, thank you for actually telling me that instead of just quietly worrying about it on your own. I know that's not exactly your default setting, so I appreciate the effort. She reached for his hand, her grip firm and deliberate. Second, yeah, that's scary. I'm not gonna pretend it's not. But I made my choice a long time ago, Izuku. Back before I even really knew what you were, I decided I wasn't gonna let fear keep me from getting to know you. That hasn't changed just because the stakes turned out to be a lot bigger than I originally realized. I don't want you to feel obligated to accept that risk, Izuku said. If distance would keep you safer, I would understand, even if the prospect is considerably more difficult to accept than I'd like to admit. Mina's expression softened, though her grip on his hand remained firm. Izuku. Look at me. She waited until his eyes met hers fully. I don't want distance. I want you. All of you, god powers and commission drama and whatever else comes with the package. I've had plenty of chances to walk away if I actually wanted to, and every single time, I've chosen to stay instead. That's not gonna change because some scared bureaucrats might see me as leverage someday. If anything, that just makes me want to stick closer, not further away. I trust you to protect me if it ever actually comes to that. And honestly, I think I'm a lot more capable of handling myself than most people, including you sometimes, tend to give me credit for. The gentle reminder, delivered with characteristic directness, drew a small, genuine smile from Izuku, the tension that had settled into his shoulders throughout their conversation easing slightly at her steadfast conviction. You're right, he said. I have a tendency to underestimate your capability, out of concern rather than genuine doubt. I'll work on that. You'd better, Mina said, though her tone carried more warmth than admonishment. Because I plan on being right there beside you through whatever comes next, whether the commission likes it or not. That's not up for negotiation. They resumed their walk, the earlier tension of the conversation gradually giving way to the comfortable, familiar warmth that had characterized their relationship since its earliest days, and Izuku found himself, watching Mina's profile in the fading evening light, struck once again by the same quiet, overwhelming certainty that had first solidified during the USJ confrontation. Whatever challenges the coming weeks and months held, whatever careful negotiations and dangerous confrontations still lay ahead, he understood, with absolute and unshakable clarity, that he would face every single one of them with considerably more strength and purpose than he could ever have summoned alone. Can I ask you something? Mina said, as they approached the quiet intersection near his apartment where their evening walks typically concluded. Of course. Your dad. Beerus. What's he actually like? You've mentioned him a few times, but always kind of vaguely. I'm curious what the actual god of destruction is like as, a father. Izuku considered the question for a long moment, turning over the complicated, layered reality of his relationship with Beerus with the same careful precision he applied to every significant topic. Difficult to summarize simply, he admitted. He's not warm in any conventional sense. He doesn't offer praise easily, and his patience for what he considers mortal sentimentality is limited, at best. But he's also not cruel, or careless with the power he wields. He taught me control, discipline, the careful weighing of consequences before action. Those lessons have served me well, even if his methods weren't always what most people would consider nurturing. Sounds intense, Mina said. He is, Izuku agreed, a faint, genuine warmth entering his tone despite the honest complexity of his description. But he loves my mother, in his own way, more completely than I think even he fully understands. And I believe, despite his careful detachment, that he cares for me as well, in whatever manner a 10,000-year-old god capable of destroying planets manages to express that particular emotion. I'd like to meet him someday, Mina said, the statement carrying a casual confidence that momentarily startled Izuku with its implications. You want to meet the god of destruction, he said slowly, unable to fully mask the surprise in his tone. Sure, why not? I mean, I already dated his kid without knowing the whole truth for weeks, and that turned out fine. How much worse could meeting the actual dad be? Mina grinned up at him, the expression carrying its familiar, fearless confidence. Besides, I want him to know his son found someone who actually appreciates him for who he really is. Seems like the kind of thing a parent should get to see, even a really intimidating cosmic one. The suggestion, offered with characteristic boldness, settled into Izuku's chest with unexpected warmth, a quiet, growing certainty that whatever future lay ahead of them, Mina Ashido intended to remain firmly and permanently woven into every aspect of his existence, divine complications and all. I think, he said finally, that my mother, at least, would adore you immediately. My father might require somewhat longer to warm to the idea. But I suspect, given enough time, even he would come to recognize what I already understand clearly. Which is that you're considerably more remarkable than any mortal I've encountered in my entire existence, Izuku said, the admission carrying a sincerity that drew a soft, genuinely touched smile from Mina. And that whatever risks come with loving you, I would choose them again, without hesitation, in every possible version of this existence I might have lived. Mina rose onto her toes, pressing a warm, lingering kiss to his lips, the gesture carrying none of the earlier tension of their conversation, only the fierce, uncomplicated devotion that had grown, steadily and irrevocably, into the single most important commitment either of them had ever made. Good answer, she murmured against his lips. Astronomy boy. They stood together for a long moment in the quiet evening street, the city settling into its familiar nighttime rhythm around them, entirely unaware of the careful, calculating plans already forming in hidden compounds and commission offices across the city, plans that would, in the weeks ahead, test the full and terrible extent of what Izuku Midoriya was willing to become in order to protect the fierce, fearless love that had transformed him, irrevocably, from a distant, unmoved observer into something considerably closer to what his mother had always hoped he might discover on this small and fragile world. A god who had finally, completely, learned what it meant to belong to something worth protecting with everything he possessed. The reckoning, when it arrived, would prove far more dangerous than anything the USJ incident had demanded of him. But for now, standing together beneath the quiet evening sky, neither Izuku nor Mina had any way of knowing precisely how soon that reckoning would begin, or how thoroughly it would reshape the fragile, hard-won peace they had spent these recent weeks so carefully building together. Later, walking the final stretch home alone after leaving Mina at her door, Izuku found his thoughts drifting, unbidden, toward the strange and improbable path that had brought him to this exact moment. He had arrived on Earth expecting to observe, to catalogue, to wait out his mother's carefully arranged experiment in mortal exposure with the same detached patience he had brought to every previous obligation his upbringing had demanded of him. He had not expected to find purpose here. He had certainly not expected to find love, fierce and fearless and entirely unbothered by the vast, impossible truth of what he actually was. And yet here he stood, walking the quiet streets of a city that had, against every careful calculation of his divine upbringing, become something worth defending with the full and terrible weight of everything his father had ever taught him. The commission's caution, all for one's patient, calculating interest, the careful negotiations still unfolding between institutional fear and genuine trust, all of it represented a complexity his existence at his father's palace had never required him to navigate. He found, turning the thought over with the same methodical precision he applied to everything, that he did not resent the difficulty. If anything, the challenge of building something worth protecting, rather than simply possessing power without purpose, had given his existence a shape and meaning that 10,000 years of his father's solitary godhood had never quite managed to provide. He thought of his mother's parting words once more, the quiet insistence that he try things, that he let himself feel what this strange, fragile world had to offer rather than simply observing it from a careful, comfortable distance. He had done that, more thoroughly than he ever could have anticipated, and the cost of that choice, he understood now with growing clarity, would likely prove considerably higher than he had first imagined when he'd agreed to his mother's small, hopeful experiment. He found, standing alone in the quiet dark outside his apartment building, that he remained entirely willing to pay it. Whatever the commission decided in the weeks ahead. Whatever patient, calculating threat continued to gather in hidden compounds far beyond his current awareness. He had found something on this small and improbable planet worth every risk his continued presence here demanded, and he intended, with the full and unwavering resolve of a god who had finally discovered what genuine devotion truly meant, to protect it for as long as the universe allowed him the chance. The storm gathering on the horizon, patient and calculating and far more dangerous than anything he had yet faced, would arrive soon enough. But for tonight, beneath a quiet sky he understood far more intimately than any mortal astronomer ever could, Izuku Midoriya allowed himself, one final time, to simply exist in the fragile, hard-won peace of having found, against every expectation of his solitary godhood, someone and something worth calling his own. Act 4, The Queen of Destruction. Chapter 17, A Glimpse Beyond the Sky. 3 weeks after the USJ incident, with the Commission's cautious oversight settled into a routine that had become, if not entirely comfortable, at least predictable, Izuku found himself standing before Mina's apartment building on a quiet Sunday morning with a proposal he had spent the better part of a week working up the nerve to make. "I want to show you something," he said, when she opened the door, still dressed in the casual weekend clothes that suited her considerably better than the crisp lines of her school uniform. "Somewhere you've never been. If you're willing." Mina's eyebrows rose with immediate, delighted curiosity. "Okay, that's a very mysterious opening line. Where are we talking about? Should I pack a bag?" "You won't need one," Izuku said. "We won't be gone long, by any measure that matters here. Though where we're going exists somewhat outside conventional measures of distance and time." Understanding dawned slowly across Mina's features, her earlier curiosity sharpening into something considerably more electric. "Wait. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Are we going to, like, actual space? Your dad's palace? All of it?" "If you're willing," Izuku repeated. "I've spoken with Whis, my father's attendant. He's agreed to open a passage for a few hours, discreetly enough that it shouldn't draw the Commission's attention. I wanted you to see where I actually come from. To understand, more fully, what you've chosen to accept by staying with me." Mina's answer came without a moment's hesitation, her expression carrying the same fearless, unguarded enthusiasm that had first drawn Izuku's attention months ago in the crowded courtyard of Yue's entrance ceremony. "Yes. Obviously yes. Give me 2 minutes to grab a jacket, and let's go see your literal cosmic family." The passage, when it opened in the quiet privacy of Izuku's apartment a short while later, took the form of a shimmering, rippling distortion in the air that Mina found herself staring at with wide, fascinated eyes even as every rational instinct suggested she should, perhaps, feel considerably more alarm at the prospect of stepping through it. "It won't hurt," Izuku assured her, extending his hand. "The sensation is disorienting, briefly, but entirely harmless." Mina took his hand without hesitation, and the world dissolved around them in a rush of color and impossible, folding space, resolving, moments later, into a scene that no photograph or careful description could have adequately prepared her for. They stood in a vast, open courtyard beneath a sky that burned a soft, luminous violet rather than any blue Earth's atmosphere had ever produced, the architecture surrounding them ancient and impossibly elegant, carved from some pale, luminescent stone that seemed to hum faintly with contained power. In the distance, structures rose toward a horizon that curved with visible, gentle wrongness, the unmistakable geography of a world considerably smaller and stranger than the planet Mina had spent her entire life calling home. "Oh my God," she breathed, turning in a slow circle to take in the full scope of the impossible landscape surrounding them. "This is real. This is actually real." "Welcome to my father's palace," Izuku said, a faint, genuine warmth entering his usually careful tone as he watched her reaction. "Beerus's domain, and by extension, my own childhood home." A soft, melodic voice drifted toward them from across the courtyard, and Mina turned to find an impossibly tall, elegant figure approaching, pale-skinned and serene, dressed in flowing robes that seemed to shimmer faintly with their own internal light. "Young master," the figure said, inclining his head toward Izuku with practiced courtesy before turning his attention to Mina, his expression carrying an unmistakable, warm curiosity. "And this must be the remarkable young woman I've heard so much about." "Whis, at your service. I have the honor of attending Lord Beerus, and, on occasion, keeping his rather more excitable son from making too many catastrophic mistakes." "It's an honor," Mina managed, still visibly processing the sheer, overwhelming reality of the situation. "I'm Mina. Mina Ashido." I know, Whis said, his smile carrying an amused, knowing quality that suggested he understood considerably more about the situation than his casual tone let on. Cheelai has been eager to meet you for some time now. She's waiting inside, if you're both amenable to a brief introduction. The prospect of meeting Izuku's mother, a woman he'd described with such evident warmth and complexity over their months together, sent a fresh wave of nervous excitement through Mina, though she found, watching Izuku's own expression soften at the mention, that her nervousness carried far more anticipation than dread. They found Cheelai in a smaller, more intimate courtyard adjacent to the palace's main structure, seated on a low bench beneath a tree bearing fruit unlike anything Mina had ever encountered, her expression brightening with genuine, unguarded delight the moment she caught sight of her son. Izuku, she said, rising to embrace him with the easy familiarity of a mother who had clearly missed her child considerably more than her composed bearing initially suggested. You look well. Happier than I've seen you in longer than I can properly measure, honestly. Her gaze shifted toward Mina, warm and curious and entirely without the careful reserve Mina might have reasonably expected from the partner of a god of destruction. And this must be the reason why. Mina Ashido, Izuku said, his tone carrying quiet, evident pride. Mother, this is Mina. Cheelai studied her for a long moment, her expression carrying an intensity that reminded Mina, briefly and unmistakably, of Izuku's own careful, assessing gaze, though considerably warmer in its execution. Whatever she found in that assessment seemed to satisfy her completely, because her expression melted, a moment later, into open, genuine warmth. He wasn't exaggerating, Cheelai said, glancing toward her son with fond, knowing amusement. You do have a fearless quality about you. I can see exactly why he fell for you so completely. It's rather refreshing, honestly, watching someone approach my son without an ounce of the caution most people instinctively bring to encounters with our family. He's worth the risk, Mina said simply, the statement carrying a sincerity that visibly moved both mother and son in equal measure. I'm glad you think so, Cheelai said. Come, sit with me a while. I want to hear everything about this strange little planet you two have been navigating together. Izuku's letters, when I manage to coax them out of him, are far too sparse on the details that actually matter. The conversation that followed unfolded with a warmth and ease that surprised even Izuku, who had anticipated, at best, a brief and somewhat awkward introduction rather than the genuine, easy rapport that developed between his mother and the girl he loved within the span of a single afternoon. Cheelai asked pointed, genuinely curious questions about Mina's own life, her hopes for her hero career, the particular qualities that had drawn her to Izuku despite his careful, guarded exterior, and Mina found herself, over the course of their conversation, growing increasingly fond of the woman whose own fearless choice to love a god of destruction had, in its own strange and improbable way, paved the path that eventually led to her own relationship with his son. You remind me of myself, a little, Cheelai admitted at one point, watching Mina with an expression of genuine, affectionate recognition. I never let Beerus's power intimidate me either. Gods need someone willing to see past the destruction and recognize the person underneath, same as anyone else does. It sounds like you've already figured that out about my son. He's more than just his power, Mina agreed. A lot more, honestly. That's what I fell for. Their visit concluded, several hours later by the palace's own strange measure of time, with a brief and considerably more intimidating audience with Beerus himself, who received the news of his son's mortal romance with a characteristic mixture of gruff skepticism and grudging, carefully concealed approval. So you're the one who's been distracting my heir from his training, Beerus said, studying Mina with crimson eyes that carried a weight and ancient authority no amount of preparation could have fully readied her for. I prefer to think I'm the one keeping him from getting too lonely, Mina replied, her voice carrying only the faintest tremor despite the genuinely terrifying presence before her, a boldness that drew a surprised, almost imperceptible flicker of respect across Beerus's usually impassive features. Careful, Beerus said, though his tone carried considerably less menace than his words suggested. Most mortals don't speak to me with quite that much confidence. Most mortals probably haven't spent months falling in love with your son, Mina said. Gives a person a certain amount of perspective, I guess. For a long, suspended moment, Beerus simply studied her, and Izuku found himself holding his breath, uncertain how his father would respond to such direct, unguarded confidence. Finally, to his considerable surprise, Beerus's mouth curved into something that might, on a more expressive face, have qualified as a genuine, if reluctant, smile. Cheelai was right about you, he said. You'll do. Just don't let him get complacent. Gods who forget their training tend to find themselves considerably less prepared when actual challenges finally arrive. It was, Izuku understood, as close to genuine paternal approval as his father was ever likely to offer, and he found himself, watching Mina navigate the encounter with the same fearless grace she brought to every other aspect of her existence, more certain than ever that he had found, in this fierce, remarkable mortal girl, someone worth every risk and every complication their continued relationship demanded. They returned to Earth as evening settled over Muzitafu, the ordinary streets and familiar rhythms of their adopted city carrying a new and deepened significance after the impossible journey they'd just shared. That was, Mina said, still visibly processing the sheer scope of what she'd just experienced, genuinely the single most incredible thing that's ever happened to me. And I fought actual supervillains, so that's saying something. I wanted you to understand the full truth of what you've chosen to accept, Izuku said. Not just the power, but the family, the strange and vast reality of where I actually come from. I didn't want any part of my existence to remain hidden from you any longer. Mina turned to face him fully, her expression carrying a fierce, unwavering conviction that settled, permanently and completely, into the foundation of everything they had built together over the preceding months. I choose all of it, Izuku. The power, the family, the god stuff, every impossible piece of your existence. I'm not just staying because I'm curious or because I think it's exciting, though it definitely is that too. I'm staying because I love you. All of you. That's not changing, whatever else the future decides to throw at us. The declaration, offered with the same fearless sincerity that had defined every significant moment of their relationship, settled into Izuku's chest with a warmth and certainty that no amount of institutional caution or lingering danger could diminish. Whatever challenges still lay ahead, whatever the Commission's cautious deliberations or the patient, calculating schemes of enemies he had not yet fully encountered eventually demanded of him, he understood, with absolute and unshakable clarity, that he faced them now with a bond considerably stronger than anything his solitary godhood had ever prepared him to expect. Mina Ashido had chosen him, completely and without reservation, knowing the full and impossible truth of what that choice entailed. He intended to prove himself worthy of that choice, for as long as the universe allowed them the chance. Chapter 18, Contingencies. Commissioner Tanaka's office occupied the uppermost floor of the Hero Public Safety Commission's headquarters, a carefully appointed space that afforded, on clear days, an unobstructed view of the city his organization existed to protect. On the particular overcast afternoon in question, however, Tanaka's attention remained fixed entirely on the small gathering assembled around his conference table rather than the city beyond his windows, his expression carrying the grim, focused determination of a man who had spent the preceding weeks growing increasingly convinced that his earlier caution regarding Izuku Midoriya had been, if anything, insufficiently thorough. The boy's continued presence at UA remains, in my assessment, an unacceptable risk, he said, addressing the small circle of senior commission officials and select pro-heroes he'd carefully assembled for this particular, unofficial discussion. All Might's advocacy, and Principal Nizu's, have thus far succeeded in preventing more decisive action, but I remain convinced that we cannot simply trust institutional goodwill to manage a power of this magnitude indefinitely. What exactly are you proposing? Asked Hero Ingenium, a veteran pro-hero whose presence at the meeting reflected Tanaka's careful cultivation of allies within the Commission's more cautious factions. The boy hasn't given us any indication of hostile intent. Quite the opposite, from every report I've reviewed. For now, Tanaka said. But power like his doesn't remain static indefinitely. As he grows more comfortable with his position here, more confident in his own capabilities, the risk of miscalculation, of overreach, only increases. I want contingencies in place. A means of neutralizing him, should the need ever arise, that doesn't depend entirely on his own continued goodwill. The proposal, delivered with Tanaka's characteristic grim pragmatism, settled uneasily over the assembled group, several of the pro-heroes present exchanging glances that suggested considerable discomfort with the direction the discussion had taken. With respect, Commissioner, said a younger hero named Ed Shot, his tone carrying careful diplomatic restraint despite his evident reservations, developing contingencies against a student who has demonstrated nothing but protective intent toward his classmates seems, at minimum, premature. If word of this discussion reached him, or reached his allies within UA's faculty, the damage to institutional trust could prove considerably more dangerous than the risk we're ostensibly trying to manage. Which is precisely why this discussion remains entirely off the record, Tanaka said, his tone carrying no room for further debate. I'm not proposing immediate action. I'm proposing prudent preparation, the same careful contingency planning this commission maintains for every significant power we're responsible for overseeing. If Izuku Midoriya continues to demonstrate the restraint and protective intent he's shown thus far, these preparations will never need to see actual implementation. But I refuse to leave this commission unprepared, should circumstances ever prove otherwise. The discussion continued for the better part of 2 hours, the assembled officials gradually reaching, through Tanaka's careful and persistent persuasion, a cautious agreement to begin developing, in strict confidence, a series of theoretical protocols for managing a hypothetical confrontation with Izuku's power, protocols that included, among their more troubling provisions, a careful assessment of what leverage might prove most effective in ensuring his cooperation, should voluntary compliance ever prove insufficient. Mina Ashido's name appeared, discreetly and without any explicit acknowledgement of its full implications, within the confidential appendix of that assessment, listed alongside several other members of Class 1A whose relationships with Izuku had been carefully documented by Commission surveillance in the weeks since the USJ incident. Neither Izuku nor Mina had any awareness, in the days that followed, of precisely how thoroughly their relationship had become the subject of careful, calculating institutional scrutiny, the ordinary rhythm of their continued life together at UA proceeding with the same comfortable, hard-won normalcy that had characterized their months together since the incident's immediate aftermath had finally settled. It was Principal Nizu, whose considerable intelligence and carefully cultivated network of informants extended into corners of the Commission's operations that even Tanaka believed remained entirely secure, who first became aware of the covert planning underway within Tanaka's faction. I have reason to believe certain elements within the Commission are developing contingency measures that extend well beyond reasonable oversight, Nizu informed Aizawa and All Might during a private meeting called specifically to address the concerning development. The specifics remain frustratingly vague, my sources being understandably cautious about the risks of more thorough investigation, but the general shape of what's being discussed troubles me considerably. How troubling, exactly? Aizawa asked, his exhausted expression carrying an edge of genuine concern that went beyond his usual professional caution. Troubling enough that I believe young Midoriya should be made aware of the situation, All Might said, his tone carrying the particular gravity he reserved for genuinely serious matters. He deserves the opportunity to prepare, or to make whatever choices he believes necessary, rather than remaining unaware of a threat developing against him from within the very institution meant to protect him. Nizu considered this for a long moment, his small, sharp eyes calculating the various risks and benefits of such disclosure with characteristic precision. I agree, in principle. Though I'd caution against alarming him unnecessarily before we have clearer confirmation of exactly what Tanaka's faction is actually planning. Premature action on his part, driven by incomplete information, could prove considerably more dangerous than the underlying threat itself. Then we continue gathering information, All Might said, while ensuring he understands, at minimum, that caution remains warranted. He's earned that much transparency from us, given everything he's already sacrificed to protect the school's students. The decision, cautious and carefully measured, reflected the particular, delicate balance that had come to characterize UA's relationship with its most extraordinary and complicated student, a balance between genuine trust and prudent awareness of the institutional forces still working, quietly and persistently, to reduce that trust to something more easily contained and controlled. Izuku received the carefully filtered version of Nizu's concerns during a private meeting the following afternoon, Aizawa's characteristic bluntness cutting through much of the diplomatic hedging that might otherwise have softened the warning's genuine weight. Someone within the commission is planning something, Aizawa said. We don't know exactly what, or how far along their preparations have progressed. But the general shape of it doesn't look good. I'd recommend increased caution, particularly regarding anyone close to you who might be seen as vulnerable. The warning, delivered with characteristic directness, settled into Izuku's chest with a cold, familiar weight, the same instinctive unease that had preceded the USJ incident stirring once again beneath his careful composure. "Mina," he said quietly, the single word carrying the full weight of his immediate concern. "We don't have specific evidence that she's been directly targeted," Aizawa said, though his tone carried little genuine reassurance. "But given what we know about how these things typically develop, I wouldn't rule out the possibility that anyone close to you could eventually become a point of leverage, if the situation escalates far enough." Izuku absorbed the warning with the same careful, methodical precision he applied to every significant threat, his mind already turning toward the practical question of how best to protect Mina without unduly restricting the fierce, independent life she had built for herself, a life he had promised, weeks earlier, not to smother with excessive, controlling protectiveness even as his instinct toward fierce, absolute protection continued to grow with every passing revelation of institutional danger. "I appreciate the warning," he said finally. "I'll take whatever precautions seem reasonable, without compromising the trust and independence Mina deserves." "Good," Aizawa said. "For what it's worth, you're not facing this alone. Nizu, All Might, myself, we're all watching this situation carefully, and we'll intervene however we're able to if Tanaka's faction pushes things too far. But I won't pretend the Commission's internal politics are simple or entirely predictable. Caution remains warranted, regardless of our support." Izuku left the meeting with a familiar, uncomfortable weight settling over his careful composure, the fragile peace he'd spent the preceding weeks building alongside Mina and his newfound circle of genuine friends now shadowed by the renewed awareness of institutional forces working, patiently and persistently, toward an outcome he had no intention of allowing to unfold unchallenged. He found Mina later that evening, walking together through the familiar streets that had become the backdrop for so much of their relationship's careful, hard-won growth, and found himself, despite Aizawa's implicit caution against unnecessary alarm, unwilling to keep the warning entirely to himself. "There's something you should know," he said, and proceeded to offer her a careful, measured account of Nizu's concerns, watching her expression shift from casual curiosity into focused, serious attention as the implications settled fully into place. "So they might try to use me against you," Mina said finally, the observation carrying the same steady, unflinching directness she'd brought to every previous challenge their relationship had faced. "It's a possibility we can't entirely dismiss," Izuku confirmed. "I wanted you to know, so you can take whatever precautions feel appropriate, rather than remaining unaware of the risk." Mina was quiet for a long moment, processing the warning with visible seriousness before her expression settled into the same fierce, unwavering determination that had defined her response to every previous crisis they'd navigated together. "Okay," she said. "Thank you for telling me. I mean that, genuinely. But I'm not gonna let this change how I live my life, Izuku. I'm not gonna start looking over my shoulder every time I leave the house, or cut myself off from my friends and my hero training out of fear of what might happen. If they're really planning something like that, we deal with it when it actually happens. Together. That's still the plan, right?" "Together," Izuku confirmed, the word carrying a weight and commitment that extended far beyond its simple phrasing. They continued their walk in comfortable, determined silence, the shadow of institutional danger now settled permanently into the careful calculations both of them maintained alongside the genuine, hard-won happiness they'd built together over the preceding months. Whatever Tanaka's faction was ultimately planning, whatever careful, patient scheme continued developing in All for One's hidden compound, Izuku understood, with growing and absolute certainty, that he would face every threat with the fierce, unwavering support of a partner who had chosen him completely, knowing full well the risks that choice entailed. It would prove, in the difficult weeks ahead, considerably more valuable than any careful institutional protection the Commission's cautious bureaucracy could ever have offered him. In the days that followed, Izuku found himself adjusting, gradually and carefully, to the new reality Aizawa's warning had introduced into his existence, a persistent, low-grade vigilance that required careful management to avoid tipping over into the kind of consuming, overprotective anxiety Mina had already gently cautioned him against. He began, without drawing undue attention to the practice, cataloging the routines and patterns of those closest to him with somewhat greater care, noting the times Mina typically walked between classes, the friends she most often spent her evenings with, the general shape of a life he had no intention of controlling but every intention of protecting, should circumstances ever demand it. "You're doing the vigilance thing again," Mina observed one morning, catching him mid-scan of the crowded hallway outside their homeroom with more attention than the ordinary bustle of students actually warranted. "The bodyguard thing. We talked about this." "I know," Izuku admitted. "I'm attempting to balance genuine caution against the independence you've asked me to respect. It's proving to be a more delicate calibration than I initially anticipated." "Well, you're getting better at it, at least," Mina said, softening the observation with a warm, understanding smile. "A few months ago you probably would have just planted yourself directly between me and every stranger in a 20-foot radius without a second thought." "Progress, I guess." Their easy, familiar banter, carrying the particular comfortable rhythm that had developed between them over months of genuine partnership, offered a small but meaningful counterweight to the mounting institutional tension that continued, quietly and persistently, to shadow the edges of their otherwise settled existence. Chapter 19, The Patient Predator. All for One had built his considerable and enduring influence across decades of careful, patient cultivation, understanding, better than perhaps any other figure in Japan's complicated criminal underworld, that true power lay not merely in raw destructive capability, but in the careful accumulation of leverage, influence, and strategically placed allies within the very institutions meant to oppose him. His approach to the growing complication represented by Izuku Midoriya reflected that same patient philosophy, unfolding across the weeks following the USJ incident with a methodical, deliberate pace that bore little resemblance to Shigaraki's earlier, disastrous impatience. "Tell me about Commissioner Tanaka," he instructed one of his more capable informants during a private meeting held in the careful, controlled security of his hidden compound. "His current disposition toward the Midoriya situation, specifically. Increasingly aggressive," the informant reported. "He's been developing contingency plans, quietly, without full commission approval. Word is he's grown convinced the boy represents an unacceptable long-term risk, regardless of his behavior thus far." All for One considered this information with evident, calculating satisfaction, his ruined features settling into an expression of patient, methodical planning. Tanaka's fear and institutional caution, properly cultivated and subtly encouraged, represented precisely the kind of leverage he had spent decades learning to identify and exploit within the fractured, often self-defeating bureaucracy of Japan's hero infrastructure. "Good," he said. "Fear makes for remarkably useful allies, properly managed. I want you to identify any additional officials within Tanaka's faction who share his particular anxieties. Cultivate them carefully. I have no interest in revealing my own involvement prematurely, but a commission already inclined toward viewing this demigod as a threat requiring containment represents an opportunity one have no intention of allowing to pass unexploited." The strategy, unfolding across the following weeks through a careful network of intermediaries and subtle, deniable influence, gradually began reshaping the internal dynamics of Tanaka's cautious faction into something considerably more receptive to increasingly aggressive contingency planning. Officials who might otherwise have counseled patience and careful diplomacy found themselves, through mechanisms too subtle and indirect to trace back to any single source, increasingly persuaded that decisive action against Izuku's continued presence at UA represented the only truly responsible path forward. All for One's broader ambitions, meanwhile, extended considerably beyond simply neutralizing what he had initially perceived as a threat to his own carefully constructed plans for societal destabilization. A being capable of the power Izuku had demonstrated at the USJ, properly understood and, if possible, properly controlled, represented an opportunity for expanding his own considerable influence in ways that even his most ambitious previous schemes had never approached. "I want a comprehensive understanding of exactly how his power functions," he instructed his research division, a small but formidably capable team of scientists and quirk analysts who had, across the years, provided him with considerable insight into the mechanics of even the most exotic and unusual abilities. "If there's any possibility of replicating even a fraction of what he demonstrated, the strategic value would prove considerably more significant than anything currently within our arsenal." The research, complicated considerably by the fundamentally non-quirk nature of Izuku's true abilities, proceeded with frustrating slowness, All for One scientists finding themselves confronting a category of power that resisted every conventional framework their extensive experience had prepared them to analyze. It's not a quirk, the lead researcher reported during a tense briefing several weeks into the investigation. Whatever this boy possesses, it doesn't originate from the same biological and genetic mechanisms that govern conventional quirk manifestation. Our best working theory, based on the limited data available, suggests some form of inherited divine or cosmic authority, entirely outside anything our existing frameworks can properly categorize or, more importantly, replicate. The news, while frustrating from a purely strategic perspective, did little to diminish All for One's calculating interest in the broader situation. If Izuku's power couldn't be replicated or stolen through his usual methods, it might, with sufficiently careful and patient manipulation, still be redirected, controlled, or, failing that, eliminated as a threat before its full implications for the established balance of power could fully materialize. Then we approach this from a different angle, he decided. If we cannot take his power, we work to isolate him from the sources of stability and support that currently anchor his loyalty to this world. A god without meaningful attachment to mortal concerns becomes, eventually, considerably easier to either recruit or eliminate, depending on which outcome ultimately proves more strategically valuable. The girl, Mina Ashido, remained central to this evolving calculation, her relationship with Izuku representing, in All for One's careful and methodical analysis, the single most significant point of vulnerability in an otherwise formidably secure target. Isolate her, threaten her, or, if circumstances ultimately demanded it, eliminate her entirely, and the resulting emotional devastation might prove sufficient to either drive Izuku away from Earth entirely, removing the complication his continued presence represented, or, alternatively, to provoke a response reckless and unrestrained enough to finally reveal exploitable weaknesses that his current careful, controlled demeanor successfully concealed. It was, All for One reflected with the particular patient satisfaction of a strategist confident in his own careful planning, an elegant solution to what had initially appeared to be an intractable problem. He had no way of knowing, in the weeks he spent carefully developing and refining this calculated approach, precisely how catastrophically he was underestimating the nature of the devotion he intended to exploit, or how thoroughly that underestimation would ultimately contribute to his own downfall. Shigaraki Tamura, meanwhile, nursed his own considerable resentment over the USJ incident's humiliating outcome, his careful plans having been reduced to ash alongside the Nomu he'd spent months preparing, his standing within the League of Villains' broader hierarchy having suffered considerable damage in the incident's aftermath. We need a new approach, he informed his small circle of remaining lieutenants during a tense strategy session held in the League's considerably diminished headquarters. Direct confrontation clearly isn't viable, not against something capable of erasing a Nomu with a single word. But there are other ways to hurt someone. Other pressure points that don't require matching his power directly. The suggestion, echoing All for One's own parallel calculations without either party's explicit awareness of the other's involvement, gradually crystallized into a series of increasingly focused surveillance efforts targeting Mina Ashido's daily routines, her family, her circle of friends beyond UA's protective walls, each piece of gathered intelligence representing another small, patient step toward a confrontation that neither Shigaraki's diminished league nor All for One's considerably more sophisticated network fully understood they were now converging toward from separate, independent directions. Izuku, entirely unaware of the precise and specific nature of the danger gradually assembling itself against him, continued navigating the careful balance of his continued education at UA, his growing relationship with Mina, and the persistent, uneasy awareness of institutional caution that Aizawa's warning had introduced into his previously more settled existence. He maintained increased vigilance, careful attention to unusual patterns or unfamiliar faces that might suggest surveillance or more direct threat, without allowing that vigilance to fully consume the fragile, hard-won normalcy he and Mina had worked so carefully to build together. It would not, in the weeks ahead, prove sufficient protection against the scale of the threat gathering against him. But for now, walking beside Mina through the familiar streets of a city he had come to genuinely love, Izuku allowed himself the same cautious, guarded hope that had carried him through every previous challenge his unprecedented existence had demanded he navigate. Whatever came next, He intended to face it with the same fierce, protective devotion that had already, once, proven sufficient to erase a monstrous threat from existence entirely. He did not yet know how thoroughly that devotion was about to be tested. Chapter 20, The Festival. The UA Sports Festival arrived in early May, carrying with it the particular electric anticipation that had, for generations, transformed the annual event into one of the most closely watched spectacles in Japan's entire hero-focused culture, an opportunity for aspiring young heroes to demonstrate their capabilities before an audience of professional scouts, media outlets, and millions of ordinary citizens tuning in from across the country. For Izuku, the festival presented a particular and delicate challenge, one that Principal Nizu and the assembled faculty had spent considerable time carefully negotiating in the weeks leading up to the event. His participation, they had collectively determined, remained important both for his own continued education and for the broader project of normalizing his presence within UA's student body, but the scale of his true capabilities demanded careful, deliberate management to avoid either alarming the watching public or providing Tanaka's increasingly hostile faction with additional ammunition for their ongoing contingency planning. "You'll need to compete," Nizu had explained during a private meeting held specifically to address the festival's particular complications, but with careful, deliberate restraint. Enough to demonstrate genuine effort and skill, without revealing anything approaching the full scope of what you're actually capable of. "I understand the constraint is considerably uncomfortable, given everything that's already been revealed about your nature, but I believe it remains the wisest course, at least for now." "I understand," Izuku had said, though the prospect of once again carefully calculating and restraining his performance carried an uncomfortable echo of the fiction he'd maintained during his earliest weeks at UA, before the USJ incident had rendered such careful restraint largely unnecessary. Mina, competing in her own right as a promising member of Class 1A's considerable collective talent, found herself navigating the festival's mounting pressure with her characteristic blend of genuine competitive drive and easy, confident humor. "You know," she said, the two of them walking together toward the stadium on the morning of the festival's opening ceremony, "it's kind of wild that after everything we've been through, USJ, meeting your actual family, government contingency plans apparently in development somewhere, we're still just normal high schoolers who have to go compete in an obstacle race today. Life's weird like that. I've found that mortal existence carries a persistent capacity for maintaining ordinary obligations alongside extraordinary circumstances," Izuku observed, a faint, genuine warmth entering his tone that had become, over their months together, increasingly natural rather than the careful, deliberate expression he'd once needed to consciously cultivate. "I confess I find it oddly reassuring, in its own way." "Look at you, getting all philosophical about high school sports days," Mina teased, bumping her shoulder against his with familiar, easy affection. "I like this version of you. The one who's actually comfortable enough to make jokes about his own weird cosmic existential situation." The festival's opening events proceeded with the same chaotic, high-energy spectacle that had characterized UA's sports festival for generations, an obstacle course through the stadium's outer grounds serving as the initial qualifying event for the entire first-year class. Izuku navigated the course with careful, calculated restraint, placing solidly among the qualifying competitors without revealing anything approaching the effortless dominance his true capabilities would have permitted, a performance that drew considerable commentary from the broadcast announcers regarding the mysterious, still largely unconfirmed circumstances surrounding his USJ heroics. "There's clearly more to this young man than his official quirk registration suggests," one commentator observed as cameras tracked Izuku's careful, deliberately unremarkable progress through the course's final obstacles. Rumors have been circulating for weeks about what exactly happened during that villain attack, though UA's administration has remained frustratingly tight-lipped about the specific details. Watching the broadcast footage later that evening, replayed across countless news programs and social media platforms throughout the country, Izuku found himself, not for the first time, keenly aware of precisely how thoroughly his existence had become a subject of national fascination and speculation, an unprecedented visibility that carried both opportunity and considerable risk in equal measure. "They're going to figure it out eventually," Mina observed, the two of them watching the coverage together in the quiet privacy of Izuku's apartment following the festival's first day of competition. "I mean, realistically, how long can the official story stay vague before someone puts the pieces together? Especially with how much attention you're getting." Nizu anticipated as much, Izuku said. The current plan involves a controlled, official disclosure at some point in the coming months, once the Commission's internal deliberations reach a more stable conclusion. Premature revelation, without careful institutional framing, risks considerably more public panic than a properly managed announcement. And if the Commission's internal deliberations happen to include people actively working against you? Mina asked, the question carrying the same directness that had characterized her response to Aizawa's earlier warning. Izuku considered the question with the same careful weight he'd been carrying since learning of Tanaka's covert contingency planning, the uncomfortable tension between institutional caution and genuine threat continuing to complicate every aspect of his careful navigation through mortal society's expectations. Then the timeline for disclosure, and the framing that ultimately emerges, may prove considerably less favorable than Nizu and all might currently hope for, he admitted. I'm attempting to prepare for that possibility, without allowing the preparation to consume every aspect of our continued life together. The festival's remaining events unfolded over the following 2 days with the same careful balance of genuine competition and deliberate restraint, Izuku ultimately placing among the tournament's top competitors without ever revealing the full, staggering scope of his true capabilities. A performance that satisfied Nizu's careful strategic requirements while leaving considerable portions of the watching public increasingly convinced that something significant remained deliberately concealed. About the mysterious green-haired student who had, in the span of a single school year, become one of UA's most closely watched and speculated about figures. It was during the tournament's final rounds, watching Mina compete with fierce, determined skill in her own bracket, ultimately placing an impressive 4th among the entire first-year class through a combination of tactical creativity and genuine hard-won ability, that Izuku found himself struck, once again, by the same overwhelming pride and devotion that had defined so much of their months together. You were incredible, he told her afterward, finding her amid the celebratory chaos of the tournament's conclusion, her face still flushed with the exertion and triumph of her final match. Genuinely, remarkably skilled. I hope you understand that your placement reflects your own considerable ability, entirely independent of anything related to my own circumstances. I know, Mina said, though his words clearly meant more to her than her casual tone initially suggested. But thank you for saying it anyway. It's nice, having someone who actually sees the effort behind it, not just the flashy parts. They celebrated together that evening, alongside the rest of Class 1A, the tournament's conclusion marking a rare, genuine moment of uncomplicated joy amid the mounting institutional tension that had increasingly shadowed their continued existence at UA Kirishima, Uraraka, and the rest of their close circle of friends offered enthusiastic congratulations and good-natured commentary on the day's various competitive highlights, the easy, comfortable camaraderie that had developed among Class 1A over the preceding months settling into something that felt, for one brief and cherished evening, entirely uncomplicated by the broader forces gathering, patiently and dangerously, beyond their immediate awareness. It would prove, in the difficult weeks that followed, one of the last such evenings the group would enjoy before the full weight of institutional fear, corporate malice, and the patient, calculating schemes of enemies both known and hidden finally converged into the confrontation that would test, more thoroughly than anything the USJ incident had demanded, precisely how far Izuku Midoriya was willing to go to protect the fierce, unwavering love that had transformed him over the course of a single remarkable school year, from a distant, unmoved observer into something considerably closer to what his mother had always hoped he might discover on this small and fragile world. For now, though, surrounded by genuine friends and the fierce, devoted partner who had chosen him completely, Izuku allowed himself, one final time, the simple and uncomplicated comfort of celebrating an ordinary victory, entirely unaware of precisely how soon the fragile peace of that celebration would be shattered by forces considerably beyond his current understanding. The storm, patient and calculating and drawing ever closer, would not wait much longer to finally announce itself. Later that same evening, after the celebration had wound down and most of their classmates had drifted home for a well-earned night's rest, Izuku and Mina found themselves lingering together near the now empty stadium, the vast structure carrying an entirely different quality of quiet in the aftermath of the day's roaring crowds. Can I tell you something kind of embarrassing? Mina asked, settling onto one of the empty stands beside him, her earlier competitive energy giving way to something quieter and more reflective. Always, Izuku said. When I was little, before I even really knew what my quirk was gonna be good for, I used to imagine what it'd feel like to compete here someday. Like, actually stand in that stadium with everyone watching, and have it matter. I used to think it'd feel like the biggest moment of my whole life. She glanced toward the empty field below, her expression carrying a thoughtful, genuine warmth. And it was amazing, don't get me wrong. But it's kind of funny, because the biggest moment of my life so far honestly wasn't today. It was flying through some kind of cosmic wormhole to meet your actual godparents a few weeks ago. Life really does not go the way you picture it as a kid. Izuku's mouth curved into a small, genuine smile at the observation, the easy warmth of the moment settling comfortably into the growing collection of quiet, cherished memories that had come to define their relationship. I imagine very few children picture falling in love with the son of a god of destruction, either, he said. Existence has a persistent tendency toward the unexpected. No kidding, Mina said, leaning her head against his shoulder as they sat together in the stadium's quiet, settling dark. But for what it's worth, unexpected or not, I wouldn't trade any of it. Not the weird cosmic family stuff, not the scary commission stuff we still gotta figure out, none of it. This is exactly where I want to be. They remained there together for a long while, the stadium's quiet emptiness offering a rare, uncomplicated peace that neither of them fully appreciated, in the moment, as one of the last such evenings they would enjoy before the mounting dangers gathering beyond their immediate awareness finally, catastrophically converged. Chapter 21, The Gathering Storm. 2 weeks after the sports festival's conclusion, in a secure meeting room buried deep beneath the Hero Public Safety Commission's headquarters, Commissioner Tanaka convened what would prove to be the final planning session before his faction's carefully developed contingency measures crossed from theoretical preparation into active operational planning. We have a narrow window of opportunity, he informed the assembled group, which had grown, in the weeks since his initial cautious proposal, to include several additional pro-heroes whose own private anxieties about Izuku's power had made them increasingly receptive to Tanaka's persistent, carefully cultivated persuasion. The boy remains unaware of the specific nature of our concerns. His guard, while heightened since Aizawa's warning, remains focused primarily on external threats rather than internal institutional action. If we intend to establish meaningful leverage while that advantage still exists, we cannot afford further delay. What exactly are you proposing? Asked Hero Ingenium, whose earlier reservations had gradually eroded under the persistent weight of Tanaka's careful arguments and the subtle, untraceable influence that neither he nor Tanaka fully understood originated from all-for-one's patient, indirect manipulation. A controlled demonstration, Tanaka said. Nothing so crude as direct confrontation, which our own assessments suggest would prove both futile and considerably dangerous. Instead, a carefully staged scenario designed to establish, definitively, whether the boy's restraint holds under genuine pressure, and to ensure this commission maintains sufficient leverage to guarantee his continued cooperation, should that restraint ever prove insufficient. The plan, unfolding across the following hour in increasingly specific and troubling detail, centered on a coordinated operation designed to briefly, controllably isolate Mina Ashido from her usual protective circle of friends and faculty oversight, creating a scenario in which Izuku's response to genuine, immediate threat against her could be carefully observed and, if the situation warranted it, used as justification for considerably more decisive institutional action. This is considerably more aggressive than anything we've previously discussed, Edshot observed, his earlier diplomatic restraint giving way to open, evident concern. We'd be deliberately manufacturing a crisis, using an innocent student as bait, based on nothing more than theoretical risk assessment. If this goes wrong, if the boy's response proves more destructive than we're anticipating, the consequences could prove catastrophic, for the girl and for everyone in the vicinity. Which is precisely why we're taking every possible precaution to ensure the scenario remains controlled and limited in scope, Tanaka replied, though his tone carried the particular defensive edge of someone increasingly committed to a course of action he understood, on some level, carried considerable and troubling risk. This isn't about harming anyone. It's about establishing, definitively, the parameters of what we're actually dealing with, before circumstances beyond our control force a considerably less measured response. The operation, ultimately approved by a narrow but decisive majority of Tanaka's carefully assembled faction, was scheduled to unfold within the following 2 weeks, timed to coincide with a period when Izuku's attention, per careful surveillance, would be divided by ongoing academic obligations and training commitments that would create a brief but exploitable window of reduced vigilance. Neither Tanaka nor his assembled allies possessed any awareness that their carefully planned operation had already, through mechanisms of influence too subtle and indirect to trace, become entangled with a parallel and considerably more dangerous scheme developing within All for One's patient, calculating network. Nor did they understand that Shigaraki Tomura's own diminished but still operational League of Villains had, through independent surveillance efforts, arrived at remarkably similar conclusions regarding Mina's strategic vulnerability. 3 separate and largely uncoordinated schemes, converging toward the same fundamental target through entirely independent reasoning, represented a confluence of danger that none of the individual planners fully appreciated, each operating under the mistaken assumption that their own careful, patient preparations remained entirely secret from the other's awareness. Izuku, meanwhile, remained largely unaware of the specific and mounting danger gathering against him from 3 separate directions simultaneously, his careful vigilance continuing to focus primarily on the more generalized threat Aizawa's earlier warning had identified, without the specific knowledge that would have allowed him to recognize the accelerating timeline now converging toward crisis. He spent the intervening weeks navigating the familiar rhythms of his continued education, his relationship with Mina deepening further through the shared experience of their journey to his father's palace and the growing, comfortable confidence that had developed between them in its aftermath. They spoke, on more than one occasion during this period, of futures that extended well beyond Yue's immediate concerns, careful and tentative conversations about what a life together might eventually look like, once the current uncertainty surrounding his position within mortal society finally settled into something more stable and secure. "I keep thinking about what your mom said," Mina mentioned one evening, the two of them settled together in the quiet privacy of his apartment, about how gods need someone willing to see past the destruction and recognize the person underneath. "I think that's kind of what I've been trying to do this whole time, honestly. Not just accepting the God part, but actually understanding you as a person, separate from all the power and the politics and everything else that keeps trying to define you by what you're capable of instead of who you actually are. You've succeeded, considerably more thoroughly than I anticipated when I first arrived here," Izuku said, the admission carrying a warmth and vulnerability that had become, over their months together, increasingly natural rather than the careful, deliberate expression he'd once needed to consciously cultivate. "I don't know that I fully understood who I was, separate from my father's expectations and my own careful training, until you gave me the space and the genuine acceptance to figure that out for myself." The conversation, tender and unguarded in a way that reflected the genuine depth their relationship had reached over the preceding months, offered no indication of the mounting danger gathering just beyond their immediate awareness, the careful, patient schemes of 3 separate and dangerous factions continuing to develop toward a convergence that would, within a matter of weeks, test the full and terrible extent of everything Izuku Midoriya had learned about love, sacrifice, and the true weight of his own divine inheritance. All for One, reviewing the final details of his own carefully developed operation during a private session with his most trusted lieutenants, allowed himself a rare moment of genuine, calculating satisfaction. The Commission's own faction moves against the boy within the coming weeks, entirely independent of our involvement, he observed, his ruined features settling into an expression of patient, methodical anticipation. Shigaraki's remaining League forces continue their own surveillance, equally convinced of their strategic insight. Neither party understands they're converging toward the same fundamental vulnerability I identified months ago. When the moment finally arrives, I intend to ensure our own intervention proves decisive, allowing us to claim whatever advantage emerges from the resulting chaos, regardless of which faction ultimately triggers the confrontation. And if the boy's response proves more destructive than anticipated? One of his lieutenants asked, echoing the same concern Edgeshot had voiced within Tanaka's considerably more cautious deliberations. "Then we adapt," All for One said simply. "Every crisis contains opportunity, for those patient and flexible enough to recognize it." If Izuku Midoriya's restraint finally breaks under sufficient pressure, the resulting demonstration of raw, unfiltered power may prove considerably more valuable to our ultimate ambitions than any careful, controlled negotiation could have achieved. I have no particular attachment to any single outcome, provided the final result serves our broader strategic interests. The patient, calculating confidence that had guided decades of all-for-one's careful conquest carried, in this particular instance, a fundamental miscalculation that neither his considerable experience nor his extensive network of careful surveillance had adequately prepared him to anticipate, the sheer, absolute scope of devotion a god of destruction's heir was capable of expressing. Once the fragile peace he had built around the person he loved most finally, catastrophically shattered. He would discover the true extent of that miscalculation soon enough, alongside every other faction whose patient, careful scheming had converged, through independent reasoning and mutual ignorance of each other's parallel machinations, toward the same fundamentally dangerous target. Shigaraki Tomura, for his own part, remained entirely unaware of either Tanaka's institutional planning or the full extent of all for one's own careful, patient manipulation, his attention consumed instead by the narrower, more personal satisfaction of finally identifying a vulnerability he believed entirely his own discovery. "She's predictable," he reported to his remaining lieutenants during a tense strategy session held in the League's diminished, considerably more cautious headquarters. Same walk home most evenings, same small group of friends, same general routine. If we're patient, if we're careful about the timing, we can isolate her without drawing the kind of immediate, overwhelming response he showed at the USJ. And if he does respond the way he did before? One of his lieutenants asked, the question carrying an edge of genuine, unresolved anxiety that several months of careful planning had done little to fully ease. "Then we make sure we're not anywhere nearby when it happens," Shigaraki said, his tone carrying a bitter, calculating pragmatism that had replaced much of his earlier reckless confidence in the months since the USJ's humiliating outcome. "I'm not interested in a direct confrontation with something that erased a Nomu with a single word. I'm interested in hurting him the way he hurt us, proving that even a god can be made to suffer for standing in our way. If that means using considerably more caution and patience than my usual approach typically favors, I'm willing to make that adjustment." The plan, refined and reinforced across the following days through increasingly careful and methodical surveillance, gradually converged toward a timeline that would, entirely without either party's knowledge, overlap almost precisely with Tanaka's own institutional operation, a confluence of independent scheming that represented, in its own quiet and unacknowledged way, the single greatest miscalculation any of the involved factions would ultimately make. The storm that had been gathering since the earliest days of Izuku's revelation at the USJ, patient and calculating and drawing ever closer through the careful, methodical planning of institutions and villains alike, stood now on the very edge of finally, catastrophically breaking. Neither Izuku nor Mina, enjoying what remained of their fragile, hard-won peace in the quiet privacy of his apartment, had any way of knowing precisely how soon that storm would finally arrive, or how thoroughly it would test the full and terrible extent of the devotion that had grown, steadily and irrevocably, between a demigod who had learned what it meant to genuinely love, and the fearless, fierce mortal girl who had chosen him completely, knowing full well the risks that choice had always entailed. Chapter 22, What the Stars Foretold. Far above the ordinary sky of Earth, in the quiet, luminous solitude of his palace, Beerus stirred from a nap considerably lighter than his usual deep, undisturbed rest, a faint and unfamiliar unease settling over his ancient, otherwise imperturbable senses. "Whis," he said, not bothering to open his eyes, "something is wrong with my son." Whis, who had been quietly tending to the palace's gardens nearby, paused in his work, his own considerable senses extending outward across the vast distance separating them from the small, insignificant planet where Izuku had chosen to spend the majority of his recent existence. "I sense nothing immediately alarming, my lord," Whis said after a moment's careful consideration. His energy signature remained stable. Content, even, by the particular markers I've learned to associate with his current circumstances. "Not yet," Beerus said, finally opening one crimson eye, his expression carrying an unusual, uncharacteristic gravity. "But something is gathering around him. I've felt this particular quality of unease before, in my own long existence. The quiet, patient calm before a storm that hasn't yet chosen to announce itself." Whis considered this observation with the same careful, measured attention he brought to every significant matter concerning his lord's family, his own extensive experience across countless millennia lending genuine weight to Beerus's uncharacteristic concern. "Shall I intervene, my lord?" "A more thorough investigation of his current circumstances could be arranged, if you believe genuine danger is approaching." Beerus considered the offer for a long moment, weighing his own protective instincts against the careful lesson he'd learned, across his long partnership with Cheelai, regarding the importance of allowing his son the genuine autonomy to navigate his own existence, rather than smothering that growth beneath excessive, controlling intervention. "No," he said finally. "Not yet. He's earned the right to face his own challenges, and I suspect he possesses considerably more capability to handle whatever's approaching than either of us might initially assume." He paused, his expression settling into something that might, on a less formidable being, have resembled genuine paternal concern. "But keep watch, carefully. If the danger proves genuinely severe, if his own considerable power somehow proves insufficient to the moment, I want to know immediately. Some risks even a god's heir shouldn't be expected to face entirely alone." Whis inclined his head in careful acknowledgement, already extending his considerable senses toward Earth with renewed and focused attention, and Beerus settled back into his cushion, though the unfamiliar unease that had disrupted his rest lingered, stubbornly, at the edges of his otherwise formidable composure. He thought, briefly and uncharacteristically, of Cheelai's parting words to their son, all those months ago on the palace spire beneath a sky full of stars no mortal telescope could properly map. Try things. Don't just watch them from the outside. His son had done exactly that, more thoroughly and more genuinely than either of his parents had fully anticipated when they'd first sent him toward that small, insignificant planet, and Beerus found himself, watching the quiet unease that continued gathering at the edges of his perception, uncertain for the first time in longer than he cared to remember, whether that choice had ultimately led his heir toward genuine growth, or toward a danger that even a god of destruction's considerable power might not arrive in time to fully prevent. On Earth, entirely unaware of his father's distant, uncharacteristic concern, Izuku spent that same evening in the comfortable, familiar company of Mina. The two of them settled together on the small balcony of his apartment, watching the last of the day's light fade into the gathering dusk over Muzidafu's familiar skyline. "You've been quiet tonight," Mina observed, studying him with the same perceptive attention she'd brought to every significant moment of their relationship. "More than usual, even for you." "Everything okay?" Izuku considered the question carefully, turning over the persistent, nagging unease that had settled into his own awareness over the preceding days, an instinctive sense of gathering danger that he had, thus far, attributed entirely to Aizawa's earlier warning regarding Tanaka's covert institutional planning. "I find myself increasingly aware of how much I have to lose," he admitted finally. "Months ago, when I first arrived here, the prospect of danger held little genuine weight for me. I possessed power vast enough that few threats within this world's scope could meaningfully endanger me. Now," though he trailed off, his gaze settling on Mina with quiet, unguarded intensity. "Now the danger that concerns me most isn't to myself at all. It's to you, and to everyone else I've come to genuinely care about during my time here. That vulnerability, the genuine possibility of loss, is something my father's training never fully prepared me to navigate." Mina reached for his hand, her grip firm and grounding against the uncertainty coloring his usually careful composure. "I know it's scary," she said. "Caring about people, actually letting yourself be vulnerable to losing them. I get that it's probably a pretty new feeling for someone who spent most of his life being basically untouchable. But for what it's worth, I don't think that vulnerability is a weakness, Izuku. I think it's kind of the whole point. It's what makes all of this actually mean something, instead of just being some detached god watching mortal lives unfold from a careful distance." "I understand that, intellectually," Izuku said. "But understanding it doesn't entirely ease the weight of it. I've spent considerable time, these past weeks, imagining scenarios in which my caution proves insufficient. In which something happens to you, or to the rest of Class 1A, that I failed to prevent despite every precaution I've taken. Hey!" Mina's voice carried a gentle but firm insistence that drew his full attention back to her face, her expression steady and unafraid despite the genuine weight of the conversation. "You can't live your whole life bracing for every possible disaster. That's not protection, that's just a different kind of prison. one you're building for yourself out of fear instead of actual danger. I trust you to do everything you reasonably can to keep the people you care about safe. But I also trust myself, and our friends, and the actual heroes and teachers around us, to handle our own share of whatever challenges come our way. You don't have to carry the entire weight of protecting everyone all by yourself, all the time. That's not sustainable, even for a literal god. The reminder, offered with the same fierce, grounded wisdom that had characterized so much of Mina's influence on his own gradual emotional growth over their months together, settled some of the anxious weight that had been building in Izuku's chest throughout their conversation, though the underlying unease, the persistent instinctive sense of gathering danger, remained stubbornly present beneath his more settled composure. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for continuing to teach me these lessons, even when I'm slow to fully absorb them." "That's kind of what partners do," Mina said, a soft, genuine smile easing the earlier seriousness of her expression. "We balance each other out. You keep me from being reckless enough to get myself seriously hurt, and I keep you from disappearing entirely into your own head, worrying about every possible disaster instead of actually living your life. Seems like a pretty fair trade to me." They sat together in comfortable, companionable silence as the evening deepened fully into night, the city's lights gradually illuminating the darkness below in familiar, comforting patterns, and Izuku found himself, despite the persistent unease still lingering at the edges of his awareness, genuinely and deeply grateful for the fierce, grounding presence beside him, a presence that had, over the course of a single remarkable school year, transformed his entire understanding of what it meant to genuinely belong somewhere, to someone, rather than simply existing as a distant and unmoved observer of a world he'd once considered beneath his notice. He did not yet know precisely how soon his gathered unease would prove entirely justified, or how thoroughly the fragile, hard-won peace of this quiet evening would be shattered by the convergence of institutional fear, calculated villainy, and patient, predatory ambition that had, across the preceding weeks, been gathering itself, layer by careful layer, toward a confrontation that would demand everything he possessed to survive. But for now, beneath a sky he understood far more intimately than any mortal astronomer ever could, with Mina's hand warm and steady in his own, Izuku Midoriya allowed himself, one final time, the simple and uncomplicated comfort of an ordinary evening spent with someone he loved completely. The storm, patient and calculating and drawing ever closer, would wait no longer than the following weeks to finally, catastrophically announce itself. And when it did, the entire world would finally, irrevocably discover exactly what happened when someone made the fatal mistake of threatening everything a god of destruction's heir had ever learned to love. Somewhere far above the ordinary sky of the world he had come to call his own, Beerus remained awake long after his usual hour of rest, his ancient senses still extended toward the small, fragile planet where his son continued, unknowingly, to approach the edge of the greatest test his young existence had yet faced. He said nothing further to Whis that night, offered no additional instruction beyond his earlier request for careful, continued observation. But for the first time in 10,000 years of solitary, unbothered godhood, Beerus found himself genuinely, uncharacteristically hoping, with a fervor that surprised even himself, that his son would prove equal to whatever darkness was gathering against him. Act 5, The Wrath of the Next Heir. Chapter 23, The Trap Closes. The operation began, as such things often do, with an ordinary Tuesday afternoon that gave no indication of the catastrophic convergence about to unfold across three separate and previously unconnected schemes. Mina had stayed later than usual at UA that day, working through additional training with Kirishima and Uraraka on a joint combat exercise Aizawa had assigned the week before, and it was during her walk home afterward, along a familiar route she had traveled countless times without incident, that Commissioner Tanaka's carefully staged operation finally moved from theoretical planning into active execution. The team assigned to the operation, a small group of pro-heroes whose own private anxieties Tanaka had carefully cultivated into willing participation, positioned themselves along Mina's usual route with practiced, professional efficiency, their stated objective, per the careful briefing Tanaka had provided, involving nothing more than a brief, controlled scenario designed to test Izuku's response under manufactured pressure, a scenario they had all been assured would remain entirely within safe, manageable parameters. They had no way of knowing that Shigaraki Tomura's own considerably less careful surveillance had identified the same vulnerable window in Mina's routine, nor that All for One's far more sophisticated network had been quietly monitoring both operations with patient, calculating interest, prepared to intervene at whatever moment proved most strategically advantageous to his own broader ambitions. The collision of these three separate schemes, when it finally occurred, unfolded with a chaotic, uncontrolled violence that none of the individual planners had adequately anticipated. Mina noticed the pro-heroes first, their positioning along her usual route carrying an unmistakable, coordinated quality that immediately raised her instinctive alarm despite their careful attempt at casual, unremarkable presence. She had barely begun to process the wrongness of the situation, reaching instinctively for her phone to alert Izuku, when the air around her rippled with the telltale distortion of a villain's warp gate, and Shigaraki Tomura's remaining League forces surged into the confrontation with considerably less restraint than Tanaka's carefully briefed team had prepared to encounter. "What is this?" one of the Commission's pro-heroes demanded, rounding on the sudden League incursion with genuine, unscripted alarm. "This wasn't part of the operation. Apparently we're not the only ones who noticed her value," Shigaraki said, his pale, disembodied finger-covered hand already extending toward Mina with predatory intent, his voice carrying a bitter satisfaction at having, in his own estimation, outmaneuvered whatever careful institutional plan the Commission's heroes had been attempting to execute. "Should have expected the Commission would eventually reach the same conclusion we did. Guess we'll just have to make sure we're the ones who actually follow through." Mina reacted with the same fierce, capable instinct that had defined her entire approach to danger since her earliest days of hero training, unleashing a spray of corrosive acid that sent two of the League's advancing villains staggering backward, buying herself precious seconds to retreat toward the relative safety of the Commission hero's position, an alliance of circumstance rather than genuine trust given the confusing, rapidly escalating chaos of the moment. "We need to get her out of here," one of the Commission heroes said, the careful, controlled parameters of Tanaka's original operation having entirely dissolved in the face of Shigaraki's unexpected and considerably more violent intervention. But even as the Commission's team began organizing a hasty extraction, the confrontation's third and most dangerous participant finally announced his own involvement, a warp gate considerably more sophisticated than Shigaraki's crude, familiar portal opening nearby to disgorge a contingent of All for One's most capable and loyal enforcers, their coordinated, professional efficiency immediately signaling a threat considerably beyond either the Commission's confused, scrambling heroes or Shigaraki's disorganized League remnants. "Stand down," commanded the lead enforcer, his tone carrying the calm, absolute authority of someone accustomed to overwhelming and immediate compliance. "The girl comes with us. Interfere, and the consequences will extend considerably beyond anything either of your factions is currently prepared to survive." The ensuing chaos, three separate and mutually hostile forces converging around a single, increasingly terrified target, unfolded with a violent, unpredictable intensity that overwhelmed even Mina's considerable combat training, the sheer number and capability of the assembled threats proving, within a matter of minutes, entirely beyond what any reasonable extraction plan could have accounted for. She managed to send a single, desperate message before her phone was knocked from her grip during the chaotic scuffle. 3 words carrying more weight than any lengthy explanation could have managed. "Izuku, help me." Across the city, in the middle of an otherwise unremarkable study session, Izuku felt the message arrive with a physical, visceral impact that went considerably beyond the simple vibration of his phone against the table, an instinctive, bone-deep certainty settling over him with terrifying immediacy. Something was wrong. Something was very, catastrophically wrong. He was moving before he'd consciously processed the decision, his careful, controlled composure shattering entirely as he tracked Mina's location through the phone's last transmitted signal, his speed exceeding anything his careful, deliberate restraint had ever permitted him to display within Yue's watchful oversight. The dark, violet energy of his true nature began gathering around him before he'd even fully left the building, the careful suppression he'd maintained even after the USJ incident's revelation finally, completely abandoned in the face of a threat that transcended every careful calculation his training had ever prepared him to weigh against the safety of institutional discretion. Whatever combination of enemies had converged around Mina, whatever careful, patient scheming had finally culminated in this catastrophic confrontation, Izuku understood, with absolute and terrible clarity, that he was about to demonstrate, in full and unrestrained measure, Exactly what it meant to threaten something a god of destruction's heir had learned to love beyond every careful boundary his existence had once maintained. He arrived at the scene of the confrontation in a manner that defied every conventional understanding of speed and distance, the very air splitting with a resonant, thunderous crack as he crossed a distance that should have required several minutes of travel in what amounted to less than a single heartbeat. The scene that greeted him upon arrival would remain, for every witness present, the single most terrifying moment of their entire lives. Mina, cornered and bleeding from a shallow but painful wound along her arm, stood surrounded by a chaotic mixture of league villains, all for one's professional enforcers, and the Commission's own increasingly desperate pro-heroes, all three factions locked in a confused, three-way struggle that had, in its escalating violence, entirely lost track of whatever original strategic objectives had brought them to this catastrophic confrontation in the first place. Izuku's eyes found her across the chaos, and for one suspended, terrible moment, the entire confrontation seemed to simply stop, every combatant present instinctively recognizing, in the sudden and absolute stillness of the air around him, that something had just fundamentally, irrevocably changed about the nature of the threat they now collectively faced. "Mina," he said, his voice carrying a quiet, terrible calm that belied the vast and gathering fury radiating outward from every fiber of his being. She met his gaze across the chaos, blood trickling from the shallow wound along her arm, fear and pain evident in her expression, but beneath it, unmistakably, the same fierce, unwavering trust that had defined every previous moment of their relationship. "I'm okay," she managed, her voice carrying more strength than her visible injuries suggested she should have possessed. "I'm okay, Izuku. But these guys really don't want to let me go." Something in Izuku's chest, restrained and carefully managed across months of institutional caution and deliberate self-control, finally, completely broke. The violet energy surrounding him surged outward with a force that sent every combatant present staggering backward, the very ground beneath their feet cracking and fracturing under the sheer, oppressive weight of power finally, fully unleashed without any remaining trace of the careful restraint that had characterized his entire existence since arriving on this small and fragile planet. "You've made," he said, his voice carrying across the entire confrontation with unnatural, absolute clarity, "the single greatest mistake any of you will ever have the misfortune to commit." All for one's enforcers, professional and disciplined despite the terrifying scale of the power now confronting them, attempted a coordinated retreat, their extensive training finally, belatedly recognizing the catastrophic miscalculation their employer's patient, calculating strategy had led them into. Shigaraki's remaining League forces, considerably less disciplined and considerably more overwhelmed by simple, primal terror, simply froze in place, their earlier bitter confidence entirely extinguished by the terrible, gathering fury now radiating outward from the demigod they had all, in their various and separate ways, so catastrophically underestimated. None of them, not the Commission's desperate pro-heroes, not Shigaraki's terrified League remnants, not even All for One's considerably more disciplined enforcers, would prove remotely prepared for what came next. The transformation that overtook Izuku Midoriya in that suspended, terrible moment carried none of the theatrical grandeur that popular fiction often attributed to beings of overwhelming power. There was no dramatic roar, no prolonged and visible struggle against the accumulated weight of his own restrained nature. There was only the quiet, absolute stillness of a god finally, completely abandoning every careful boundary he had maintained since first arriving on this small and fragile planet, the violet energy surrounding him settling into a stable, permanent presence rather than the fleeting, controlled displays he had permitted himself during the USJ incident months earlier. Every combatant present, regardless of which of the three converging factions they belonged to, felt the fundamental shift in the confrontation's nature with the same instinctive, bone-deep certainty, an awareness that transcended any single quirk or ability, settling instead into the primal recognition that every living creature carries somewhere in its deepest instincts, the understanding that they now stood in the presence of something that could, with the barest flicker of intention, end their existence as completely and effortlessly as it had once erased a bioengineered weapon capable of matching the world's greatest hero. Chapter 24, The Wrath of the Next Heir. The violet energy that had once remained carefully contained beneath weeks and months of deliberate restraint now filled the entire street with an oppressive, ancient weight, the ambient temperature dropping several degrees as reality itself seemed to bend and strain around the sheer, gathering scale of the power Izuku Midoriya had finally, completely chosen to unleash. The lead enforcer among All for One's assembled team, a formidable villain whose considerable quirk had reduced lesser opponents to rubble within seconds during his considerably long and violent career, attempted a coordinated strike alongside two of his colleagues, their combined assault representing, by any conventional measure of quirk-based combat, an overwhelming and nearly unstoppable combination of force. Izuku ended all three of them with a single, dismissive gesture, the violet energy gathered around his outstretched hands simply unraveling their attacks entirely before they could close the final distance, the enforcers themselves crumpling to the ground, unconscious but entirely unharmed, their considerable combat capability rendered utterly, completely irrelevant against a power that operated on principles their training had never once prepared them to comprehend. I could erase you as easily as I erased that Nomu, Izuku said, his voice carrying across the chaotic confrontation with the same terrible, absolute calm that had settled over him since Mina's desperate message first reached him. I want you to understand that clearly, before I decide precisely how merciful I intend to be today. The remaining enforcers, professional and disciplined despite their overwhelming terror, made the wise and immediate decision to abandon their assigned objective entirely, scattering in a desperate, uncoordinated retreat that Izuku made no effort to prevent, his attention already shifting toward the considerably more personally offensive presence of Shigaraki Tomura, who stood frozen amid the chaos with an expression of pure, unfiltered terror. You, Izuku said, closing the distance between them with a single, effortless step that covered what should have required several seconds of ordinary movement. You've made a habit of threatening the people I care about. First at the USJ, and now here, apparently believing that a second attempt would somehow prove more successful than your first catastrophic failure. Shigaraki, his earlier bitter confidence entirely extinguished, stumbled backward, his pale, disembodied finger-covered hand raising in a desperate, futile gesture of self-defense. Stay back, he managed, his voice carrying none of its usual venomous confidence. You'll what? Izuku said, his tone carrying more genuine curiosity than actual threat. Exactly. Threaten me further? Attempt to harm the woman I love a third time? I find myself considerably less interested in patience than I was during our previous encounter. The dark energy gathered around his hand, and for one terrible, suspended moment, Shigaraki Tomura understood, with absolute and complete clarity, that he was about to share the exact same fate as the Nomu he'd once considered his most formidable weapon. It was Mina's voice, cutting through the chaos with fierce, unwavering clarity, that stopped him. Izuku, wait. He turned toward her instantly, his gathering power pausing entirely at the sound of her voice, the same absolute devotion that had fueled his terrible fury now redirecting its full and complete attention toward her immediate well-being. Are you hurt? How badly? He asked, closing the distance between them and taking her carefully into his arms, his earlier terrible calm giving way, briefly, to genuine and visible concern. I'm fine, mostly, Mina said, though her voice carried a tremor that suggested the confrontation's chaos had shaken her considerably more than her usual fierce composure typically allowed. Just a scratch. But Izuku, listen to me. She met his eyes with fierce, deliberate intensity. I know how angry you are right now. I know exactly what these people were trying to do to me, and I understand wanting to make them pay for it. But please, please don't become something you'll regret because of what they did to me today. That's not who I fell in love with. The plea, offered with the same fierce, grounded wisdom that had guided so much of Izuku's emotional growth across their months together, settled into his chest with a weight that finally, gradually began easing the terrible, absolute fury that had consumed him since her desperate message first arrived. He looked back toward Shigaraki, still frozen in terrified anticipation of an ending that no longer seemed entirely certain, and found, weighing Mina's plea against the vast and legitimate rage still coiled beneath his restored composure, a path that satisfied both his fierce protective instincts and the genuine mercy she had asked of him. You'll be taken into custody, he said finally, his voice regaining some measure of its usual careful control. Properly, through the legitimate authorities this world maintains for exactly this purpose. I won't erase you, though I want you to understand that decision reflects Mina's mercy, not any genuine restraint on my own part. Threaten her again, in any capacity, and that mercy will not be extended a second time. The remaining League forces, already thoroughly demoralized by the confrontation's catastrophic outcome, offered no resistance as Izuku's restrained but still formidable display of power effectively immobilized them for the arriving pro-heroes to properly apprehend, Shigaraki himself collapsing into stunned, defeated silence as the full weight of his repeated, catastrophic miscalculations finally settled over him. The Commission's own compromised team, their careful institutional plan having dissolved entirely into the chaos of competing hostile factions, found themselves facing a considerably more complicated reckoning, their culpability in orchestrating this situation that had led to Mina's genuine, physical endangerment impossible to fully conceal from the arriving reinforcements and, eventually, from the broader public scrutiny that would follow in the confrontation's aftermath. You were part of this, Izuku said, turning his attention toward the small cluster of Commission-affiliated heroes who had, moments earlier, been attempting their own confused extraction of Mina from the converging chaos. Tanaka's operation. The one meant to test my restraint using her as bait. The heroes present exchanged uneasy, guilty glances, their earlier participation in Tanaka's carefully staged operation now impossible to deny given the circumstances that had brought them into direct, undeniable proximity with Mina's genuine endangerment. We were told it would remain controlled, one of them said, her voice carrying genuine, evident regret. We didn't know the League and All for One's people would also be involved. We never intended for her to actually be harmed. Izuku studied them for a long moment, weighing the genuine institutional culpability of their actions against the evident, sincere regret now coloring their expressions, and found, ultimately, that his fury remained directed primarily toward the architect of the plan rather than its more reluctant, misled participants. Tanaka, he said. Where is he? Commission headquarters, the same hero admitted. Overseeing the operation remotely. Something in Izuku's expression shifted at that information, the last remnants of his restored composure giving way to a renewed, focused determination that carried its own particular and terrible weight. Then I believe it's time Commissioner Tanaka and I had a considerably more direct conversation, he said, about the specific and unacceptable consequences of using the people I love as instruments in his careful institutional calculations. Chapter 25, The Final Reckoning. All for One had watched the confrontation's catastrophic unfolding through a network of concealed surveillance devices with the particular, growing alarm of a strategist witnessing his carefully constructed plans collapse in real time, his patient, decades-honed instincts for calculated risk-taking now warring against a rapidly accumulating awareness that he had fundamentally, catastrophically underestimated the being he had spent months carefully maneuvering to exploit. Sever all remaining connections to the operation, he instructed his few remaining lieutenants, his ruined features carrying none of their usual patient calm. Immediately. If this boy's power proves capable of tracing our involvement back to this location, I want every possible barrier in place before that occurs. The instruction, delivered with unusual urgency for a man who had built his entire considerable career on careful, unhurried patience, arrived too late. Izuku Midoriya found the hidden compound with the same instinctive, terrible certainty that had guided him to Mina's location moments earlier, the vast and gathering fury still coiled beneath his restored composure sharpening into focused, absolute purpose as he tracked the source of the coordinated scheme that had nearly cost him everything he had come to genuinely treasure on this small and fragile planet. The compound's considerable defenses, carefully constructed across years of patient preparation and reinforced with some of the most sophisticated quirk-resistant technology available to Japan's criminal underworld, offered no meaningful resistance whatsoever against his arrival, the reinforced walls and elaborate security systems simply ceasing to exist as he passed through them with the same effortless, absolute authority that had once erased a bioengineered Nomu from existence entirely. He found All for One alone in the compound's central chamber, the aging villain's considerable, augmented power gathering itself into a defensive posture that carried, despite its evident and formidable strength, an unmistakable undercurrent of genuine alarm. Izuku Midoriya, All for One said, his voice carrying its usual measured calm despite the evident tension underlying his careful composure. I confess, I hadn't anticipated our first direct meeting occurring under quite these circumstances. You orchestrated an attempt on the life of the woman I love, Izuku said, his voice carrying the same terrible, absolute calm that had characterized his confrontation with Shigaraki moments earlier. I find myself remarkably uninterested in observing the usual pleasantries under those particular circumstances. A regrettable necessity, All for One said, his tone carrying the careful, practiced diplomacy of a man who had spent decades navigating considerably more dangerous negotiations than this one. Though I should clarify, I hardly acted alone in identifying her strategic value. Your own government's commission arrived at remarkably similar conclusions entirely independent of my own involvement. Perhaps your fury would be more productively directed toward examining the institutions you've chosen to trust, rather than a villain whose hostility toward you was, at minimum, honestly and openly declared. The observation, delivered with calculated precision designed to redirect Izuku's fury toward institutional targets rather than the villain who had orchestrated its most dangerous manifestation, might, under different circumstances, have proven an effective delaying tactic. You misunderstand something important, Izuku said, closing the remaining distance between them with unhurried, absolute confidence. I have every intention of addressing the Commission's culpability as well. But you are here, now, and you represent a considerably more dangerous and persistent threat to everyone I care about than a single misguided commissioner's flawed institutional judgment. I don't intend to leave that threat unaddressed. All for One's considerable, augmented power surged outward in a desperate, final gambit, decades of carefully accumulated quirks and abilities converging into an assault of overwhelming, catastrophic scale, a display of raw destructive force that had, across his long and violent career, proven sufficient to overcome every previous adversary who had dared stand against him. Izuku absorbed the entire assault without so much as shifting his stance, the violet energy surrounding him simply unmaking the attack's fundamental structure before it could complete its intended trajectory, and for one final, suspended moment, All for One understood, with absolute and terrible clarity, precisely how thoroughly he had misjudged the nature of the confrontation he had spent months carefully engineering. You built your entire existence on the accumulation and exploitation of power, Izuku said, his voice carrying no particular anger now, only quiet and absolute finality. Taking what wasn't yours, manipulating institutions and individuals alike toward your own patient, calculating ambitions, regardless of the genuine harm that ambition inflicted on everyone caught within its scope. I've spent these past months learning what it means to protect something precious, rather than simply accumulate power for its own sake. I find I have very little patience remaining for anyone who represents the opposite of that lesson. Wait, All for One began, some final, desperate calculation forming behind his ruined, scarred features. We could. The word he'd once spoken with such quiet, unhurried finality in the ruins of the USJ facility left his lips again now, carrying the same absolute and terrible weight it had carried during his very first true demonstration of power. Hakai. All for One, a villain who had survived and thrived across decades of conflict with heroes considerably more formidable than any single adversary should reasonably have been able to withstand, simply ceased to exist, his considerable and terrible legacy of accumulated power dissolving into the same fine, drifting ash that had once marked the Nomu's complete and total erasure. The compound fell into absolute, ringing silence in the aftermath, the sheer, catastrophic finality of the confrontation settling over its considerable, now entirely empty chambers with a weight that no remaining occupant survived to fully appreciate. Izuku stood alone amid the drifting ash for a long, quiet moment, the terrible fury that had carried him through the confrontation's escalating violence finally, gradually beginning to settle into something closer to exhausted, hard-won relief. The threat that had shadowed his existence since the earliest days following the USJ incident, the patient, calculating villain who had spent months maneuvering toward the exploitation of everything Izuku had come to genuinely treasure on this small and fragile planet, was gone, permanently and completely, erased from existence by the same absolute power that had once unmade a monstrous, engineered weapon in a matter of seconds. He allowed himself, standing alone in the compound's ringing silence, a single, quiet moment of relief before turning his attention, with renewed and focused purpose, toward the institutional culpability that still awaited proper reckoning. Commissioner Tanaka's carefully staged operation, whatever misguided institutional caution had motivated its original conception, had nearly cost Mina her life, converging as it had with the far more dangerous schemes of both Shigaraki's League and All for One's considerably more sophisticated network. That failure of judgment, that willingness to use an innocent person's safety as a calculated instrument of institutional risk assessment, demanded its own proper accounting, even if the particular brand of justice Izuku intended to pursue carried considerably more restraint than the absolute finality he'd just delivered to All for One. Mina's earlier plea echoed in his thoughts as he made his way back toward the city, her fierce, unwavering insistence that he not become something he would eventually regret, and he found himself, weighing that plea against his own legitimate fury toward Tanaka's reckless institutional gambit, arriving at a resolution that honored both his need for genuine accountability and her genuine concern for the person he continued choosing to become, even in the aftermath of overwhelming and justified rage. Some threats, he understood with growing and hard-won clarity, required absolute and permanent resolution. Others required something closer to genuine reform, however difficult and uncomfortable that reform ultimately proved to implement. He intended to ensure that Commissioner Tanaka, and every institutional faction that had knowingly participated in his reckless and nearly catastrophic scheme, understood precisely which category their actions had earned, before the day's reckoning finally, completely concluded. The walk back toward the city carried its own particular, quiet weight, the adrenaline and terrible fury that had carried him through the confrontation's most violent moments gradually giving way to a more settled, deliberate clarity about the remaining work still ahead of him. He thought, as he walked, of his mother's parting words all those months ago, the quiet insistence that he try things, that he let himself genuinely feel rather than simply observe from careful distance. He had done exactly that, more thoroughly and more completely than either of his parents could have anticipated, and the price of that choice had very nearly proven catastrophic today. And yet, walking through the familiar streets of a city he had come to think of as entirely his own, he found himself entirely unwilling to regret a single moment of the journey that had brought him to this particular reckoning. Chapter 26, A Reckoning of Institutions. Commissioner Tanaka's office, still occupying its familiar position atop the Hero Public Safety Commission's headquarters, offered no meaningful barrier against Izuku's arrival, the reinforced door and elaborate security systems proving as entirely irrelevant against his approach as All for One's considerably more sophisticated compound had proven moments earlier. Tanaka, seated behind his desk in the aftermath of receiving increasingly alarming reports regarding his operation's catastrophic and uncontrolled escalation, looked up to find the demigod he had spent weeks carefully planning to neutralize standing before him, the violet energy still faintly visible at the edges of his silhouette carrying an unmistakable, terrible authority that no amount of institutional preparation could have adequately readied him to face. Commissioner Tanaka, Izuku said, his voice carrying the same quiet, absolute calm that had characterized every significant confrontation of the preceding hours. I believe we have considerable business to discuss. Tanaka, to his credit, did not flee or attempt the kind of desperate, futile resistance that had characterized his less disciplined co-conspirators' final moments. He remained seated, his expression carrying the particular, resigned composure of a man who understood, with sudden and complete clarity, precisely how catastrophically his careful institutional planning had ultimately unraveled. "She's alive?" he asked, his voice carrying genuine, if belated, concern. "No, thanks to your carefully staged operation," Izuku said. "Which, I should note, very nearly cost her life when it collided with two considerably more dangerous and entirely unanticipated threats that your own institutional caution failed to properly account for." "That was never my intention," Tanaka said, though the admission carried less conviction than genuine regret. "The operation was meant to remain controlled, limited in scope. I never anticipated the League or All for One's involvement." "Your failure to anticipate that involvement is precisely the problem," Izuku said. "You gambled with an innocent person's safety based on your own institutional anxiety, without adequate consideration for the considerably more dangerous variables your reckless planning might inadvertently invite. That failure very nearly cost Mina her life today, and I find myself considerably unwilling to simply overlook it." The room fell into tense, weighted silence, Tanaka visibly bracing himself for whatever consequence Izuku's evident and legitimate fury might ultimately demand, his earlier institutional authority entirely stripped away by the sheer, undeniable weight of the catastrophic misjudgment he now stood accountable for. "I could erase you, the same way I erased the man who orchestrated the considerably more dangerous half of today's confrontation," Izuku said finally, watching Tanaka's expression carry the genuine, visible fear that admission provoked. "You would deserve it, by any reasonable measure of the harm your reckless institutional gambit nearly caused." But I've learned, these past months, that the reflexive application of overwhelming power rarely produces the outcomes that genuine justice actually requires. He paused, allowing the weight of that statement to settle fully before continuing. Instead, I intend to ensure that your actions today, and the actions of everyone who knowingly participated in this reckless scheme, become fully and publicly known. Your position within this commission ends today, Commissioner Tanaka. Not through my direct intervention, but through the properly documented and thoroughly investigated exposure of your own catastrophic misjudgment. I trust the institutions this country has built for exactly this purpose to handle your accountability appropriately, provided they're given complete and unfiltered access to what actually transpired today. The resolution, offered with a measured restraint that Tanaka had clearly not anticipated given the overwhelming, terrible power now standing before him, settled into the room's tense silence with unexpected weight. You're choosing to work within our institutions, Tanaka said slowly, his tone carrying genuine, evident surprise. Rather than simply imposing your own judgment directly. I could impose my own judgment, Izuku said. The power to do so is not in question. But Mina asked me, in the immediate aftermath of nearly losing her life to your reckless scheme, not to become something I would eventually regret. I intend to honor that request, even in circumstances that would otherwise justify considerably more absolute consequences. His expression carried a quiet, unwavering finality that left no room for misinterpretation. Consider this your final warning, Commissioner. If you, or any successor faction within this commission, ever again attempt to use the people I love as instruments of institutional risk calculation, my restraint on that particular occasion will not extend a second time. Tanaka nodded, understanding the full and terrible weight of the warning being extended, and Izuku left the commissioner's office without further comment, the properly documented exposure of Tanaka's catastrophic misjudgment already beginning to unfold through the careful, thorough investigation that Principal Nizu, All Might, and Aizawa would ensure followed in the confrontation's aftermath. He found Mina waiting at Yue's infirmary, her shallow wound already carefully treated by recovery girls' considerable healing capabilities, her fierce, unwavering composure now tempered by the genuine exhaustion of having survived a confrontation that had, for one terrible stretch of the afternoon, threatened to claim her life entirely. You came back, she said, relief evident in her expression as he entered the infirmary, closing the distance between them without hesitation. I told you I would, Izuku said, gathering her carefully into his arms, the fierce, protective devotion that had fueled his terrible fury throughout the confrontation now settling into something considerably gentler, considerably more grounded in genuine and overwhelming relief. Are you certain you're all right? I can have recovery girl examine you further, if there's any remaining concern. I'm fine, Izuku. Really? Mina pulled back slightly to study his face, her expression carrying a mixture of concern and genuine, hard-won pride. What happened? After you got me clear of the fighting? Izuku considered how much of the confrontation's full and terrible scope to share, weighing careful honesty against his continued desire to protect her from the more difficult aspects of the violence he'd ultimately been forced to deliver. All for one is gone, he said finally. Permanently. He was the one truly orchestrating the convergence of threats that endangered you today, manipulating both Shigaraki's League and elements within the Commission toward outcomes that served his own considerable ambitions. I erased him, the same way I erased the Nomu at USJ. Mina absorbed this information with quiet, thoughtful seriousness, her expression carrying none of the fear or judgment Izuku had, on some level, braced himself to encounter. Good, she said finally, the single word carrying more conviction than any lengthier response might have managed. I know that's probably not the most, morally nuanced response, but honestly? After what he tried to do today, I'm not gonna pretend I'm sorry he's gone. And Tanaka? She asked, after a moment's pause. Alive, Izuku said. Facing proper institutional accountability, rather than my own direct judgment. I remembered what you asked of me, in the moments before the confrontation fully escalated. I tried to honor that request, even where my own instincts might have favored a considerably more absolute resolution. Something in Mina's expression softened at that admission, a fierce, genuine warmth replacing her earlier concern entirely. Thank you, she said quietly. For remembering that, even in the middle of everything you were dealing with today. That matters to me, Izuku. A lot. They remained together in the infirmary's quiet privacy for a long while afterward, the immediate crisis finally, fully resolved, the terrible weight of the day's overwhelming violence gradually giving way to the simple, grounding comfort of two people who had survived something neither of them had fully anticipated needing to navigate together, their bond, already forged through months of genuine partnership and hard-won trust, now tempered further by the shared experience of having faced and ultimately overcome the single greatest threat either of them had yet encountered. The wider world, Izuku understood with growing and inevitable clarity, would need to reckon, in the days and weeks ahead, with the full and undeniable scope of what had transpired that afternoon, the public revelation of a god's heir having systematically dismantled both a coordinated villain alliance and the considerable, hidden empire of Japan's most dangerous and enduring criminal mastermind, carrying implications that would reshape, permanently and completely, the fundamental balance of power within mortal society's understanding of its own protective capabilities. But for now, holding Mina close in the quiet aftermath of the day's overwhelming violence, Izuku Midoriya allowed himself the simple, hard-won comfort of having successfully protected the single most important thing his existence on this small and fragile planet had ever given him reason to treasure. Whatever came next, whatever reckoning the wider world ultimately demanded of his newly revealed and thoroughly demonstrated power, he understood, with absolute and unshakable certainty, that he would face it exactly as he had faced everything since arriving on Earth, with Mina Ashido standing fiercely and unshakably by his side. Outside the infirmary window, the last light of the day was fading into evening, the city continuing its ordinary rhythms entirely unaware of how thoroughly the events of that single afternoon had reshaped the fundamental balance of power within its protective infrastructure. Somewhere within UA's administrative offices, Principal Nizu had already begun the considerable work of coordinating the careful, thorough investigation that would formally document Tanaka's catastrophic misjudgment and the full scope of All for One's decades-long criminal network, work that would occupy the school's leadership and the broader commission apparatus for weeks to come. Somewhere within the city's detention facilities, Shigaraki Tomura sat in stunned, defeated silence, the last vestiges of his once formidable ambition finally, completely extinguished by the sheer scale of the power he had twice now made the catastrophic mistake of underestimating. None of that mattered, in this particular quiet moment, to the two people sitting together in the infirmary's settling evening light. What mattered was simply the fact of each other's continued presence, the shared and hard-won relief of having survived something neither of them had fully anticipated needing to navigate, and the fierce, unwavering certainty that whatever challenges the future still held in store, they would face them exactly as they had faced everything since the earliest days of their remarkable, improbable partnership, together, and without reservation. Chapter 27, What the World Learned. The days following the confrontation unfolded with the particular, overwhelming intensity that accompanies genuine paradigm shifts within any society's fundamental understanding of its own power structures, the full and undeniable scope of what had transpired proving impossible to contain within the careful, measured disclosure Principal Nizu and the Commission's more reasonable factions had originally hoped to manage. News of All for One's permanent and total defeat, confirmed through careful investigation of the compound Izuku had visited and cross-referenced against the sudden, complete collapse of the shadowy criminal network the villain had spent decades carefully constructing, spread through both official channels and public speculation with a speed that quickly overwhelmed any hope of the Commission's usual careful, controlled messaging. Commissioner Tanaka's resignation, announced within days of the confrontation alongside a thorough, publicly documented account of his reckless and nearly catastrophic operation, sent its own significant shockwaves through the broader hero community, prompting renewed and considerably more urgent scrutiny of the institutional culture that had allowed such reckless risk-taking to develop in the first place. Izuku, watching the unfolding public reckoning from the relative privacy of his apartment, found himself the subject of a fascination and speculation that dwarfed even the considerable attention that had followed the USJ incident months earlier. "They're calling you all sorts of things," Mina observed one evening, scrolling through the latest wave of news coverage with a mixture of amusement and genuine concern. "Some outlets are going with the god hero. Others are being considerably less flattering, honestly. There's a whole faction convinced you're some kind of existential threat just waiting to turn against humanity." The fear is understandable, even if I find it somewhat frustrating, Izuku said. Power on the scale I've now publicly demonstrated inevitably invites both reverence and terror in roughly equal measure. I don't imagine any careful explanation on my part will entirely eliminate that particular tension. So what do we do about it? Mina asked. Izuku considered the question with the same careful, methodical precision he applied to every significant decision, weighing the various paths available to him now that his true nature and full capabilities had become impossible to conceal any further from the wider world's understanding. I think, he said finally, it's time I offered this world something more than careful, guarded observation. I came here initially to watch, to catalog, to understand what it meant to exist among mortals without the burden of my father's absolute authority. I've since found considerably more reason to stay than I ever anticipated when I first arrived. I think it's time I made that commitment explicit, rather than continuing to navigate it through careful institutional negotiation and periodic crisis management. The formal announcement, arranged in careful coordination with Principal Nizu, All Might, and the newly reconstituted commission leadership that had emerged in the aftermath of Tanaka's disgraced departure, took place several weeks later in a carefully staged public address that drew the attention of nearly the entire nation, and, within hours of its broadcast, considerable portions of the wider world as well. Izuku stood before the assembled cameras with Mina at his side, her hand clasped firmly in his, the same fierce and unwavering devotion that had carried them both through the preceding months' considerable trials now offered openly and without reservation to the watching world. My name is Izuku Midoriya, he said, his voice carrying the same quiet, absolute clarity that had characterized every significant moment of his revealed existence. I am not, as many of you have likely concluded by now, an ordinary hero, or even an ordinary quirk user. I am the son of a god, sent to this world to observe what it means to live among mortals, and I have, over the course of this past year, found considerably more reason to stay than I ever anticipated when I first arrived. He paused, allowing the weight of the admission to settle fully before continuing. I understand that my power inspires both hope and considerable fear in equal measure. I won't pretend that fear is entirely unwarranted. What I can offer you, in place of empty reassurance, is my genuine commitment. I have chosen this world, and the people within it who have shown me, time and again, what it truly means to care for something beyond mere self-interest. I intend to protect that world, and those people, for as long as I remain capable of doing so. His gaze shifted, briefly, toward Mina, standing steady and fierce beside him. This is Mina Ashido. She has stood beside me since the earliest days of my time at UA, long before any of you understood what I truly was, and she has taught me, more than any other single influence in my existence, what it means to genuinely belong somewhere, rather than simply observing it from a careful, distant remove. I intend to remain here, on this world, at her side, for the remainder of whatever future we choose to build together. The announcement, broadcast and analyzed and debated across every available media platform in the days and weeks that followed, gradually settled, through the careful and patient work of UA's administration and the newly reformed commission leadership, into a framework that most of the watching public found themselves, however cautiously, willing to accept, a demigod, immensely and undeniably powerful, who had chosen, of his own genuine will, to serve as this world's guardian rather than its conqueror, anchored to that choice by a love so complete and unwavering that even the most skeptical observers found it difficult to dismiss as calculated performance. Beerus, watching the broadcast from the quiet, luminous solitude of his palace alongside Cheelai and Whis, allowed himself a rare, genuine smile at his son's carefully chosen words. He's chosen his path, Cheelai observed, leaning against her partner with quiet, evident pride. Completely, and without reservation. I don't think he's going to be coming home anytime soon, Beerus. No, Beerus agreed, his tone carrying none of the reluctance such an admission might once have provoked. I don't imagine he will. And I find, somewhat to my own surprise, that I'm entirely at peace with that outcome. He paused, considering his own long and solitary existence with unusual, uncharacteristic reflection. He's found something I never fully managed to discover, in 10,000 years of wandering this universe. A place, and a person, worth calling entirely his own. Whis, listening with his usual serene attention, offered a knowing, gentle smile of his own. Perhaps, my lord, it's not too late for us to learn a similar lesson, in our own way. Beerus said nothing to that particular observation, though the faint, genuine warmth of his expression suggested he was, for once, not entirely opposed to the idea. The public reckoning that followed Izuku's announcement proved, in the end, considerably more complex and prolonged than even Nizu's careful diplomatic planning had initially anticipated. International observers, wary of a single nation harboring a being of such unprecedented and demonstrated power, initiated their own rounds of careful diplomatic inquiry, questions of jurisdiction, oversight, and international law arising with a frequency and intensity that kept Japan's foreign ministry occupied for the better part of a year following the initial broadcast. Izuku, for his part, approached these diplomatic complications with the same careful patience he had learned to apply to every significant challenge of his time on Earth, participating, when requested, in a series of carefully arranged international summits designed to establish some form of mutual understanding and accountability framework around his continued presence and activities. I have no interest in ruling over anyone, he told one particularly skeptical delegation during an early summit held at the United Nations New York headquarters, his careful, measured tone cutting through the room's evident tension with quiet and absolute sincerity. I understand the fear my power inevitably generates, and I don't dismiss the legitimacy of that fear. What I can offer, in place of empty reassurance, is my continued and demonstrated commitment to using that power exclusively in defense of innocent life, wherever that defense proves necessary, and my genuine willingness to remain accountable to reasonable oversight, provided that oversight doesn't require me to stand aside while people I could otherwise protect come to genuine and preventable harm. The framework that gradually emerged from these careful, patient negotiations, formalized within roughly a year of his initial public revelation, established Izuku as an independent but cooperative guardian entity, operating primarily within Japan's borders but available, through careful diplomatic request, to assist with genuine humanitarian crises wherever they arose across the broader world, a compromise that satisfied neither the most anxious isolationist factions nor the more ambitious internationalist voices who had hoped to establish more direct institutional control over his considerable capabilities, but that reflected, in its careful, negotiated balance, the genuine complexity of integrating unprecedented power into an already complicated global political landscape. Public opinion, meanwhile, continued its own gradual and complicated evolution, early polls showing a roughly even split between those who viewed Izuku's continued presence as an unprecedented blessing and those who maintained persistent, if gradually diminishing, anxiety about the long-term implications of a single being wielding such considerable and largely unchecked power. That anxiety eased steadily across the following years, worn down not through any single dramatic gesture, but through the patient, consistent accumulation of genuine protective action, disasters averted, threats neutralized, ordinary people saved from genuinely dangerous circumstances through the quiet, unglamorous application of power in service of others rather than self-interest. On Earth, in the months that followed his public revelation, Izuku Midoriya settled, gradually and with growing confidence, into a role that transcended anything UA's traditional curriculum had ever prepared its students to occupy, a guardian whose presence alone deterred threats that might once have required the combined efforts of the country's entire hero infrastructure, and whose genuine, demonstrated commitment to protecting rather than dominating the world he had chosen gradually, patiently won over even the most skeptical corners of public opinion. He completed his education at UA alongside the classmates who had, from the earliest days of his revealed nature, chosen acceptance and genuine friendship over fear, their own hero careers unfolding in the years that followed alongside his own considerably more singular and unprecedented path. And through it all, Mina Ashido remained exactly where she had first chosen to stand, months earlier, in the earliest days of a friendship that had grown, steadily and irrevocably, into something considerably more permanent than either of them could have anticipated when a fearless, unafraid girl first decided that the cold, unreadable boy at the back of her classroom was worth the effort of genuine connection. Fierce, unshakable, and entirely, permanently his, standing beside a god of destruction's heir who had, against every careful expectation of his solitary and powerful upbringing, learned exactly what it meant to choose a home, and a love, worth protecting with everything he possessed. The universe, vast and largely indifferent to the small and fragile concerns of any single world, continued its ancient and unhurried rotation around them both. But on this one small, remarkable planet, a god had finally, completely chosen to stay, and the world he had chosen to protect would never again be quite the same for having earned that choice. Chapter 28, A Domain Worth Protecting. 2 years passed in the way that significant, transformative periods often do, marked by a steady accumulation of ordinary days that, taken individually, felt unremarkable, but that gradually, collectively, reshaped the entire landscape of the world Izuku Midoriya had chosen to call his own. He graduated from UA alongside the classmates who had first learned to accept him, months of careful institutional adjustment having gradually settled into a framework that allowed him to pursue both his continued hero training and the singular, unprecedented role he'd publicly committed himself to during that pivotal broadcast announcement. Kirishima, Uraraka, Tsuyu, and the rest of Class 1A's considerable graduating talent scattered into their own hero careers across the following months, each of them carrying, in their own way, the particular and lasting influence of having spent their formative years alongside a literal god who had chosen, against every expectation, to learn what it meant to be genuinely and completely one of them. The world itself had changed as well, gradually, and in ways that extended considerably beyond the simple presence of a demigod guardian now openly operating within its protective infrastructure. Villain activity, already substantially reduced in the immediate aftermath of All for One's permanent removal from the criminal underworld's careful power structures, continued its steady decline as the wider understanding of Izuku's genuine capability and commitment settled into common knowledge, the simple, deterrent effect of his presence proving, in many respects, more valuable than any individual confrontation could have achieved. The Hero Commission, thoroughly reformed under new leadership in the aftermath of Tanaka's disgraced departure, had gradually developed a working relationship with Izuku that reflected genuine partnership rather than the anxious, controlling caution that had once characterized their earliest interactions, a transformation built patiently across months of demonstrated trust and mutual accommodation on both sides. It was against this backdrop of hard-won, gradually settled peace that Izuku found himself, on a warm evening in early autumn, standing once again on the small observatory deck where his relationship with Mina had first deepened into something neither of them had fully anticipated, preparing for a conversation he had spent considerable time carefully planning. "You've got the thinking face again," Mina observed, settling beside him with the same easy, familiar warmth that had characterized their relationship since its earliest days, though the years since had layered that familiar warmth with a depth and security that only genuine, tested commitment could provide. "What's on your mind, astronomy boy?" Izuku turned to face her fully, the telescope beside them forgotten entirely as he considered how best to voice the question he had spent weeks carefully preparing. "I've been reflecting," he said, "on everything this world has given me since I first arrived here. A purpose I never anticipated finding. Genuine friendship, from people who chose to see past my power to the person underneath. And you." His expression carried a warmth and sincerity that had, over their years together, become entirely natural rather than the careful, deliberate expression he'd once needed to consciously cultivate. "I've spent considerable time thinking about what I want the rest of my existence to look like, now that the immediate crises of these past years have finally settled into something more sustainable. And every version of that future I can imagine includes you, standing beside me, exactly as you have since the very beginning." Mina's breath caught slightly, understanding beginning to dawn across her features as Izuku reached into his jacket and withdrew a small, carefully wrapped object that carried none of the ostentatious grandeur one might expect from a literal god's proposal, but rather the same careful, deliberate thoughtfulness that had characterized every significant gesture of their relationship. "My mother gave me this," he said, opening the small case to reveal a ring crafted from a material that seemed to shimmer faintly with its own internal, luminous quality, unlike anything Earth's own considerable mining and craftsmanship could have produced. "It belonged to her own family, before she left her homeworld to build a life alongside my father. She told me, when I asked her advice on this particular matter, that some commitments transcend the boundaries of any single world or culture, provided the love underlying them proves genuine and complete." He met Mina's eyes with the same fierce, unwavering devotion that had carried them both through every significant trial of the preceding years. "Mina Ashido, I have loved you since the earliest weeks of a friendship I never anticipated needing, through revelations that would have driven away anyone less remarkably fearless than you've consistently proven yourself to be," and through trials that tested every aspect of what genuine devotion actually requires. I would very much like to spend the remainder of my existence, however long that ultimately proves to be, building a future together with you. Will you marry me? Mina's answer arrived without a moment's hesitation, the same fearless, unguarded conviction that had first drawn Izuku's attention in the crowded courtyard of Yue's entrance ceremony, now carrying the full and complete weight of years of tested, genuine devotion. Yes, she said, her voice carrying equal parts laughter and genuine, overwhelming emotion. Obviously yes, you incredible dork. I've been waiting for you to ask for, the last 6 months, honestly. Their wedding, held the following spring in a ceremony that drew attention from across the entire world given the unprecedented and remarkable nature of the union being celebrated, unfolded with a warmth and genuine joy that transcended even the considerable spectacle its unusual circumstances inevitably generated. Beerus and Cheelai attended, the god of destruction's presence alone sufficient to generate its own considerable wave of fascinated public attention, though Beerus himself, watching his son commit himself fully and completely to the fierce, remarkable mortal woman who had first taught him what genuine love actually required, found himself experiencing an emotion he had rarely permitted himself across 10,000 years of careful, guarded existence, unreserved, genuine pride. You've done well, he told Izuku privately, in a quiet moment away from the ceremony's considerable public spectacle, his gruff tone carrying a warmth that few beyond his closest circle had ever witnessed from the notoriously difficult god of destruction. Better than I managed, in many respects, across my own considerably longer existence. I'm proud of the choice you've made, and of the man you've become in making it. Thank you, father, Izuku said, the simple exchange carrying more genuine emotional weight than any lengthier tribute could have managed between two beings who had spent so much of their shared existence carefully restraining such open sentiment. Class 1A's considerable graduated talent attended as well, Kurashima serving as one of Izuku's chosen groomsmen alongside several other close friends whose genuine acceptance, offered so freely in the earliest and most uncertain days following his revealed nature, had proven instrumental in shaping the person he had ultimately become. Uraraka, Tsuyu, and the rest of Mina's own close circle of friends stood beside her with equal and genuine joy, the entire assembled gathering reflecting the full, remarkable scope of the community Izuku had, against every expectation of his solitary godly upbringing, managed to build for himself across his years on this small and fragile planet. Their life together, in the years that followed, settled into a rhythm that balanced the considerable, unprecedented weight of Izuku's continued role as this world's most formidable guardian against the genuine, cherished ordinariness of a partnership built on years of tested devotion. Mina pursued her own considerable hero career with the same fierce, creative determination that had first drawn Izuku's attention, her accomplishments and growing reputation entirely her own rather than any reflection of her husband's considerable and unprecedented power. A distinction she insisted upon maintaining with the same fearless independence that had characterized her entire approach to their relationship since its earliest days. I don't want people thinking I'm just riding your coattails, she'd told him once, early in their engagement, when a particularly tone-deaf journalist had suggested her hero career existed primarily as a curiosity attached to his own considerably more significant public profile. I earned my own place in this world, same as I earned my place beside you. Those are two separate things, and I intend to keep them that way. Izuku, understanding and genuinely respecting that fierce independence, had ensured, throughout their years together, that his own considerable public profile never overshadowed or diminished the genuine, hard-won accomplishments of her own remarkable career, a balance that reflected the same fundamental respect and equal partnership that had defined their relationship since its earliest, uncertain beginnings. The wider world, meanwhile, gradually settled into a genuine and lasting peace under the protective, watchful presence of a demigod who had chosen, completely and without reservation, to make this small and remarkable planet his permanent home. Dylan activity, already substantially reduced in the years following All for One's permanent removal, continued its steady decline as successive generations of aspiring criminals learned, through hard-earned and often painful experience, the genuine futility of testing the patience of a guardian whose power dwarfed anything their most ambitious schemes could ever hope to overcome. It was not, Izuku understood clearly across those years of gradual, hard-won transformation, a domain built on conquest or fear, whatever dramatic and sensationalized headlines had characterized the earliest days following his public revelation. It was something considerably more meaningful, a world he had chosen, deliberately and completely, to protect and nurture rather than dominate, anchored by a genuine love that had taught him, more thoroughly than any lesson his father's careful, solitary training had ever managed to instill, exactly what true strength actually required. Standing once more on that same small observatory deck, years after his first tentative attempt to share the wonder of the cosmos with a fearless, curious girl who had refused to be intimidated by his careful, guarded distance, Izuku found himself, with his wife beside him and the accumulated weight of a genuinely chosen life stretching comfortably into their shared future, more completely and permanently at peace than his entire existence, divine or otherwise, had ever previously allowed him to feel. Regrets? Mina asked, echoing a question she'd first posed, half-jokingly, years earlier during the uncertain early days of his revealed nature. None, Izuku said, the answer carrying the same absolute, unshakable certainty that had characterized every significant choice of his existence since first choosing to stay on this small and remarkable world. Not a single one. I came here expecting tedium, and found instead everything that has ever truly mattered to me. A home. A purpose worth protecting completely. And you, standing beside me through every trial this world and my own complicated existence have demanded we face together. Mina leaned into him, her head resting against his shoulder with the same comfortable, familiar warmth that had defined so much of their years together, and together, they watched the stars emerge across the darkening sky, a demigod and his fierce, fearless queen, standing guard over a small and fragile world that had, against every expectation either of them had once carried, become entirely and permanently their own. The universe continued its vast, ancient rotation around them, indifferent as ever to the small and fragile concerns of any single world or the particular love story that had unfolded upon it. But for Izuku Midoriya, heir to a god of destruction, and Mina Ashido, the fearless girl who had first taught him what it meant to be truly and completely known, that indifference mattered not at all. They had found, against every improbable circumstance of a life that had begun in the vast and lonely halls of a divine palace and ended in the warm, cherished ordinariness of a small planet's evening sky, exactly what both of them had always been searching for. A home. A purpose. And a love worth protecting with everything either of them possessed, for as long as the universe allowed them the chance to keep choosing each other, one remarkable day at a time. Somewhere above them, past the reach of any mortal telescope, past even the careful boundaries of the universe Beerus had spent 10,000 years maintaining through the patient, deliberate art of destruction, countless other worlds continued their own quiet, unremarkable existence, unaware of the particular and remarkable story that had unfolded on this one small planet among the vast and uncountable multitude scattered across the cosmos. Most of those worlds would never know a god's protection, never experience the particular blend of terror and wonder that had once greeted Izuku Midoriya's earliest, careful steps through UA's crowded courtyard. Most would simply continue, as worlds so often did, navigating their own struggles and triumphs without the direct intervention of divine authority. This one, though, this small and fragile and utterly unremarkable planet that Izuku had once approached with nothing more than detached, curious observation, had earned something considerably rarer. Not through conquest, not through the careless application of overwhelming force, but through the patient, genuine cultivation of connection, friendship, and love that had, across a single remarkable year and the years that followed it, transformed a distant and unmoved god into something considerably more meaningful, a guardian who had chosen his post freely, anchored not by obligation or command, but by the simple, unshakable truth that some things, once found, prove worth protecting with absolutely everything a being possesses. Izuku Midoriya had come to Earth expecting nothing more than a temporary and mildly interesting diversion from his father's endless, patient boredom. He left that expectation behind entirely somewhere in the quiet, accumulated weight of countless ordinary moments, a fearless girl's unwavering acceptance, a circle of genuine friends who had chosen understanding over fear, and a love that had taught him, more thoroughly than any lesson his considerable divine inheritance had ever managed to instill, exactly what it meant to belong somewhere completely. He had found his home. And he intended to protect it, and the fierce, remarkable woman standing beside him beneath its quiet evening sky, for as long as the universe allowed him the privilege of doing so. Thanks for listening.